Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And boy, there's a lot of light coming in that window today, ain't there, huh? So let me back this up a little bit. But anyway, I greet you always with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. So, for those of you who are around, Lori, how are you? And Barry, sup, y'all? Well, it's 4:20 almost, and I had a little something that kind of came across my way. I'm doing okay, thank you, Lori. And how about yourself? Um, it's been overcast and rainy today here, but for those folks, now, somebody asked me one time, they said, "Are you promoting, smoking?" And I'm like, "No," but those folks who do, hey, Ian, how are you? So it's 4:20 officially. Oh, well, it's 4:19. I want to jump the gun. But anyway, so I wanted to share a real 420, just because, right? It's 4:20. Hey, Mossy, you too. 120 there, huh? Wee, that was a good one. Yeah, am I promoting it? No. But it is 420 after all, for real. So why not? But I think about the videos that I do, and every time it's a 20, right? I think of it as a collective prayer. And from a Native American, I'm not trying to, say that it is related, but in the Native American prayer, it's like the prayer goes up with the smoke when you smoke the tobacco and the pipe and so forth. So I kind of sort of look at it as like, so but we're all getting high. Well, maybe it depends on what you got, right? Or don't got. But the simple thing for me is like, oh, y'all are smoking. You're trying to. I'm not trying to promote pot or anything else. I'm trying to promote free thinking, maybe. But um, anyway, so I'm here and going to share one with you if you can, and if you do, can't smoke at work. I understand, but we love you, and we'll keep you in mind. Uh, did I miss anybody? Ian, Lori, Barry, Bossy Man? Okay, if I missed somebody, my apologies. But anyway, you know me, I'm watching stuff and reading headlines, and as a watcher, there are a lot of times I really don't want to do it. I mean, I like really don't want to do this. I don't want to look at that headlines. I don't want to go find out what somebody. I don't want to know what the hell the Vatican's doing. I don't want to know. I mean, it's up to here, right? But in doing that, though, in I they don't force me, but they will kind of kick around the idea enough to where it's like I got to get this out of my head. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? And much love right back to you. Okay. Um. So, and I have talked around this at times. I've talked about the cell phone thing and the computer thing, and recently I discussed it. That the vampirism of social media kind of thing, that we all need it in some way, and that in a way it also sucks the life force out of us. And this is sort of along those lines, but it's sort of an addendum and a follow up, if you will. It's like, okay, so people are attached to these things. Okay. But here's one of the things that I haven't discussed much, and it's the secret messages and the silent voices that are being spoken to people. And they go, "What you talking about? I don't hear no voices." No, because it's so subtle. Well, what you talking about, Hawkeye? Well, what I'm talking about is like this. So a little commercial flashes across. The TV does it, okay? A little commercial flashes across something else, or this happens. Flashing lights. For those of us who have had epilepsy or have epilepsy, we know that flashing lights are a biatch, okay? And that and for those folks who know anything about mind control and stuff, flashing lights help to um, enter parts of the brain, and can be subjected to different things. Hey, Miss Pearl, we were talking about you earlier, a friend of mine and I, but in a very good way. We love you. Um, but this idea, though, that there are silent voices within the commercials. Now they proved this back in the in the 50s and 60s, okay? And they passed a law said y'all can't do this, right? And they would put an image of a box of Tide or something, and it would just one frame would blink, and they said, "Oh, that's subliminal messaging." Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, and for those of us who've been around a while, hey, bye, Jamie. How are you? Good to see you, Hawkeye Two Feather. Good to see you too, and blessings right back to you, and to you and yours, for all of yous. We need to spread the love. Um, so there are those folks who say, well, it doesn't really exist. It only exists in movies and things like that. No, it don't. I'm sorry. For all this new technology, if you think for one blasted second that they've stopped using subliminal mind control with commercials and things that flash across the screen, how to use certain light combinations, certain colors, certain flashes that'll send you it'll be the silent voice that you don't hear, but you got it anyway. And it's went right through your retina, right into your brain, right into your subconscious. And folks look at me and they say, Hawkeye, that's just bullshit. Okay. So, in the title of this thing and in trying to describe it, in my loving way of trying to explain to people, I'm not telling you to throw your, hey, Max, how are you? I was thinking about you today. The Brunswick TV was outlawed, causing people to buy food for a pet they don't have. There you go. See, Max knows. Thank you, Max. But here's the thing. I mean, there was something I was talking about. Had the computer on, I typed in 3 letters, and it already knew the subject that I wanted to investigate on the internet. Right? Hey, Lori, isn't that a negative aspect of light language? I would say it's a misuse of it. Yes, negative. Yeah, okay. It's absolutely a misuse of it, Lori. Absolutely 120%. And what's interesting, though, is it happens and you don't realize it. I mean, you really don't realize it. But for the folks that I lovingly care for and say, can you put your phone down? Well, why would I? What? Why would I want to put my phone down? Now, that's just a strange comeback and remark. You know what I mean? Well, why would I want to put my phone down? Why would I want to shut it off? There isn't anything wrong with my phone. Okay. And the first thing that I think of is you are so freaking mind controlled. Now, I think this, okay. So, but you are so freaking mind controlled that you can't even see why shouldn't I have it on all the time? Why shouldn't I, why shouldn't I? What? So they're already literally brainwashed into thinking that it must stay on. They must have it. They must. So you say, well, Hawkeye, what do you mean by the silent voice? Something inside their head is telling them that silent voice that they got to keep it on, that it's got to be, that it's important that they stay in touch, that it's that silent voice that has been entered into through the flashing lights and all the different people. There are folks who just really don't believe me about this, but having been sent into grand mal seizures by flashing lights, I'm here to tell you, okay, there are folks who are more able to put up with it. Now, to me, that says you're easier to persuade by using flashing lights. My husband yells at me to stay off the phone, then yells at me if I don't answer. Thank you, Delaney. Thank you, Pearl. There is that too. But I mean, there are times when it's okay to just turn it off, But I mean, but to the programming, that's why they call it. Thank you very much, by Jamie. But to that point, so the flashing lights and everything with their cell phones, with the things that they flip through, there are things that are being processed with the lights and the combination and whatever. And the more I see people now, some folks, they've gotten so much of it, their phone might be on, but it's over there. It's on the table, it's on the counter in the kitchen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I'm not expecting any calls. I'll check it when I go in the kitchen versus run to the phone in the kitchen to find out who called. Oh, we have to all say hi to Bob. Bob, we love you. I've seen a little jumping in there. But so, let's just stop for a second and think about a basic thing. Okay, just very basic. Without trying to discuss anything nefarious or something, here's a fact: flashing lights affect the brain. And in some people, it causes seizures and other activity. That's a fact. Okay. Talk about it all day long about programming. Okay. Let's just back off the programming and let's just stick with the flashing lights. Now, that's just absolutely proven. Now, you could say, well, now, and I would argue with you too, is every time do you see flashing lights, does that mean they're trying to burn something into my brain? There are times when I feel like they're trying to bore something into my brain. And then there are times when it's just like, because it's cool to do all these quick flashes of scenery and stuff. That will drive me nuts too. And I'm like, I hate this new form of of movies or things and how they throw these scenes together so quick. In 5 seconds, there's 15 pictures or something. That hurts. Now, but one of the things is your brain sees every one of those pictures. And if you were to sit down and go through the thing, you could actually pull memory out of that. So, but is it now? It's this quote new style of filming and stuff. All right, it's like the new trend of things. It's horrible. Okay, just saying. Show a picture. All right, but not 1 second a piece. Picture, 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 picture. Too fast, but they think it's cool. And so now I think they got it from people who were doing it on purpose, but that's just my own take on this. So, but the silent voice is what these pictures end up meaning to you in your head. Okay. The voice that tells you that you want to buy Tide, the voice that tells you to do, that you want a pizza, the voice that tells you that yogurt, is yummy. Uh, I like yogurt, just not plain yogurt. Or that, that somehow tofu is the greatest thing that ever, you know, was made on this planet, which I don't agree with, but my kid is autistic. Yeah, I was trying to watch logo special effects and had to show him in detail the definitions of hypnosis and et cetera. Yeah. You fall asleep in max theaters. So, but here's the thing, and those big screens, so they've got opportunities with the big screens to target certain areas of the screen with certain colors or whatever. Now, in watching filmmakers, and I've been in theater and stuff and around folks, and I haven't been around a bunch of people that are, filmmakers, but there's Tallahassee Little Theater and Film Studio. So I've been around some folks, been around some stuff, been around and done TV and local television and stuff. So, have been around enough to be able to understand it and see the journals and things, right? Um, it's very difficult sometimes for spam alert. Um, Lost my train of thought. That sometimes there are colors or lights or something that actually has a purpose. And, that, well, I want this light to fall on this character and I want this to happen. And, there is no real nefarious purpose to it. It's just the director's got this vision. Now, there could be something in his head, not even that he's not aware of, that is nefarious, that gives him the idea to shoot a scene in a particular way. And you ask the director, say, well, I like the lighting and I was trying to set the mode and everything. Then people come along later on and say, well, like Stanley Kubrick, well, this is what he meant. Don't try to tell us what he meant. He would tell us what he meant. All these people who interpret something after the fact. I hated it in literature, and people say, "Well, this is what the author meant," and I would read that thing I'd read that some bits 4 or 5 times and go, "I just don't see what they're talking about." I would get a totally different thing out of whatever the piece or the work or the poem or the story was about. And they would go, "Oh, he was, and existentially, this, the writer was talking about this," and I was like, he wrote a freaking story. You know, he had this idea and he wanted these emotions. Well, so anyway. So I don't think that everything with flashing lights has a nefarious purpose. But regardless of the purpose, the bottom line is flashing lights affect the brain. Okay. So what if you get some flashing lights and you're thinking about pizza, or you saw a pizza commercial? I've been wanting a pizza. I guess that's why it's on my mind. But to the point though that it's like, so okay, then what? Well, now then a pizza commercial shows up, or there's an ad up on the side, or a tab, or something scrolls across the screen, or it's pizza, right? But you're not really thinking about it. But the flashing light before and after, because there was pizza, it becomes subliminal. Why? Because in between the flashes are the thoughts of pizza. And you go, Dave, now that's really stretching it. No, it ain't. Because the flashing lights have the effect in another part of the brain. So, but if you're on a particular topic and this flashing light, it like sends this nanoparticle of whatever you're thinking of into the subconscious. It's like a little battery all by itself, and it's in there. So you say, well, that just sounds far fetched. Look, hey, Chloe, how are you? As if you will look into certain things, especially for me having been mind controlled by these dumbasses all these years with in the medical field, and I'm a schizophrenic, I'm a this, I'm a that. No, I'm a crazy person, yeah, and I have visions and things in my head, but nothing's ever told me to go out and kill. There's been a few people I'd wished harm on, maybe because of their own behaviors or whatever, but I don't really wish to kill anything. Good, Chloe. Cosmic hugs, everybody. Let's share cosmic hugs. There's 19 of us in here right now. Come, cosmic hugs, everybody. Shake hands and hug or whatever you want. And we're not worried about a mask here. Hey, Witch Moon. So we're not worried about a mask here at this forum, right? But here's the thing about the silent voice: is it them actually saying anything to us, like speaking, or are we hearing voices in our head? But these little quote light packages that get sent to our brain, whether we believe it or not. It's happening, you know, and quite simply and matter of factly, from my point of view, it's very easy to tell someone who is so duped into it that they, a simple question like, how many times a day do you turn your phone off? Or, do you turn your phone off at all? Or and you just a simple question. They go, why? I'm just kind of have been asking some people about this or that. Um, when you hear pink elephants, try not to think of pink elephants. Bye, Jamie. What do pink elephants sound like? Okay. As you put it in that when you hear them, what if I see them? That's a different question, right? But when your attention go when where attention goes, energy flows. Oh, I got you. Yeah. You know, what bothers me more than it should maybe, but I think it's because I've had the bright lights and have had my brain cells changed without anybody trying to program me particularly, but the flashing lights and the probing and the that kind of stuff and being hooked up to machines and electronics and all this kind of crap. I mean, I'm right this moment, my brain kind of wants to go into, don't go there, ooh, even discussing the subject is almost like triggers it. So I have to be very careful in that because it's for me, the light is painful when it flashes and it hits the back of my retina and feels like it's a bullet going through my brain. Now, I don't know what a bullet feels like going through my brain, but it feels like a bullet going through my brain. David Castle's in the house. Hey, Michelle. Hi, how are y'all doing? Happy Tuesday afternoon at around 4. I started at 4:20. So for those of you just joining, it's 4:40, which is a 20 minutes anyway. It's sort of the reverse of 20. I'm going to take another one of these and say welcome y'all, and I hope y'all are doing well. I do. So my point to this is like if you're not going to turn off your phone, simply be aware that flashing lights do affect the human brain. Well, I don't believe anybody's trying to program me or whatever. Calm down. It's okay. Calm down. But I want you to know that flashing lights, it's proven, affect the brain. And in different people, it creates seizures and stuff. And so, hey, Forest Squirrel, how are you? 440 in order. Blackberry Kush. That sounds good. I had some about a year ago. It was pretty tasty. So, blessings. Right now, I'm on a Sunday drive. So, I think it's important that on your way home, be safe, Max, that we at least be aware of the basics of it. Well, am I being programmed? Okay, let's just stay out of that programming part. Okay, let's just agree because of all the scientific tests and everything. I mean, I've often wondered why do they do the bright light test? Because they want to trigger a seizure. Now, having been in this situation several times and it being absolutely ugly and horrendous, I'm I never want to experience anything like that again. Never. And I haven't had, knock on wood, any kind of seizure activity like that since those events those years back. And for folks who still have seizures, my heart, well, I say it bleeds for you, but I don't want to go that, that sounds, but oh man, do I get it, So when people say, oh, she had a seizure, but until you've had one, and I don't think everybody, at some, there are sometimes I think people should experience something just so they will become aware of like, holy shit, that's happened to that person over there. Let me help them, or let me do something versus standing around going, oh, they're having a seizure, big deal. No, if you ever had one, you'd go, please help me. I need help, please. And, help me get out of this situation. But anyway, but the triggers in the brain, and as you know, if you got hit in the head with a softball as a kid, and you saw stars and it beamed you, you've had a brain concussion. Minor though it might be, but if you saw stars, then why do you think that this, watching the NFL and all these folks with football, they've called people out for targeting and this, that, and the other thing. Having played football and watched some of these things, these guys ain't targeting. That's how they were taught to tackle. Okay. That's how we were taught to tackle. And that it wasn't targeting, it's just where you ended up in relationship to their head. Okay. Now I understand it, but sometimes when things are in a fluid motion, this guy's coming this way and this guy is going this way, things change. It's the nature of the game. I don't think someone should be knocked out of the game because of that. Because as a football player, I don't think any football players are trying to target to hurt the other player like that. I just don't see it. But anyway, but to the point though of this, the brain concussion. So there's, when I was a kid, there were no helmets. A bike helmet. What the hell's that? Um, you know. So now it's bike helmets. Now it's this pad and it's that pad and skateboards. I made my own skateboard. Way back before skateboards were even like a real thing. It was in a Popular Mechanics or something, and I saw how you took an old pair of roller skates and nailed them to a board, which is exactly what I did. And our skateboards was born long before they were in sale and in stores. But anyway, our state police don't use flashing lights. Use old school bus bubble. You mean the going around kind? Sheriff, on the other hand, blinded by the light. There you go. My my voice had to quit because of alarm lights for machines that had seizures. Yep, yep. There's a lot of stuff that people, m- most quote normal folks, don't don't understand. So those of us who are susceptible for those reasons, for whatever the reason, I mean, I've had a lot of brain concussions. So that is part of the reason for my light sensibility in certain ways. I mean, this light over here is only a 15-watt bulb. If I use a 40-watt bulb, I just feel like I'm getting, irradiated or something. It's really strange. So, and years ago, I'd have a light on the kitchen, a light in here, a light upstairs on the thing. And now, one light in the house is like almost blinding to me. So I'm very light sensitive in that respect, especially from the way I used to be. So I used to like enjoy the light, let's put in a 75-watt bulb in there. Let's light this place up. And now I'm just the opposite. How much light do you really need to see? And when you allow your eyes to adjust. So, let me just toss this in. I have been wearing these glasses for years, right? I mean, this pair I had to tighten down again. They're about to fall apart. I got another pair of glasses over here. Now, they're just from the dollar store, which, by the way, might be the $2 store. Um, so I don't see how they could sell that shit for $1 anyway, but. So now they changed the sign $1 plus. It used to be the 5 and 10 cent store back in the day. Skateboard progressive. Yeah, I mean this was back in the mid 60s. I mean, like 62 and 3 because where my grandma lived, they had a sidewalk. Where we lived, there was no sidewalk, and almost cattywampus diagonally across from where my granny lived was Bellwether Middle School, right? And then there was the elementary school right beside it, and then the park there. And so we could play in the park, but we could go over to the school and skateboard around the around on the corridors in the school. And also, Bell Witter had this little hill that went down a little parking lot and then came back up. So we'd go up to the top and get up. But anyway, but to the point, many years before skateboarding was a thing, right? Yeah, ahead of our time. But I mean, the idea that, but head concussions, I can't think of how many times we got hit with playing with rocks and bricks and playing war and throwing, grenades at each other and, you know, uh, the, the the green, orange, and grapefruit fights we used to have. There were some orange and grapefruit trees that were nearby us, and as kids, we didn't really understand the value of these things, but the value of them to us were as missiles, hand grenades, and But to get hit with a green, orange, or a grapefruit of a decent size, bigger than a softball, that shit hurts. God knows how many times we got hit in the heads as kids. I mean, honestly. So there are a bunch of times I remember just going, blah, 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 out of, but to understand the brain and things now. So what we didn't think was important back when I was growing up is really damned important now. I mean, if you lose your helmet in the game, you got to sit out one, at least one play. Not such a bad idea, but sometimes it's just ridiculous. But to the point, it's all on the idea of safety because head injuries are serious. And whether you have issues at the moment, you can have issues in elderly life. So a soccer ball flat on your, yeah. Oh, and God Almighty, you know, dodgeball. People say in some places they don't allow dodgeball anymore, and in a way, I can kind of understand why. But at the same point, if you got some folks that are just like, not trying out to kill you, then, dodgeball can be fun. But, we always had the, butthole in the group that would try to hurt somebody. Maybe we all got knocked. Yeah. But that's sort of my point. There's a lot of things that have happened to us. And for me and some of the folks that I know, we got knocked around a little bit more. But that your brain hits the inside of your skull, and where it hits, that leaves a dent on the brain. Okay, sometimes not much, sometimes more, but here's the thing: the reason they do the flashing lights, I think, is barbaric, by the way. In medieval, I'd rather be put on a rack. I think it would be less painful. And the neurologist will say, you can't light doesn't give you pain. And I'm like, my brain hurts from the light. Oh, that's impossible. Your brain can't hurt. Well, tell my brain that. And if you turn that freaking light off, it'll quit hurting. So, but those folks who have never experienced it, God forbid that they should, but they don't realize what we feel who have these, experiences with light issues. So, whether or not it's programming, period, whether or not it's programming, we are being affected by the light. So it's one thing to follow the light into the next realm, or not. Now there are people saying, "Don't go, follow the light." Oh, Jesus Christ, they're taking you to prison if you follow the light. Oh man, when you get there, you're kind of hopefully you will know where to go. I'm just saying. Now, if you've been a really nasty sob, they might take your spirit off someplace else, but I don't think any of us quite qualified for that. Been hit by 3 cars, not a sign. Yeah, I know what you mean, Max. Ain't your fault. My friend Marcia and I passed away, in February. We were just going to Tallahassee to have pizza. And it was early in the evening, just about supper time, down on the corner. Anyway, so music enters into this again. Hi, y'all. I love you. But we're just sitting at the light, minding our own business, when all of a sudden, I'm looking out the little window on the side and looking out the window because we're slowing down because of the traffic light, right? We get smacked from behind. Bam! And I'm like, holy crap. Got, hit my head on the side of the post because the position I was looking at out the window. And this car just goes around us and runs the red light. So we sit there, cop comes and, sorry about that, y'all, but, just sitting there seriously minding your own business, just going to go get pizza. Bam. So it's like, there's another knock to the head. There's another injury to my neck. Oh my God, ceiling lights under a fan when it's running, especially one that wobbles, drives me nuts. But to the point. So those of us who've had, light issues and the thingy and oh, and one of the things, it doesn't bother me as much now as it did, but it still can, is whether the sun's coming up or down or going down. But it's the angle of the sunlight, and you're driving down the road and you're passing trees, right? And the shadows go flicking by. I've had to pull off to the side of the road and regain, and in a couple of seconds, just go, holy crap, and have to pull off on the side of the road and get my thoughts back, and then I will slow down and I will look at the other side of the road, or my focus will change. But back when I was doing a lot of driving, there were certain times of day, early morning, late evening, when the sun comes through there and you're driving down the road and you get those shadows that are flickering. It's just like a strobe light. And out of the corner of your eye, you don't even have to look at it, it will do it. Okay. So this idea for those of us, and in I guess the neurological areas like that, um, we are aware of these simple things. Where most people, it doesn't bother, they don't see it, blah 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 blah, right? So that means they're not aware, if at all, about the flashing lights either on the TV, on their cell phone, or whatever. You know what I mean? So they just ain't got a clue. Well, it doesn't really exist because it doesn't bother me, at least consciously. It does. It's not a problem. So, as much as I try to talk to folks about this, and you know me, I have gone on the cell phone issue. People can put it down, which is a lot of times true. And, listening to other people and how their children and grandchildren react, they go, they can't put the damn things down. Well, I'm on TikTok right now. Well, I'm on this thing right now. Well, I'm on blah, blah, blah. Can you put it down? No, because I'm on it, you know and for some of us, we look and go, wow, that's just, to them, it has become addictive. Some of these games that are on these cell phones and stuff, people can't stop. Well, I love my dear friend Marcia, wherever you are out yonder, but she was addicted to these things. She would, wherever she was, her fingers had to be working on that cell phone. And while I'm bored, while I'm at this, okay, but she had so much light input, so many different things. I don't think she was consciously aware of. As I think that that's what's happened to many people. They literally have been blinded by the light and have just become accustomed to it. And in a way, as my previous videos a few days ago, in the vampirism of it, they have to have the flashing lights. It's what draws them in. It's the quick motions. It's the thing. It's the what keeps them. I love you, Martha, but it's the thing. Her mind couldn't just like stop what you're doing. Well, I can do this while we're talking. We'd be out on the river. Sitting on a thing. 1 o'clock in the morning. It's dark outside. The stars are out. She goes, I see the stars. Well, turn off your phone. Well, it's okay. I got this. No, you ain't. But I- I'm not speaking ill of the dead, because I used to tell her to her face all the time. So it's like, it's okay. Well, I just quit talking about it because she had to have it, had to have it. There are certain people that play certain games. There are certain people that, have to have Facebook. There are certain people, they got to have this. And I say, whether or not you have been directly mind programmed, or are being mind controlled, the behavior that you exhibit suggest that something has happened simply because you won't put it down, and you can't stop playing it, whatever it is. If you can say, yeah, and put the phone down. Now, like my friend was here visiting, and she's a long way from home or just getting out of school. The phone's got to be on, right? Because, child says, blah, blah, okay. But at other times, does the phone have to be on? No, because child's at home and does it, everything's safe, right? Uh, Dopamines, yeah. Hey, David, how are you? It's okay. Well, I'm just proud that you all show up at all and share with each other. I really am. But so for those of us who understand these things, we need to try to be a little bit more vocal with our friends. And the flashing lights might find something that comes your way and say, there was this study done about flashing lights in the brain. Don't talk about programming. Okay. Don't talk about this or whatever. Just talk about the flashing lights, because somehow we got to get across to these people. Well, I'm not being programmed. I'm being controlled. And okay, then turn your phone off. Well, but you're not going to tell me what. Okay. They get really defensive. So, but at the same time, if we approach this, because I've been praying on this, right? So, if you want to say this is some intervention from my angelic friends, okay. But it's that, how do we help these folks? Telling them about the program and all that don't work, right? Because that's something they can't get their heads around. But they can get their heads around the statistics and epilepsy and light and what it does to the eyes and to the brain. And so we stay out of, quote, conspiracy stuff about that we're being controlled. Now, here's the thing, in asking, okay, you want me to talk about this, so give me some help here. Yep, I'm still asking. What's important is that they're laughing up there, but it's okay. I love you guys. You help me out all the time. You know, I love my spirit guides and angels and folk. They're wonderful. So, but in this, how do we approach this to folk without pissing them off, right? How do we get across to them that get, well, the programming? But here's the thing. Here's the underlying thing about this. So watching folks that have to have the flashing lights, they're, to me, it's obvious that there's an addiction there, because they have to have the stimulus. All right. So I've worked with, handicapped children and folks down through the years. But back in the 70s, there was this young black lady who would literally put her finger in the corner of her eye, and she was blind and autistic in ways and stuff. She was very difficult. Uh, and she would put her finger in her eyeball and push her eye out. I mean, literally almost pop it out of her socket, because it was a light stimulus to her. And it was creepy to watch her put her finger in her eye. And it was like, don't that hurt? And she was like, oh, poking her fingers in her eyes. And it wasn't anything demonic or anything like that. But trust me, back then I went through a bunch of stuff. And it boiled down to that it was a stimulus through the eyes, the light, because she was blind, and that it stimulated whatever it was, and she became addicted to it because she couldn't hear. So her speech was non existent other than, right? So, I mean, in a lot of ways, it was sort of like a Helen Keller moment, but with a child with a severe mental disability, not just deaf, dumb, and blind, but, So, but anyway, so understanding this for a long time, unless you see people who do those kinds of behavior, you think, well, they're just crazy. No, they're literally addicted to that light or whatever that stimulus is, that they're willing to poke their eyes out for it. So folks with phones and games and things that they just can't get away from it, I have to say to myself, that reminds me of Genezer, you know? That reminds me of Genezer, and I can't remember this other young lady, but she was a white girl, but she did the same thing. When she could get her hands up there, she had uh, uh, cerebral palsy as well. But, you know, if she could get her hand up to her eye, man, she was poking that thing. So, no artificial preservatives. Um, but anyway, so there's a lot of science about light and the brain. And so, in asking how do we help solve this, we make the light flashing lights more of an issue. All right, like whatever the cop cars and the flashing lights and stuff. Yeah, that stuff bothers me too. I mean, when I was on stage, I had to train my eyes uh, where not to look at the lights because it's very bright and it's very this, but they're not flashing. So I trained myself to be able to work in the light. And because for the last couple of years, I was doing theater, I was setting the lights. So I would set them bright enough to light up the set, but not too bright as to blind me while I was on stage. So, you know, I was in control of how bright they were and the settings. So I knew where to look. If I needed to look at the audience or out towards the audience, I knew where the lights were. I would look between them, and I trained my eyes to look for the shadows. But anyway, um, so I believe that how do we get to people about some of these things? One thing, we introduce them to the flashing lights. Now, the flashing lights, I think, is the draws them into the addiction, draws them into the behavior. Now, the behavior might be a game. The behavior might be that the eye like Genezer and these other young folk, they're old now, but that would poke their eyes for that stimuli, right? They're basically poking their eye, but they're using the cell phone or they're using a game, or now, God forbid, they got these glasses, right? So I'm like, you know, it would be fun, you know, like once a week or something like that. But there are folks who are coming in and, you know, they get home and they play the game and they're always in the game. So honestly, what the heck is it doing to their consciousness? Because they're living, to me, not you, Bob, but in that AI world. So, not Bob, but AI has flashing lights and little gizmos. Now, AI doesn't create the flashing lights. The flashing lights are created by human beings with programs and apps or whatever, right? Movies and flashes. Okay, so that's different. But what the AI does, not blaming you, Bob, is convey the message. So in the matrix that people want to agree to be a part of because of the flashing lights, and their system needs that input, right? It's got to poke your finger and you think you got to do, and people will argue with you that it's not true, that they're not addicted, and you got to just say, okay, hey Isby, how are you? uh, but anyway, there's more flashing lights going on than used to be. Some people are getting fed up with it and they don't know why. It's like, well, I just don't want to watch that. Well, I'm tired of that. Or that's a good thing. That's a absolutely great thing, right? And you know, I admit I watch too much television and things because I'm bored. But I'm also, for me, I'm on a quest to look for the hidden messages. So there are times when I just want to watch a movie without looking for anything. But here recently, they've kind of been leading me into different areas, and they say, okay, watch this. Do I have to? Yeah. Well, then after a while, I kind of get why they were like pushed me in this direction. So, but there are messages and things going on and flashing lights and certain patterns. And it's like, oh, I see the difference now. Now I know why you put me on this thing, right? And I'll talk about it at another time, but it is programming in a way, and it has to do with anime. Not all anime is good, not all anime is bad, but there's some really kinky weirdness going on with some of this anime. Another discussion for another time. But it is related to the programming and the subtleties and the things that are happening within our brain. And depending on, because it's anime, it's a cartoon, kids are watching it and they're not really paying attention. And I ain't gonna go into it, but there's some, behaviors and things that are in the anime. So I'm wondering, is any of this, kids are watching it now. Okay, I watched Tom and Jerry. All right. The mouse and the cat. They beat each other to death. Should they've been blown up, run over, smashed, had anvils drop on them, safes, pianos. They all made it, right? Do I think that, as growing up as a child, that any of that behavior between these, two characters was in any way that we were going to go out and drop a piano on somebody? There was the odd brick and things back in the day when we were playing war and stuff, but to the point though, it's like we didn't learn the behavior to go around dropping pianos on people or whatever. But some of these games now are so real. It ain't a Tom and Jerry, you know? So, and it's subliminal, it's in the brain. And you're acting it out with the glasses, the shoot 'em up games and the stuff like that. Oh, look at, you get online and everybody goes out together and shoots up something. Okay. Okay. So here's this, and no offense, there's a skinny little kid with glasses, at the house, but he's really good at gung ho, but he would, never make a soldier in real life. But, and I don't mean this badly, but honestly, he would wuss out, right? But in this game, he has become a warrior, all right? And in truth, in the game, he is a warrior. So I question, bright lights and flashing. You got to go into the game. You got to go play it. That isn't that an addiction? Well, if there were people who were drinking too much and being drunk and slovenly and all that, you'd want to jump in there and say, um, intervention, taking too many pills, intervention, too much this, intervention. Well, what about too much gaming? Oh, no, gaming is a big deal. Oh, people make money at games and this and that. Okay, so, but you're trying to tell me it's okay to do this behavior for everybody and all the time. And it's like, they have these drone races I think are really cool, but these people are like droning all the time, it's like, oh, but we're making money. There are gamers, they do it all the time, but they're always in the game too. So it's becoming more of an acceptable behavior socially to be, guess what, in the game. Now, in the game to us, when I was growing up, it meant we were playing softball or basketball or football, or we were in the game physically. Now, to be in the game means to be submerged in some kind of flashing lights and things and stuff and whatever the story is about. So whatever the story is, or whatever the shoot 'em up or the magic, the spells, whatever it is, all right, you are following the master who wrote the story. That's just fact. Now, does it mean that everybody that wrote a story about a something and there are witches and goblins in it or whatever, did they have an evil purpose in doing it? Maybe. And that's all I'm going to say. Maybe. Do I think that every time? No, because there are times I have stories of witches and goblins and stuff, and it ain't nothing more than just a story, period, right? There's nothing tied to it. There may be some kind of moral to the story, but as far as there being any, the devil was talking to me and told me to say this, and everybody close your eyes because the devil's gonna come and eat you alive. No, it ain't nothing like that, right? So, but at the same time, if you've got characters that are contrary and against each other, the protagonist and so forth, you got to have a bad guy. So, as much as in stories, some of the things I've seen and watched and whatever, some of these bad guys are like really bad. I mean, I don't know if I could have thought up some of the stuff, that some of these people have dreamed up in some of these stories and things. So, but anyway, and I mean, in the gamings and just, I mean, I'm serious, like, whoa. So people are just taking this in stride is that this is normal. Okay. But in their subconscious, there's all these stories, there's all the emotions, there is this 3D voice in your head that it's really in your head, not just a flashing light from a cell phone. It's in your head talking to you. And there are subliminal noises and voices and things. Oh, it doesn't really exist. Do your homework, right? Who would Batman be without the Joker? Exactly. And some of the nefarious things that the Joker did, for example, or any of them, the Penguin, whack, 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 whack. But I love that Danny DeVito, when he played the Penguin in the movie, they said he walked around in that costume for like hours, just acting like a penguin. And I almost feel, as an actor myself, I can almost feel what he was doing, when he was off camera or whatever, and he would stay in costume and walk around as the penguin. And he was having a ball playing this evil dude, right? But he had to get into, because Danny DeVito is, if you look at these other movies and stuff, he's not that kind of person, right? Is a joke and a comic and everything. So as a person, having had to do some dark characters myself, as a person, you really don't want to go there, but you do. You have to find a part of your psyche that goes down a road you really don't like because you're playing this character. So I thought that his penguin and what he went through, and knowing, not personally, but seeing the type of person that Danny DeVito is, and outgoing and all this kind of stuff, he's playing this nefarious penguin character. But anyway, so my hat's off to Danny DeVito for that. But also understanding it was so out of character for him. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he played the Iceman or whatever, but he played the Terminator. He played the bad guy. It was harder for me to accept Arnold as the good guy. You know what I mean? It was just what. But anyway, um, but in real life, though, people are playing these games, and to them, it is a real thing. The feeling they get, the empathy, the emotion, I made 3 kills today or whatever, or a goblin jumped out of the bushes and I seared him with this, scorching spell that I picked up from an elf down the road. But anyway, but to the point though, I think game playing's good. I do. When we were in Ohio, we played this board game with brothers and sisters. Oh my God, we had a ball, and it was my sister Lynn's dream that brothers and sisters would get around and play this game. So it's not that I'm against these things. What I'm against is the fact that people aren't aware of their addiction to them. People who play poker all the time. Don't tell me they ain't got a problem. Well, but he's a gambler and he's a this. Okay, but he's addicted, or she is, or whatever. Now they have online gambling. Now there's online poker. My last wife was addicted to online poker and stuff like that. And she was a nutty bird. Okay. That's being way, way nice, right? But the addiction was there, and the flashing lights, and it's almost 5:20. 420 in the middle section of the United States and somewhere else. So I still have some, yeah, David, moderation and actors on the stage of our own becoming. Yes. And, listening to Jethro Tull all them years ago, but skating away on the thin ice of a new day. Um, and it feels like you're the only person sitting in the audience. You know, it's the idea that you feel that you're the only one in the passion play of life. You're the only one that is affected by this. One of the reasons that I started doing some of these videos was, to talk about, the fact that there are those of us who've had issues with the church and priests and stuff like that. That was one of my motivations, was not necessarily come out of the closet, because I've been talking about it for a long time. Hey, Betty, it was good to talk to you today. Yeah, you just stay busy. It's good. Um, but in this understanding, it's like, so I'm going to talk about these things that are really painful to, to remember and talk about. And, early on, I've got very emotional. Now I can talk about these things, and it just kind of rolls out. But that's how I've learned in my lifetime to take those painful things. And I haven't talked about too much about this before lately, but I have talked about it before, in that we have to become the um, the observer in some of these things, so that we keep the emotions out of it and we just tell the events without the emotions coming into us. And it still happens to me on occasions. There are still things that come up, and but it ain't nowhere near like it used to be for me in the older days, where everything bothered me, right? So we can control it. We can learn to deal with it. We can learn to keep our emotions in check. We can, learn what the triggers are that spur, spurns us on, and in a particular direction with our mind thought. Yeah, 520 here. So I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying, share if you got it. So some of the things, and I'm still on topic with this. Hey, I Station Z. Well, thank you, Zed. And I hope to, I just hope to do the best job possible, in talking with friends over the last couple of days in person. It's like I, I'm very humbled by this, I mean, I had visits from three very conscious ladies and spiritual and so forth, and kicked me into doing this. And the fact that I'm still learning to stay in touch with my spirit guides and my angel friends and folks. And that, at first, it's like, why are you doing this? Well, it's not because I want to be famous or rich or anything like that. You know me, it ain't like that. But it is about having conversations with people, and about opening up our mental processes, and let's look around. But I'm very humbled. And I think back on, those of you who knew who Brian was, or actually still is, but, Brian Barnett, that, I've talked about this before. All we really wanted was to be able to share with people, so other people would grow however they needed to grow, right? And the fact that, with wonderful comments like you, Zed, and other people, um, that it's like, wow, he made a difference, and I'm still making a difference. We made a difference in a lot of ways. We, speaking about Brian, we're still making a difference. And there are times when I'm like, I know I'm just yammering on about shit, but sometimes it's just because I just need to be here for other folks to come in and have a place to go. And it's sort of like a community, hey, let's all just get together. And I know I got a subject for the day or whatever, That's just the way I am in my thinking, although, I can get off track in a hurry. But the idea that it's a place for y'all to share and to come and talk between you. And many of you were friends before you got here, and some of you got here and then became friends. So that's just wonderful. I couldn't have, I never asked for anything with this, just to do this. And then I've met all you wonderful people, literally from around the world. And it's such a blessing to me, to know you all, even though, as someone said, I know you real well, but you don't know me at all. And that's true. When Barry and I first met on the phone, I don't know I didn't know who he was. I had a feeling, and then we chatted on the phone and oftentimes chat. And, there is a brotherhood, a camaraderie there, like we've known each other in the past, right? There's so many similarities we have together. So there is a brotherhood there. And like with me and Teresa, for example, there's a brother sisterhood there, there's something there. And the other people that I've talked with, Isby, we've had chats too. So having met you verbally on the phone and having conversation, though I don't have to just read what you type kind of thing, that's so wonderful to me because I get to meet the real you, maybe not in quote person, but I do, and that connection reassures me that holy crap, in a lot of ways, and not to pat myself on the back, but I'm so glad I am here because you get, for what your comments are, that you get the benefit of my conversations, topics, what I get the benefit of knowing you. I get the benefit of, knowing someone in some other place, and that we can chat and somehow we become friends. That is just like, to me, it, for all the things in the world I did not expect, because I had to do this without expectation. And that's difficult to do. Because somewhere in you, you're hoping, because if you don't have a little bit of hope, but the visitor from Mother Mary and Sister Helene and Sister Teresa, just, they said, you have to have faith, Dave. Hawkeye, you must have faith. You must do this with open heart and open, and it'll be there. The people that need to hear will come, and, and like, okay, so, okay, here we are, right? So I'm still proud to be here, still proud to be alive after 69 years. This is going to be a running joke. Y'all have to just put up with me. I'm sorry, but right now it just tickles the crap out of me. But so what's so fucking funny about that shit? But anyway, uh, the idea though that as a collective, as an energy, when I first started doing this, I looked at the world and saw everybody. Nobody was paying attention to anybody about anything, nothing. It was just so much BS, right? Nowhere to go, nobody to talk to, nobody to hang out with. And then Brian and I started, and things have, progressed over the years, and here we are, right? And I'm just grateful, thankful, and humbled to still be here, right? So, but the angel message in all of this is, for whatever reason we have been drawn together, we're able to share what we know somehow. Not necessarily my philosophy or anything. My philosophy is to be truthful and honest and open to all kinds of stuff, right? Um, and to, not be directed by any kind of dogma from the outside. Nut has wide words. Kimosabi. Absolutely, she did. If you'd have known Sister Helene, and I've thought about it over the years, and like, she was this little short, in her face, and, she was real stern, and she wasn't real friendly to the students in class. And, and then after I graduated, I met her, and she was this wonderful woman underneath that look, that little, face that stuck out of her habit, right? What a wonderful and funny, oh my God, and she loved puns, and so one of the first ones that kind of broke the ice was, so David, do you have a car? And I was I said, I've been, walking and, I put my thumb like up like this. And she looked at me and she goes, so thumb right and thumb don't, right? And I went, what? And I busted out laughing. So here was this nun that taught me, drafting skills and drawing and perspective and all these kinds of things as a skill. And then she told me why she was hard on my ass because she said, you were the only one in class that had talent. And I was like, what? And I was like, why did you always pick on me? She goes, because nobody, but and I've used that talent over the years, became a CAD dryer and all that. But yeah, like Nunya. Um, but yeah, she said, thumb right and thumb don't. And here was, I melted. That little pun right there, of course, it stuck with me all these years from 1970, right? I can almost quote the date, but it was in July. It was on a sultry day in July, but that is true. It was a sultry day in July. But the fact that she, by that simple little joke, it showed me, oh my God, there's somebody else in there besides this nun. Of course, I'd already graduated, so it didn't matter. Blah, blah. I was no longer a student, and we became good friends. And just there's so much I'm so grateful and thankful for from Sister Helene. Her basic methodology of thinking, it's of looking at a problem. And but all the things that we discussed about the Vatican and the church and all this other stuff, oh my God. No, don't become a priest, David, because Jesus was a Buddhist. What? Yeah. That was a shocker, having just graduated Tampa Catholic High School. Like, what? Anyway, yeah, if you want to learn about Jesus, she said, study Buddhism. So right out of the gate, So where a lot of folks are just starting to get, in tune with some of this stuff. Not only was a Catholic nun who'd been to the Vatican and experienced many things, gave me this information for me to, chew over all these years, right? To mull over and to null over. It's the null set. It's the empty set. It exists, but without a value. How about that? That's interesting right there. But in this understanding of the world and the flashing lights and stuff, I think we need to be kind to one another. We should always be kind, but we need to be kind to our brothers and sisters, our aunts and uncles, or whoever the hell it is, and just start somehow introducing, especially those who are like really addicted, to like at least understand. Send them a link about, bright lights in the brain. If you can't talk to them, then just send them a link. Send them something. Send them something where, somebody's sitting on a bed or something like they're, thank God I wasn't like this. But there are some narcoleptics that will laugh so hard they just go to sleep, right? That it's hilarious to watch, but it sucks when it happens to you. Okay, I'm just saying. But oh yeah, there's this person laughing, ha 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 ha, punk, and they're out cold. Well, what's so funny about that? Certainly not to the person that it happens to, and having dealt with narcolepsy in various shapes, forms, and whatever over the years, and then grand mal seizures. I'm like, been down that road. So if someone doesn't understand, then our screaming, hollering, or bickering at them about their game playing or they're this or they're that, that's picking on them, right? So, in my asking the universe, how do we get to these folks? We come at them from the side, right? We use the light and the subject of the light as our basis for what we wish to discuss because technically that is it. It's the light that starts whatever the behavior or makes the behavior addictive or something like that. So, but telling them, hey, you're playing the game too much just ain't working, right? But it is a problem. And it's going to become more of a problem. Why? Because it's becoming socially acceptable. That's why. So we gamers and all this other kind of stuff and all, we need to look to the future. Not so much, but some of these movies are telling us what's going to happen, right? And what's actually kind of sort of transpiring, because there's some people that live in these virtual worlds don't ever come out and really play, you know. Uh, there's always going to be gamblers. There's always going to be people who are addicted to gambling, scratch offs. Oh my God. You know, the people that I know who are addicted to scratch off tickets. But now you can do poker online. You can put money in a thing, and you can, and you know, and it's like you, so you can bet your hard-earned money without going to Las Vegas. And the spinning lights and the whole thing. Having been to Las Vegas and seen the glittery and the lights and the stuff, I could see where that could become addicting. But at the same time, after a couple of days, I was ready to get the hell out of there and come home. Okay to visit, but I would not want to live there, right? So I've had my own share of addictions, as some of us, and I won't say many of us have, but you know, that some of us have had and dealt with over our years at whatever periods of time in our life that it's happened or may have happened. Uh, that somewhere along the line we said, that's enough. You know, like I just said, you know, I don't want to do cocaine anymore. You know, I don't want to be drunk and wake up in the next morning with a headache and be sick for 2 days. It's alcohol poisoning or whatever it is. It was the universe trying to tell me no. And I kept trying, just small amounts. No, I'd get sick over this much beer in the bottom of a glass. No, the answer was very simple. No, Dave, you can't do this. And I kept trying to break the rules, you know, and I kept getting headaches and, you know, and being sick. And, you know, but the thing is, you know, I look back and I go, man, what an idiot I was. I was bound to determine because I like the taste of beer, not the getting drunk part. But with the medicines and stuff and my mental condition, I'd had a head injury around this time and was coming out and had a mild personality change, and then there's all this other stuff. Had lost my job. I mean, just a bunch of stuff. Divorced, lost my job. Just all these things happened at one time, and so I went a little crazy. You know, not bad, but a little. Um, but in trying to, you know, I just wanted to be able to go drink a beer, and that just wasn't happening. But the change of personality was that as much as I like beer, I even tried near beer, it didn't work. So it's like, well, never mind. This is just one thing, Dave. If you're going to be Hawkeye, you know, which was where I was at in the transition of Dave to Hawkeye, more Hawkeye. In that we just don't need this. Now I've had sips of liquor. I got a bottle of Jack Daniels right there over my head, and I can have it anytime I want to, but I choose not to. I got a little bottle of Gilby, not Gilby, but Boodle's gin, and it's a real sweet gin, you know. And there's medicinal purposes with gin, but you know, I've had and just taken a shot glass and poured a shot in it and just downed it just for the taste of it. And but as far as drinking and wanting to, you know, I haven't had a beer in years. Um, but I also learned too that when I made my own wine here at the house, old hippie wine, that I didn't get headaches because everything was natural. I didn't use any preservatives or anything like that. They've got little kits. If you make wine, you put this stuff in it. No, I made it. It was just grapes or fruit and sugar and yeast, period. That was it. But I realized, though, in my life's journey, the alcohol just can't be there. It just simply can't be this whatever next part of the journey that I'm on. It just can't be there. And I know some other people with whatever that, but some of them it's drinking, to some of them it's overeating. One of my dear friends, don't want to say too much, but they need to lose 50 pounds. And I mean, and they'll still be overweight, but they need to lose 50 pounds because they're pushing, you know, 260, 270, 200 pounds is a lot, especially for a shorter statured person than I am, right? Because I was 250 pounds. I know what it's like. And, at an old age in your 60s, you don't need to be overweight. You need to learn how to trim down. You need to be able to keep walking. You need to stay active, all these things I talk about. But so many people have tried to give up, and it's like, please don't give up. Well, why am I still living? Well, because apparently you still have a purpose. Well, what is my purpose? Maybe it's to have an adventure. Maybe it's to learn not to be depressed. Maybe it's to learn how do you think this is the end of the world. Maybe you just need to learn a different modus operandi of thought because through flashing lights, through movies, through television, through radio, and even through some music with hip hop music and the boom chaka laka laka, the droning and the nigga, the dum, the dum, you know, there's stuff in there that is like has just become normal. But you look at the people who are using these types of music, prolonged. I want to say prolonged music like this. It was back in the day of punk and metalheads and that. There's only so much screaming and killing and death and rah, rah, you know what I mean? That's just nutty. So, but there are some people who don't leave it. They have to have that mindset, and it's like, okay, go visit it once in a while, but to live in it. So, this new age, we're being influenced by society itself, but when we're getting flashed with lights at the same time, not necessarily with one being synchronicity with sync, syncretic with the other, but you're learning something, listening to something, but the lights are flashing for another reason, right? But it embeds those thoughts deep within our subconscious. And many of us have too many issues with our subconscious now. So, hey, why not just take a look at this and say, we love you, you're our friends, and start looking into flashing lights and behavior. Just saying. Because telling them they're playing the games too much hasn't worked, ain't gonna work. And it may be too late by the time, uh, if they ever do really wake up to things. So, my dear friends, I'm going to quit this here. It's an hour and 22 minutes. I'm if I'm going to run long from now on, I'm just going to stop the video and then come back on. I'll go get coffee and say, anybody want to still hang out? Meet me back here at 10. I love you too. I love all of you. If I've not spoken to you on the phone, I still feel like I know you. And I love you for the energy that you put out. I love you for the simple fact that you're here and you're willing to think about things. I'm here to just bring shit up and say, hey, think about this. But, like for me, I don't, whether you think we're being mind controlled or not, okay, let's leave that part out of this. But we are absolutely being affected by the different lights and the different wavelengths, the different, flashes. We are absolutely being affected by that. And people should just simply be aware of it. Well, I don't think I'm being mindful. Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue with that. But can we have the discussion very simply and very basically, very scientifically about the flashing lights? That I think we could achieve. And if we bring that into people's awareness more, not about, well, Facebook does this and it's changing it. Let's not go any, it ain't about none of that. Let's stick with the basics, okay? Which is like what Sister Helene taught me all those years ago. Go back to the basics and start there and look at the base point. And that you're all up here, well, this happened, and now let's get rid of all the flutter, clutter, and otherwise tutter. That's a new one, right? But that you get down to the base and then you start looking at what happened, right? Basic information, keep your emotions out of it, but it is a serious subject that we should speak about. It's as bad as cancer. Sometimes I think that certain wavelengths that people stay involved with actually affect their health. There's science in that. So, should we bring it up? Yes, but we should bring it up lovingly. We should send somebody a link or a picture or a something or an article. And, just don't even ask them if they got it or if they read it. Just send it to them in hopes that that the universe will kind of help it along, especially if you send it to somebody that's got like half a chance. But I think everybody's got a chance. And speaking with people recently, there are folks that are like, are we ever going to, evil? We're going to conquer evil. And I got to answer this truthfully. The answer is no. What? Now, am I praying against evil and weird and mean and bad and nasties all the time? You betcha. But in reality, there has to be the yin and yang. Now, how bad is the evil? I think, okay, there's somebody that, in school or whatever that comes by and punches you in the arm. Okay, that's not necessarily good. But he didn't pull out a knife and stab you or he shove a pencil in your eye. That's more evil. Okay, so they're in the world, in the universe, there's light and darkness. There will always be that other side of folks. But as the old native legends talk about, ooh, it's a 444. That's a good number. So let's have a but we have to understand though that right now it seems like evil's controlling too much. So people say we're going to get rid of all of it. We have to be honest and go, no, we ain't. Can we get rid of most of the influence? And there's going to be pockets of evil over here and there? Probably. But are we ever going to honestly, theoretically, in the universe, ever going to get rid of evil? And the answer is no, we're not. Because there's the good and there's the bad. There's the light, there's the dark, there's a yin, there's a yang. Do I like it? Do I appreciate it? No, but after all these years of like, we're going to get rid of the evil, we're going to stop the evil. Well, we can stop the evil from happening to other people, but is it going to keep the people who are evil from being evil? No. Like the Vlash and the Mater. These are like dragon folks, and they, um, you can't argue with an alligator. You can't compromise with an alligator. No, and that doesn't necessarily mean reptilian. I'm talking about that an alligator is thinking about eating and surviving and and being king of his area. So there isn't this issue of, hey, Mr. Gator, let's sit down and have a discussion about this, right? Territorial waters. No, they're going to freaking fight it out, even between themselves. So this idea that somehow there are beings in the universe like an alligator or whatever, in that there's no reasoning with them because they're not built that way. It's not because they in and of themselves are evil. Alligators ain't evil, but when they eat your dog or chew off a leg or, well, now they're bad and wicked, mean and bad, nasty. No, they're alligators. That's all. So are we going to get rid of all the alligators? Way back when they damn near demolished all the gators. And now there's too many of them again, but that's okay. Gator tail tastes good. And there are hunters that hunt them and do and so forth. And I got to say, it's done. They do it in as humanely as you can do it. And what I mean by that is they use a gator stick. They'll close the mouth and put this. There's a like a shotgun shell at the end of a piece of a steel rod, and when you jam it hard enough down, it goes off, and it boom, they're dead. So it's not like they are cruel to the animals. Some would say, but you killed it. Yeah, it's a 14-foot gator that just ate the neighbor's dog and is coming up into the yard. There are children in the neighborhood. I think that one's got to go. Sorry, try to relocate them. There's not enough places, but to the point. There's the taunting them and the thingy and and the killer. No, if you got to go, it's a straight bullet to the head. That's it. Okay. Well, that's as humane as you're going to get, right? Hey, Richard. Hey, AFI. Told kiddos the mouse was just breakfast burrito instead of kitty killed a mouse. Oh, I got you. Hey, Richard. Doing pretty good. Thank you, Richard. You know, I'm in certain ways that I know you all been following me for a while, and I have crossed over a particular hurdle that for some reason was blocking me, and that is I finally bought a new radiator. It's at the store now. A friend of mine was supposed to take me there today, but he didn't show up. So tomorrow I will go into town. But and rather than trying to fix my radiator and try to do all these things, I bought some new parts and I'm putting them on my truck. So my issue of not being able to go anywhere in my truck, I'm working on it. That's progress, right? So for all y'all that think that there is no hope, yeah, there is. Sometimes we have to work a little overtime ourselves to get over whatever the hurdle or the hump is. But, if you try, now for me, I haven't been able to figure it out. I've been spent more time trying to figure it out than actually doing it, which is one of the things that said, this is just stupid, Dave. But, my brain's been rattled a pretty good bit. So I'm relearning these things, but they're things that are already new. So, but for those of us who, feel like we're in old timers disease and, our thoughts aren't quite right, or I can't remember the name of someone, or, maybe I smoked a little bit too much of this, and which I'm going to hit it again. But I was addicted to gaming at one time. Cheers. I was addicted to gaming at one time. I was addicted to alcohol. I was addicted to cocaine. I was addicted to my list is too long. So, but here's the point I understand about addiction. And yeah, there's some things that I'm still addicted to. My cigarettes, there are times I pick one up and I go to light it and I go, nah, put it down. And then the other day I was doing something and I looked in the ashtray and there were like 6 cigarettes in there. And I was like, when the hell did I smoke them? But I was doing some research and I just lit a cigarette and was sitting here. A lot of it burnt down because I'd put it down in the ashtray. And out of a whole cigarette, I was getting like maybe 5 or 6 good puffs. So, but in that though, if we would, number one, we got to be honest with ourselves, right? We have to be honest that our behavior is a little weird somewhere. Well, I'm watching too much TV, or I'm watching too much this, or maybe I'm listening to, or maybe I can't put my phone down, or maybe I'm smoking too much, maybe I'm eating too much, maybe I'm eating the wrong stuff, maybe whatever it might be the behavior wise. But some folks don't even realize that's one of the interesting things about this cell phone gaming thing that I've watched over the last 20 years is that people aren't even aware that their behavior has changed or that their behavior is kind of sort of slightly abnormal. Well, other people do it, but yeah, for you as a human being, I mean, honestly, don't you think it's a little strange that you spend 60 hours a week gaming? Well, I don't find that, dear. It's what I like to do. But 60 hours of it a week, and some folks are even over that, right? But I mean, to the point of like, they're even at work playing a game. They just can't stop. So, but I know there are dopamines and things and other kind of means and other things in the brain that will trigger certain reactions in different people. So it's like for me, um, I don't know, a flashing light might trigger a headache or a response where it won't to somebody else. Somebody else, though, they're I'm think my brain is looking at how people have their phone in their hands like this, and they're doing stuff and they're playing this game and they're looking up and down and watching the thingy, and it's the um, it's the interaction of the game, but they can't seem to stop. Their thumbs are going nuts, right? They're barely even looking at the screen to play it. The brain is sort of memorized. It has the actions, so they don't have to. For me, I have to go. Oh, is it left button, right button? Is it this up or down? So, but these other people, well, it's just you just do it like this, and your fingers are fumbling around. I go, I don't know what the hell they're doing, right? I mean, they can text faster than I can talk. Like what? And you know, so, but at the same time, they can't string thoughts together because there are emojis. I love y'all's emojis, by the way. Don't get me wrong, but there are some people that speak only in emoji. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what? So now there's a whole quote new language of emoji. Are you kidding me? Nope. There are donkeys, or this, there are clapping hands, there are whatever those purple things are. They look like eggplant. I'm not sure. See, some of this stuff I'm like, what? Now y'all know, like you got your favorite emojis and stuff, but I've tried the emoji thing over the years, and it's like it takes me longer to find the emoji that I want, and by the time I get it posted, whatever we were discussing, it's not relative anymore. I'm like, well, screw this. But I know y'all love them, and it's not against the emoji, but I'm saying, see the difference? Like LOL, laugh out loud, laugh my ass off, LMOA. If somebody in the future sees LMOA, they're going to go, there we're going to be laughing our ass off in space looking down. I'm going, wait till they try to figure that one out. LOL. In my humble opinion, I am OP, right? So, but to the thing there, this has become shorthand. Now there's been a shorthand language for a long time. I mean, it took it in high school and stuff. Real honest to God shorthand. So, but now, as the computer age has come out, we've come out with new computer lingo in the last 20 years, LOL, and all these other things. And then all these other things that have now become socially acceptable. And if you say LOL to somebody, everybody knows now, mostly. There are some folks that are going to go, what's he talking about? But mostly because it has become a part of society now, like some of these other things, the flashing lights. Now, here's one of these things: there's new voice thingy, whatever, and they're coming out in their avatars. Now, has anybody really stopped to think about what this new program means? That in the audience out there is this 3D object that you can see, this avatar with the person backstage. Do you get this? There are pictures of the Pope, okay? They open up the windows of the Vatican there, and he steps up into view, and he steps up on whatever platform thingy to get him high enough in the window. And that he waves and he gives his blessing, and he turns around, and you see him step off, his back's turned, you see him step off of the platform, and within 2 frames he doesn't disappear out of sight, he simply disappears. It just quits. So when we see people, and now this is all Star Trek future stuff and everything, but let's think about what they're showing us in real life as a flipping game show, that they can do a 3D hologram in front of you, and you think it's the purpose. Eggplants. Okay, are they really beautiful? Are they really eggplants? Okay, eggplant is not one of them things that I have ever really liked. Now, I have cut them up and used them in spaghetti sauces and stuff, but egg Vlash Tech, thank you, Richard. But here's the thing. I went to Disney World in Orlando way back when it first opened. I've talked about this because I'd graduated high school. They were hiring, and we all went over there. And me and a friend of mine went over there. There were other folks that drove in their own cars, but they had special days back then, hiring folks to work at Disney World. And um, we got a chance to go in before Space Mountain was done. A lot of things were having issues. Like I talked about the other night, we got stuck in It's a Small World for about 30 minutes. And it was like, we're about, everybody was about to puke, with It's a Small World after all. But then later on, it just became funny, but it was like, could you go crazy if somebody just put you in a room with one song that just continued on and on and on? It's a Small World will do it. But anyway, um, so the haunted house, which I assume is still one of the attractions at Disney World, the last time I was there many moons ago, it was still there. But when you go through the ride and you're riding on the cart and you look down, and for those of you who've been there, there's a table set and there are ghosts in the room, right? And when you look at yourself in the mirror, there looks like there's a ghost sitting in the car with you, right? Now that's old technology, but it's technology they knew in 1970 and 1971. Okay. It's technology that has been here for a long time, holographic projections. They are just now starting to show us from the 1970s now, 50 years kind of thing, that, oh, look what we can do in front of an audience. When Walt Disney was doing it, not so much, but you could still see the ghost. And they were, because of these different camera projections, these ghosts flew around the room, they sat at the table and all, for those of you who've been in the haunted house thingy at one of the Disney thingies. But anyway, so it's not new tech, but it is a new way of showing it to us, right? And with all the new computing power that we have, all the faster computer chips, where this was not, we were not capable of doing this before because of processing power within computers. As a person who did AutoCAD and 3D rendering, if you didn't have a state of the art fast chip, it was going to take you forever to do this 3D modeling because of all the memory it takes to move the thing and all the parts and stuff. So, memory head was a big deal. You could have a good motherboard and all this other stuff, but if your processor was slow, forget about it. So, with this being shown, this technology is only possible because of the microchip and the faster computing power we have, quite frankly. Because it takes so much memory and processing. But to the point, though, they have had it for a long time. They can project holograms like Area 51 and places like that. There are certain pilots and folks who've discussed it over the years where, if you were to fly over this mountain range, you'd swear that was a mountain. When actually, just like in Star Trek on one of the episodes, they had this observation platform, that was being shielded to make it look like a mountain. And it broke down, and Spock and the natives saw it. There was a big thing. Anyway, that we have that technology and have had it for quite some times so that they can hide stuff in plain sight. So you go, well, Dave, well, that's all science fiction, but it may have started out that. But isn't this game showing you that they've had this technology and that how they did? Interesting. They decided to present it to the public in the form of a game where, no offense to the large lady, but they find this very talented, not saying, but she's slightly overweight. She's a big girl, not an issue, not saying, hey, Robert V. But here she is, where because of her physical appearance, and she's aware of it, that nobody would hear her sing. But as an avatar, so she's a little chunky, and she nobody would hire her to sing, but they'll hire her avatar. You know what I mean? Because people, they, oh, if she's not perfectly, this, you know what I mean? So it's like, and no offense to the girl or anything like that. I'm not trying to be rude, but she's not this lithe little, perfect little thing to walk out on stage, right? No, she knows that. She's aware of it. That's why she's there, right? So all this is kind of like pre-planned in that, okay, I can understand it. You want to play this character, and here's this opportunity to do so. Absolutely, I would jump at it just for the hell of it, right? As an actor and a performer, right? Just for the fun. I don't want any money or kudos. I just want to try it. So, but there, think about this scientifically. They have dumped this 3D thingy to the public in the form of a game. Cats are out there doing something, ain't they? I know. What are they doing out there? I'll let you out in a minute. But anyway, so in my Watchmen things, you have to just go. Now it's really cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to put it down or the lady or people who are in this. That's not my point. It's the technology and how they are presenting it to the public. Here is this futuristic software, computers, digital mastering, and things, and they put it in a game as how they introduce it as a game. Okay, game. Keep that in mind, right? Because as everything is a game, everything is a contestant. Everyone is we are either the audience or you're the participant. And now you can wear these goggles. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be interesting how things progress. But here I go again. But in my last 69 years, my grandma grew up and they had biplanes, and then they had airplanes. And but of course she was born around the for right after the First World War. So but then she went through the Second World War and saw the changes and lived through the depression and lived through the war and made it to the other side. And her mother was German, grossmother. And so she had this tie. And but as we didn't know all these things, but I look back and think, wow, Granny really lived through a bunch of stuff, socially and the world and things like that. And as I look back on life, I go, wow. Well, but so I was alive during the Korean War, and then of course the Vietnam War, and then all the I was around during the civil rights marches and things, and in Tampa and different places, and down here in the South, and it was so different. I talked about the race thing before, but in this awareness of stuff, since then, in the last 50 years, there have been so many changes socially and otherwise, a lot having to do with, in the last 20 years, especially, with not trying to degrade it or nothing. We love you, Bob. But the internet, the social highway, the thingies, the 5G, all this stuff, the phones, and however you want to say it, one way or the other, you're being manipulated. Now, why do I say that? Well, in the old days, the joke with the girl was, do you have a dime to call home? Because it costs a dime at a telephone booth. You can't find a telephone booth anymore because I don't have a cell phone. I drive around and try to be normal, but if something happened and I wanted to call somebody, there are no public phones anymore that I can go put a dime or a dollar or whatever. There are no public phones anymore. And they used to be on the streets. They used to, if there was a gas station, there was a phone booth somewhere. So where are all the phone booths? They're all gone. So they've taken that away from us, a way to communicate with a wire. You see what I'm saying? So, and if the towers ever go down or whatever, you're screwed, right? Because in the old days, you could at least pick up and use the phone because it was a landline. That my phone is landline, right? Although my phone at the house is a radio phone that I walk around, but it is a landline in. It's not a cell phone. So, but I'm still at the mercy of electricity because when electricity goes out, so does this phone because it's a radio, right? But I do have an old phone that, sure enough, is the old style, deep, 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 you know, corded phone. So, but where does all this fit into our lives? We just need to be aware of it. The folks who are, I think they are asleep in a lot of ways. Uh, hey, Travis, did I say hi to you? Robert V, how are you? I have a phone booth in my garage just for looks. I got you, Robert. My GP, Jim, they live the real grapes of wrath. Boy, you know that. Well, and a lot of people, I've talked about this before, but folks forget about what happened in Oklahoma and Kansas and the West out there during the Dust Bowl, and the people and that died and were died of hunger and the things and stuff, and you know, just look up the Dust Bowl. And it happened right here in America. There was all this migration and all this stuff. And back in the days of Woody Guthrie, this land is your land, this land is my land, from the California to the New York Island, from the Gulf Stream waters to the Redwood Forest. This land is made for you and me. You know, Woody Guthrie. So, but it goes back to the days of the Dust Bowl and the times of the Great Depression and that. But folks just nowadays just really don't know how bad it's been here just in America in our 200 years of being here. So, um, and for me, life has always been. I've always looked at the pioneers. I'm a techie in that I like to see the new stuff and progress and things and new machines. I'm all about cool machines and stuff. Okay, but then at the same time, sometimes we're just reinventing something that was invented over 100 years ago. There are some of these inventions and things. When I was at the Wright Air Force Museum up there in Dayton, when I was there, and seeing these engines that were built back in 1904 and 5 and some of in late 1800s, the machining and the polishing and how they did it. I'm like, number one, you have to have a machine that's good enough to make a part that is that good. And folks go, what do you mean? Well, there's a piece of metal. Okay, but you want it to do this. So you want it to look like this. So how do you get it to look like that? Well, I don't know. Well, you have to have a machine to do it. So first they had to create the machine to make the parts. So they didn't just make the parts because they needed a machine to do it. So it's like the technology background and stuff. We have, there have been things that we have forgotten over the years because of new technology. Well, if a CNC machine ever breaks down and it can't go in its different actual, dimensions. I remember working in a machine shop several years ago and the CNC went down that we needed to make a part. Well, they had an old regular kind of milling machine that you did by hand. Now it had a digital readout on it, but that's not hard to do. But it's still got your gauges. You could still check your gauge to what was on the machine, the calibrated dials, and also oh man, I can think of it, see it picture in my head. a lathe, a metal lathe, big old hunky, heavy as crap cast iron metal lathe. And the old machinist went over there and put his stock in there, and he did what he needed to do. And he turned the piece of metal down. And he went over here on the milling machine, and he did what he needed to do. And it was, and everything. And he had the part done. Where while the other guy to fix the CNC machine because it was down and couldn't make parts. So it's like, so the computer broke down, and so you've got this, $200,000 machine sitting there that can't do anything because the computer won't work. Well, that means the operator's sitting there doing nothing because it's all computerized. So that machine ain't worth a crap if its directions go down right. So in some instances, there are some people who are still using the old machinery. Yeah, I've worked tool and die for a long time, and I've worked with some folks. It was amazing some of the things they did with stamping stuff out. And I still love it today. It's like people say, well, this was done this way or something. I go, no. And I can show them tool marks on things. And like, well, you see this right there? That's a separation. That was called. You see this right here? Yeah, well, that's stamped. What do you mean? Well, you see the handle? It was stamped. We used to make something like this. One stamps it out, another operation folds it up, and another operation crimps it. It's all done through stamping mechanical ways. And they can do it really freaking fast. Why? Because I used to work in stamping operations that we made spark plug wires. So at the end of the plug is sometimes brass or steel, but it's got to clip onto the plug and it's got to go into the distributor, right? And so that's crimping. That's steel that you're moving, you're doing, and the people who make these little things, oh my God, them folks are really smart. But the tool and die and the thing. So yeah, and I was really good at it. I'm bragging because I used to have fun at it. I loved my job, yeah, and I was really freaking good at it. I took the place of three other engineers. That's how damn good I was, and I literally saved them millions of dollars per year in tooling changes and fixes and using better methods. I mean, I am bragging. I loved my job and I hated it when I went to Mexico. But anyway, um, how society is changing its views. Like now you can build things with a 3D printer. There's nothing wrong with that. Now there are like these simple things like if for example, if you want to, they've got a router and it's like really cheap. It was sort of one of these GoFundMe projects. A woman and a man worked on it, and so run by cables and stuff, and it doesn't go in and out, up and down, but it does go left and right and diagonal so that if you want to cut something out of a piece of plywood or something like that, and you want to be able to do it and reproduce it all the time, and but like I have done in the past with certain projects, you can get this thing, mount your wood. It's got a whatever special high speed a tool in it that just goes and cuts it out for you out of wood, right? Now you could use certain metals or so forth, but they didn't design it for that. Their design was they wanted to make signs and repeat things and do cutouts and to do it by hand or any other method. And they wanted a cheap, down to earth method of how to do this thing. And they went together and did this thing and it worked. So I was like, now that I could see a use for it to buy it in the shop. And it was in such a way that it wasn't set up all the time. You could break it down. And so if you didn't need it all the time, then you could break it up, store it in the closet or overhead or something, and when you need it, you got it down. So very innovative versus here's a big clunking machine. You got this great big table, you got all this stuff, and you can't move it because it's big and okay, but it works and it does it. Okay. So there are different methods of looking at stuff. I think it's wonderful. But these people aren't stuck in it. You know what I mean? It is their passion to study and to try to make something better and to utilize different things and small motors and LEDs. I think it's wonderful. So don't get me wrong that you think I'm against technology. I ain't. I'm all for smart technology, but some of this smart technology is stupid. In my day and age, in growing up, being able to back a car into a parking place was a right and a privilege. You know, when you learned how to park a vehicle, and now you take your hands off the wheel and it does it itself. What if that function don't work? In a few years, I've talked to folks about this. I've said, so what when your computer goes? What if moisture gets in your vehicle? What if your computer gets a hiccup? Well, it's working fine now. Yeah, but it's 4 years old. Well, what is it going to be working in 10 years? Well, I don't know. I'll probably buy a new car. Oh, so your backup thing don't work anymore. Your camera don't work. So the car's no good anymore. You mean you can't? We learned how to back up using mirrors, right? No, now the new GM or Ford or Dodge, well, I don't care what it is, it's can back up a trailer on its own. And I'm like, I've backed up carnival rides and trailers and stuff all my life. And to say that every situation is the same, oh, they back into this campsite. Okie doke. Oh, look how easy it is. All right. Then why don't you learn how to do it your damn self? Use the mirrors. I'm sorry. Oh, take your hands off. My truck's going to park this 32-foot Airstream all by itself. Okay. So what if it can't do it? Are you just going to sit there or are you going to use your mirrors? So we're teaching ourselves to be stupid as human beings. Some friends of mine years ago, they came out, hey, Mr. Dave, how you doing? Wanted to learn how to split wood. So I go to show them and everything. And of course, right off the bat, they break one of the handles of one of my axes because they overshot it and it sheared the handle right off. So now I'm down an axe. So now I got my big wedge thing, my splitter, and they don't want to listen to this old man who's been splitting wood most of my life now. Okay. Since I was at 18, 19 years old, almost constantly every year I've heated with some kind of wood, except that year I was in prison. So this old man's going to show them how to split firewood without busting their ass and how to do it easily and all this stuff. You think they listen? No. Think they pay attention? No. Couldn't grasp the idea at all. Now, when I was their age, because we camped a lot and I was in the Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, we knew how to split wood. These two people, if they would have died, do you hear me? They would have died if it was cold. They'd have froze to death because they couldn't chop the first piece of wood. They couldn't split it. They did not get the basic concept. But they're real good with computers and cell phones and stuff like that. Now, trust me, yeah, it's to help with our dumbing. You know, it's just practical things. Like, for example, you've got to have the new Westinghouse. I don't know if it's true, but it's got a new layer of racks. So you can put more shit in it so you see the people standing at the sink, rinsing the pot out to put it in the dishwasher. What happens when the dishwashers go down and these people have to actually wash dishes? Oh, well, the average person uses 4 gallons every 2 minutes or something like that. And I'm like, well, you dumbass, if you just leave the water on all the time. Well, no. Who washes dishes like that? I mean, I'm sorry, I've got, wait a minute. So, the basic things, I think they have bidets. So, they've got new ways to even wipe our ass. And I've tried one of them bidet things. I'm like, I don't want all this stuff spraying up on me. And ooh, it's drippy and gooey. And no, I'm sorry. I came to poo. I can wipe my hole. And if I need to wash it off that bad, I'll do it. But no, the spray thing up on your butt, nah, I don't get it. but it's popular among certain circles. You know what I mean? Okay. Um, okay. But it's not popular in every home. You know what I mean? So they have their place in society. If you know what a bidet is, but I wash my dishes by hand. Yep. Um, but but it might have been Monty Python or somebody like that. Um, it could have been Blackadder with Ronan Atkinson, um, Mr. Bean. But it was that they'd went to the toilet, and so there was a slave, an underling that was there that had a rag on a pole, so that you'd see him bend over, and the guy would wipe their butt with this thing on a stick, and the other guy bend, and he got wipe. So there was a butt wiper, and there are certain castes in India that are the folks who deal with toilets. And that, if you're from that caste of people, you are very considered unclean. I mean, like really, because you touch shit. And therefore, no. And there are people, honest to God, I think they have folks to wipe their butts for them because it's so unclean to wipe yourself. And I'm like, now that's just, I'm sorry, that's just strange. I can't imagine somebody else wiping my butt. The times I was in a hospital or something and had to be cared for, I would like, no, let me do it. No, I'm like, hey, thanks. I could wipe my own butt, nurse. No, I couldn't. But it was the idea that somebody else was doing it to me. So I know it was all for healthy, and you know what I mean. But the idea that I had to let somebody else do it. Oh my God, we missed it. We missed a 20. Oh my God, we did 6:25. Oh my God. And I promised Duggar I was only going to do this for an hour, and here it's been two. But anyway, it was early on in the afternoon. And we've got squishy, squashy rain outside, and everything I need to do has to, well, a lot of stuff has to do with out there that I want to do. The Life of Brian, Monty Python. He's not the son of God. His He's a naughty boy. Yeah, yeah. Some of the things with Monty Python, and you can say, well, they were very irreverent in their look on this. Yeah, but at the same time, how some people look at some of this stuff is just a little too ridiculous. I mean, they in their religious fervor, haven't they gone to the extreme that Monty Python kind of literally pulled it up and said, "Here you go. We're going to just do it." So, having been one of those people who, quote, had to do penance, right? This idea that in order for God to love you is that you have to whip yourself with a flail or something is like, is that not like really? Is that like stupid or what? And there are so many, I was one of them. You got to suffer for God to hear you. And over the years, I realized, hell, I'm suffering right this freaking minute with my lower back and the pain that I get. I don't need to be flailed. Hey, God, have I like not suffered enough already without like, wait a minute, but it isn't, yes, do I suffer if I allow myself to call it that? Am I in pain a lot of times? Yes, you know. Do you hear me complain about it? Not much, right? Because I don't want to think about it. I want to think about living. I want to think about the next adventure. I want to think about going to the river again. I want to think about, I want to go back outside. I got my concrete mixer together, and I want to, I want my back to hold out long enough so I can finish pouring the concrete I got. So, William of Life is funny too. Yes, right. But so sometimes we have to look at the absurd in order to really see reality sometimes for what it is. And, we can honestly say that Monty Python and them were kind of absurd with some of the stuff they did. and so was Benny Hill. And folks say, but Benny Hill was just a dirty old man. But he was doing stuff that there were guys that were that still do what he, did. Like, ooh, there's the ladies, and ooh, there's the that. Listen, it's still going on. Are you going to be able to get rid of perverted old men? No. That's just all there is to it. And you go, but Hawkeye, what do you mean by that? What I mean is that now I can understand as an old man, and I'm like, it's not like I look at young girls and go, ooh, boy, I'd like to fondle that. But there are those memories of when I was younger and when I was that age. Oh my God. But, I'm too old for that now, but holy crap. But so it's there, right? So if there's something that tempts you with the eye of beauty or whatever, I mean, there are men who like very large women. And I don't mean just a fat girl. I'm talking about a humongous women, okay? Not me. And I don't mean anything by size or whatever. People are who they are. Now, for me, I control my size, simply because of health reasons, right? It's not necessary for me to be 250 pounds. It's just not. But so people, you are the way that you are who you are, and you should accept it. For me, I was 250 pounds and I didn't accept it. And I said, we're going to change this. So now I'm about 100. I weighed myself the other day. So it was, instead of 168, I was 172. But see, so it's not about the person or the size, but it's about what people like, right? So if this person, there are people who are into shoe fetishes. Okie dokie, not me. And now I'm not trying to turn this into something sexual, but there are things that are done, and this is related to what's socially acceptable now. What they show on some of these daytime soap operas, I'm like, what? You know, what? Now, I'm just saying, soap operas in my day was one of those spots where the kids are coming home from school and this or whatever. And so there were risque, the girl was in her nighty gown or whatever and got out of bed. But there were some things I've seen since then. And I used to be a young and the breastless fan for years. I said that, didn't I? The young and the breastless. Yes, I said that again. That's that was our nickname. But to the point though is like, but now there are things that are so common. A woman kissing a woman, a man kissing a man. I mean, in my day, you think, Achibunka was like what? Now you've got folks French kissing and like, and boy with boy and girl with girl, and nobody said, it's so commonplace. Okay. But see, it has become socially acceptable. In my lifetime, that shit would not have happened. Okay. Biracial marriages and and families and stuff, out of here, right? I'm just a bad boy. There was no suffering, only victimhood mentality. Eastern saying a bit harsh. Those swamis. They're right though. The pain that I have in my back and stuff, if I accept it as punishment or God or the universe is whatever, no. I fell off a damn building on my back when I was younger, and I have this chronic back pain. There was a cause and effect. But whether or not I choose to accept it as suffering, I did suffer for a long time. And there are times when it hurts really, really bad, and I do suffer from it. I used to suffer from narcolepsy. I don't suffer from any of it anymore because I took the word suffer out of the equation. Because if I use suffering, then that means I'm always painful and there's some entity I'm suffering. No, it hurts like hell. Okay, but are you suffering? No, but it hurts like hell. But are you suffering? No. Well, what difference does that make? Well, what it means is that if I choose to bring suffering into it, then this emotional, no, my back hurts. Okay. Yeah, my sciatic nerve is hard for me to walk. Okay, so I'm not running in the yard today, at least not now until I get things squared back away. Am I suffering? No. Am I in pain? Oh hell yeah. Okay. What's you see what I'm saying? So I'm always in some kind of pain. I'm here to tell you because of all the physical damage I've taken to my body. But I gave up suffering from it a long time ago. You know what I mean? I suffer from stupidity sometimes. I've got spinal degeneration. Yes, Richard, that's me too. That's why I've had 3 operations on my neck up here with spinal degen in my neck. But to the point though, and my hands used to fall asleep all the time. I have an injury because I let a hammer. My hand let the hammer go one time. It flipped up and the hammer hit me above this eye, split me wide open. There's a scar where I stitched myself up. Should have went to the hospital, but went to the hospital afterwards. Gave me a severe concussion. When they took me in and x-rayed my head, there's this great big spot that looks the same diameter as a hammer head, the round hammer. And it was quite because this arm let go of the hammer while I was working on the house over there. So, um, cause and effect, you know what I mean? So people say, well, how'd you get that? I didn't hit myself in the head with the hammer as I was coming up with the hammer to knock a board up this way. It slipped and the hammer went up and spun, hit the board overhead, and the hammer came down and hit me. So I didn't like go whack. But in so many words, I hit myself in the head with a hammer. And it still hurts to this day. There's pain right there, and I get this nagging thing, and I know my brain's messed up. Uh, Not that I'm wanting this, but I have often wondered, I think one day I'm just going to wake up dead. And what I mean by that, I've had so much brain damage, and I haven't been checked in a while, not really worried about it, but that I think one of these days, all that head damage is going to catch up with me. And it's just going to say, okay, Dave, we give up. We're tired of working for you. The mainframe is going offline. So, but anyway, um, because of all the damage. But yeah, so but trying to stay on track for another. Uh, I took a hammer to the head, a pipe to the head, a bolt through the top of my head. The list goes on and on. Yep, I've had this, all these operations on my neck. I've had all not in me, but when I broke my leg in high school, they did put a big steel pin about the size of my little finger, and I know that because I could put my little finger in the hole when they pulled the pin out. And so I was in a cast for 10 weeks with a pin through my leg through the cast. Now it's normal. Lots of folks who've had accidents and broken bones. The way to set them is basically like that. And they've got a little less cruel, but it basically, you want that bitch to hold still, then you better bolt it together, right? And then I've had an operation that bolted a stainless steel plate this long, which is about 14 inches, uh, to my left femur. And I was in a cast to hold it still for it to grow back and everything for 14 months. And then I had to go through the therapy to be able to bend my knee and all that. So I've been through a crap load of shit, as far as operations and broken bones. I've had all my ribs broken on one side, about this close to a punctured lung, playing football as a young kid. But car accidents, a bad accident that happened one time. I should have been in the Dukes of Hazard. I jumped a ditch and broke a 4x6 post in half, and my head hit the windshield. Yeah, that was fun. Uh, you know, um, Things like that, Dukes of Hazard stuff. Yeah, sure. And then one year when I went out to get firewood, a huge limb fell out of this oak tree over the house. and landed on the back of my head and knocked me out for hours. I have no idea how long I laid in the yard. And I was like, well, this is fun. I heard this crack because of my neck. I don't look up good. So I had to lean back. And by the time I could lean back, I got hit on the back of the skull and knocked unconscious. So it's like, there are some things you could say, well, you were driving too fast for conditions and you had an accident and blah, blah. Okay. I didn't ask the tree to throw a tree limb on me. I'm just saying. Listen, my friends, it has been absolutely lovely hanging out with you this afternoon. It's good to see you, Lori. Um, what surgery you just had? I missed something. Yeah, you got to stop looking at yourself as the victim. You might be actually, but stop thinking it, and stop looking at it as suffering. Oh, I suffer from this. Uh, yeah, you stop seeing yourself as the victim. Lori, you just had neck surgery? A lot of surgical procedures, and some of them they've gotten much better at over the years. But guess what? They had to practice on folks like me to figure out that now they go through the side of your neck and they kind of bolt you together with titanium. Good idea. Back then, they practiced on me and learned, well, if we keep doing it like this, people were having 30 to 40% failures from surgeries. Now, if that was 30 or 40% heart failures every time, you'd be going, why am I having a surgery? It's going to fucking kill me, right? So, and I want to warn people that if you have to have any kind of grafting, whatever, ask them to use your bone. Degenerative disc disease. They, I've had 3 surgeries. Okay, so I know about this. The first time they used one hip, they took the iliac crest off my hip and used it for the spacer, right? I had 2 of them fail. I'm sorry, I had one of them fail. One of the surgeries failed. And then, but the disc underneath degenerated to the point where they went back in and decided to redo one and fix the one below it, like 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5. So 3 and 4 came out for a second time. 4 and 5 came out for the first time, right? And but they replaced it the second time with donor bone. That's dead people that donated their bodies for whatever and they get the bone. Plaster replacements of 2 discs. Oh, are they doing that now? I suggested nylon way back in the day for use as discs. Uh, oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Honestly, but so they put donor bone in me. I'm here to tell you, I couldn't wait for them to get that bone out of me. I had a taste change, a personality change. Whoever that bone came from, they say, well, oh, it's okay, blah, blah, bullshit. What I don't know who the person was, you're not supposed to know, but all that kind of stuff. But I took on some traits that I was like, this ain't me. And it took several years for the operation to go back in and take that bone out. And I said, I don't care if you take half of my hip, you get that out and fix me. Well, they took another chunk of my hip, my other hip out, and still the bottom piece was so small. When I looked at the X-rays, I looked at the doctor and I went, "Are you kidding me? Use the piece. There wasn't any more bone on my hip that you could have took out and shoved in there to heal? Are you nuts? You already had me out. You already had my permission. You couldn't have got a slightly bigger piece of bone to go in there." So I still have issues because the bottom one never did heal. It still kind of crunches around when I turn my neck. But after all these years, I've got this much motion in my neck, and it's fused. There's one, two, there are three discs fused together. So it's like, okay. So, but I worked with a man for years on the carnival who had three discs fused, and all he could do was to turn his whole body. He couldn't turn his head from side to side. Um, but anyway, so but Lori, I'm so glad that they've got new. Yeah, I hope it all goes well too, Lori. Absolutely. A couple of my bones at the top one has been fine. The trick is in using the right size bone. If they're doing the fusing thing right, is to use the right size bone. They don't use the right size bone. They use this little chunk and swing and a miss and hope, right? Um, I do not know who this is. If they want me real bad, they'll leave a message. But anyway, as far as medical things like that, I'm so glad that they have, improved. Because as a machinist, way back when I was having mine done, I was like, why can't there be, the disc look like this kind of thing? Well, so why couldn't you? It looks very similar to nylon, different types of nylon and Teflon and that kind of thing, right? And that we use in machining all the time. And it'll take a beating. There are, pieces of machinery that literally, you know, will cycle 100,000 times a day on a machine. I mean, just doom, 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 doom. And they're made out of nylon pieces and barrels and parts and stuff, and so reliable in industry, right? So why not stick a piece of nylon in my neck to keep my neck from compressing? Well, and now they're doing it, Lori. Oh my God, that is so cool. That's sort of like I was way ahead of my time in that one, you know. But but now that they have integrated CT scans and MRI scans, because a good friend of mine was a service technician on CT scanners way back in the day. My good friend Hoyt, um, who was my growing partner and stuff. Anyway, but so I've known about CT scanners and things for a long time. Plus, that was back when I was having my operations back in the early '80s, right? And mid '80s. So the whole '80s scenario had to do with me having operations and crap, and it even led into the '90s. But in that length of time, each time there was a slight change in how they did things. Next time around, it was a slightly different. So they were always trying to improve, but I have often wondered why the hell did they practice on me? Because I was on that, really low percentage that had to go in twice to fix it. And I mean, I wore a SOMI brace. I wore this thing. I couldn't move my head at all, and I wore it for 2 years trying not to have another operation. So this idea that somebody said, well, it's all your fault. You must be doing something wrong. I was like, this is donor bone in my neck. It's somebody else's bone and it don't want to be here. That's my answer. Oh, well, you're just full of shit. You're crazy, Dave. Okay, I'm crazy, but I feel a lot better after they took somebody else's bones out of me. But anyway, so I'm glad about that. So I'm in pain daily. A lot of it flares up. My posture is bad and working with a. Yeah, don't give up, Richard. Don't give up. Like my neck, having all these operations after all these years. I don't know if you've heard me talk about my knee. My knee was broken in four places. I watched my helmet. I watched my foot and ankle fly past my helmet as I landed on my face with my leg twisted up and on the small of my back. The the center for our football team at Tampa Catholic, he became an RN, a registered nurse at Tampa General. And the last time I was south at a Tampa Catholic reunion, they're having one coming up, and I can't make it. maybe, but but Pete Schultz, good man. He looked at me last time I was there and he said, after all these years of working in the ER, because he was right beside me when my leg got busted, he said, I have never seen an accident as bad as yours, as far as the leg thing. And another guy did it, a football player, right? Clipped me, broke my leg, and sent my, so, but I still have, really bad memories of that one, that I've had to like block that pain out, you know, just the sight of seeing my helmet go past as I landed on the ground. And, one of the coaches ran out and looked down at me and literally threw up, passed out. The coach passed out because of how bad my leg was. So having been through all that trauma and all these other things and operations and stuff like that, and but being X-rayed and CT scanned and all this other kind of stuff. So um, my point to that is that it all became down to digital. So, and I had envisioned this a long time ago when I first started doing AutoCAD. And my friend who was working on CT scanners, I said, one of these days, they're going to be able to take a picture of somebody and then recreate the part with a CNC machine. And lo and behold, that's basically what they're doing. So they take a picture of your disc, use the digital information, transfer it to a CNC machine, and it creates a new disc, okay, out of whatever nylon or whatever material they're using. I'm not lying because they operated on me, and as a machinist, I was like, I want you all to make one for me. Put a piece of nylon in me. I even had come up with this little thing that if the neck started to compress or something, there'd actually be like a jack screw in there to where you could like increase the distance. You could move the space up and down. I designed it and did it in CAD. But my issue was that there's such a small space to do all this in, right? But my idea way back when I was in 88, I graduated in 89 from tech school with doing AutoCAD, right? So that was back in the days of a 280. The computers were so slow. Yeah, 3D printers at home, right? There was land on this river like an island. I was wrong. Sucked me right back in. I was a little fish me that one. Wow. It sounds like you've had issues like me in ways. From having my leg broken, no, I did not pass out. In fact, when I got to the hospital at St. Joseph's there in Tampa, um, they kept coming along and they'd go, why don't you rest your head? And, I'm on the gurney in the hall, right? And I'm going, because I want to know what y'all going to do to me. Come to find out later on, they had hit me with 3 shots of whatever they were shooting me with. And I didn't pass out. I couldn't turn over. I was on my face. So I was in the operating room. Now, at this time, I wasn't feeling too much pain. Um, but they waited until I was really knocked out to my leg was twisted. Okay. I mean, it was really knocked out. And then turned me over and straightened me out and literally patched me back together again. So because it was broken in 3 places, it was broken sort of like a Y, and there was this piece of bone in the middle that literally was floating around, and the end of my femur was messed up. So what had happened because of the break, it broke the growth line in my leg because I was so young at the time that it broke. So as it healed and everything, one side of my leg kept growing, the inside of my leg kept growing, and so it threw. Your legs are together. It threw my leg out like this, so I could put my knees together, but not my ankles. Okay, because my leg literally grew longer on the inside and cocked my my leg out. And so they had to do is they went back in, sawed my femur in half, straightened my leg out, and then bolted me together for 14 months until it healed. After all the reason I'm telling you this is because they never thought I'd walk right again. I still have a limp. They never thought I never thought I'd be able to bend down again all the way. When I was in church, I couldn't bend my knee. I couldn't kneel properly. I had to sit on the edge of the pew because my leg wouldn't bend anymore. It would only go so far. And over the years, it got more and more and more. And now I can bend my leg better than I have before it got broken when I was 13, 14 years old. I broke my leg like 3 days before my birthday. So I was technically 13, but it was on my 14th birthday. I was in the hospital. So, but yeah, it hurt like hell. And I've had a lot of issues with it over the years. But after all these years, I have better mobility in my knee than anybody ever thought possible. And the last time I saw Pete Schultz, who told me about this and who was there when it happened, when I walked into the room, they all went, they were taking bets as whether or not I would be in a walker, have a cane, or in a wheelchair, and I walked in with none of the above. And they were like, "How are you still walking?" And I was like, "Well, that doctor all them years ago, now this has been a few years ago itself, but Pete told me, he said that doctor in his 80s or 90s or something is still operating. Oh my God, what, and Catholic, good man, and does really osteo, work on bone thingies." But so with that said, don't give up. If it hurts now, you can't give up. You can't give into it. My lower back still hurts like hell, but I still move bags of cement. I moved that and put that, uh, my cement mixer together. I'm looking at it out the window out there. I move bags of feed and stuff for the cats and the dog, and I do and it's like, and there are times when there are some days, no, I can't do it. But then there are sometimes I say, I look up at the sky and I go, I need help for the next 10 minutes, guys. I need to get this in, or I need to unload it. Help me out for the next 10 minutes, and then I can writhe in pain or whatever. But I'm throwing this in there again as a joke, but at 69 years of age, I've learned that, I might not be able to do it all the time. I might not be able to do it every day, but I can still do stuff. And so the fact that you're still alive, and the old timers always told me, look, pain just reminds you that you're alive. And sometimes it's like, if it weren't for the pain, I'd wonder, you know. But again, it is how we look at it. Yes, it's still pain, but do you have to put your mindset into suffering? Now, some folks might say we veered off topic about this as far as what my original, good night, Ian, uh, as far as the flickering lights and everything. So here's my point about this. Every time you see old people that they want to give you are you suffering in pain? Are you? They always want to use that word in there. Why? Because it's a trigger word. So all you, do you suffer from do you suffer from stupidity? Oh yes, I listened to NPR for most of my life, and I'm suffering from stupidity. You see over here, this is my brain's oozing out. Having listened to NPR a lot of time, and then having only one opinion, this has been years ago. But so I'm saying that about myself. A pain. What's that? Right? Is it another fire in the hole? Oh, why not? Yeah, fire in the hole simply because of the pain, right? But yeah, the thing about whoever said it before, hey Doug, how are you? This thing that somebody said earlier about being the victim. If you choose to be the victim, now did the priesthood and them folks diddle and all that kind of stuff? Am I a victim in that? Yeah. But after all these years, I don't still have to be the victim. I was a victim as an incident back then. But now I'm not playing the victim. I hate them little sons of bitches, and they got away with it, and other people too. And there's another report out, which I found interesting. I can't remember what where it was, but the number was 330,000 children molested or abused by clergy. It was in the news and my going through my Yahoo stuff, right? 330,000 victims, boys, abused, right, in some way. There's the number 33. I thought that just really interesting at first. Why that number? But why would the bad guys be using their own number to show? Anyway, I just quinky dink. I have a spinal injury called a spond. Yeah, they asked one an L5 was pushed on my. Yeah, me too. I got that too. Here's the thing, Witch Moon. My daughter, bless her heart, has lower back issues and so forth, as a lot of other people do. And it's all about what I can't do. And yeah, I'm old. I still have the pain. And I've been in my pain now for going on 30 years. Okay. This has nothing to do with my neck. It has to do with my, you know, uh, I was on some scaffolding that collapsed and I fell backwards, right? And landed, backwards across with my back, small of my back in the cross brace, right? And so, I know why I'm messed up, right? And somebody said, well, they can fix that nowadays. And I just don't know if I want to go under the knife again. I just really don't, because I know what it entails. I know the thing. I'm by myself. I'm old. Do I think I could heal? Probably, but I just don't know if I want to go through it again. After all of this, after my leg and all these other, I just really don't want to go through it again. Well, they could fix you, maybe, but right now that I'm just gonna. I've learned to live with this. I do my little stretching exercises. There are simple things that you can do. Does it stop it? No. Does it help it? Yeah. And if you learn to kind of push it away from your head, I get my spine realigned, by doing my little stretches and pull ups and stuff like that. And then the pain stops. So I know it's an issue of a pinched nerve. Absolutely. My sciatica down my left leg. The other day I went to go in and, fill up my cup of coffee. And I took about 2 steps and went almost hit the ground. This ain't normal. So I had to stop and rearrange my spine so I could take another step either forwards or back, right? So I get it. So people say, well, you really don't know the kind of pain I'm in. Let's not compare, really. If there are some people I say, to my daughter, I go, honey, if I could give you a pain meter and say, here, this is my pain for a day. How does it compare to yours? Holy shit, I didn't know you hurt that bad. You know, just saying. But it is a lot of it a frame of mind. It still can hurts, okay? Don't get me wrong. You're going to make it go away. Well, somehow my knee's better. Somehow this is better. My lower back, still working on it, but it was so bad. And sometimes it is my posture. Like right now, I'm not sitting too square and straight, and it's hurting. I need to get up and walk around. But I've been here for almost 3 hours now. There's slew of things, a slew of things I do every day to help with the pain. Yep, you just have to work on it. You just got off work. Good, 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 good. Hope everything's going there. So, and I'm not trying to diminish anyone's pain or pain levels. Do not get me wrong with this. What I'm saying is, though, it's still going to hurt, but you can look at it differently. Man, that some bitch hurts. I need to move around and get that thing to quit hurting. That's what I say. Because I know if I move around just right, I can usually make it better, right? If my sciatica is bothering me real bad, if I move my spine around and do a little twisty in the chair here, and I'm stretching right now. I got one leg stretched out, and I'm stretching out my bad leg, which will get locked up if I keep it bent too long. And so it's not like I'm perfect, at 69 years of age. I had to keep throwing that in there just for the hell of it. I just keep finding it funny. Sorry. But anyway, so I know we're coming up on a 20, but I can't wait that long. I really need to go outside and do a couple things. The dog needs fed. We need to go for a walk. He needs a run. I need to go out and just move around a little bit. But don't give up, for God's sakes, please. Whatever you believe in, just like, well, but it hurts. Okay, sometimes you need to do simple exercises. There are stretches. There, since we're on the subject for a minute, there are things called isometrics. For those of you who may not know about this, okay, isometrics. Okay, so learned about them in high school playing football, and whatever it was, we only did these for a couple of things, but um, isometrics is a push pull. It's a yin yang. Okay, so like for this, you clasp your hands together and you pull as hard as you can, both directions. You pull just as hard as you can. And, so for me, I pull like with my arms right in front of me. Then I move my arms down and pull. Put your arms up over your head and pull. For every bit of up or down when you're pulling. So when you get done pulling, though, the next thing you do is then you push as hard as you can to the count of 10. Now, if you're really new at this, you might go to the count of 5. Don't try to literally push it too much. But you can do it with your legs. You can do it with your feet. You can do it with your back. There are isometrics that you can do. And all it is push and pull. Now, you say, well, what does that do? They have done studies on isometric exercises. So if you can't get out of a wheelchair or a chair or you're stuck or whatever, and you think you need an exercise machine, bullshit. There are so many. Now you really have to pull. You can't be like, oh, it didn't hurt. Keep pulling. And the thing is that why are you doing this? I want to stay healthy. I want to get better. Why are you pulling? Well, because it's like I'm being, I'm dumb as a mule, and somebody's behind me whipping me to keep going. You can do it. Keep going. Okay, okay, all right. Pull harder. Okay, okay, okay. You got to want it. You know what I mean? But the thing is that the amount of exercise, I don't know. There are figures out there. I used to know some figures like how many pounds of force you could do and what it was doing for the muscles. And you turn your wrist and you turn your arm. The variation of how you push and how you pull. And one arm is this way, and then you flip it and you do it with the arm this way. The position of the arm. Oh, yeah, you can do this while you're watching a movie or listening and watching. It doesn't, you can do it anywhere, driving down a highway, just about it. And if you learn about isometrics and the push pull thing, you can stay healthy really easy without going to some freaking gym. And um, for me, like, running is bad because one leg shorter than the other. I've had all the trauma to it. And so I can run short distances, and I do. Coming down the driveway with Duggar, I might run, 20 yards, 30 yards down the hill just because I don't want to forget how to run. I forgot how to jump there for a while, and I'm kind of sort of trying to get back in that. And that, how did I forget how to jump? And my nephew and I were talking about this when I got back from Ohio. And he said, Uncle Dave, he said, when did I forget how to jump? And I was like, been there, done that. So you reteach yourself. So it's like a whole new life over again in that I'm 69 years old and learning how to do these things over again. And because the brain or the muscles have forgotten or whatever. So, Hawkeye, I said, most people couldn't live with the pain I live with. Yeah, I got you. Like pushing your arms in a doorway and then stepping out of the doorway and your arms just raised. Yep. But there are all kinds of simple things you can do with isometrics. And people say, "Well, I want to get healthy." Okay, you can start like this. You can start by believing you can get better. Now, there are some people, you just have to admit this, that for whatever reason they can't. My dear friend Marcia passed away. She tried her whole life to get rid of the fat that she had. She was right at, 275, 300 pounds, big woman. And I told her years ago, I said, the only way you're going to get rid of that is with liposuction. I'm sorry. But she ate vegetarian food. She never ate meat. She didn't do blah, blah, blah. She did all these things and still couldn't lose the weight that she wanted. She had her stomach stapled twice or something. She had all these other things done and still couldn't lose the weight because the weight that she had was not going to come out of her naturally. It just wasn't. Okay. That's just a simple fact. There are some people who've had, the fat in them so long, it ain't coming out. And because it's become cellulose, it's been cellulite, you know, it has become its own entity within the body. The rest of you, your muscles and your tone, my point is she exercised all the time and never lost a pound. She was always, I lost 2 pounds and then, yay for you, and I rode the bike and I did the thing and great. And I went to the gym and good for you. And then she'd say, call me up a couple days later and she goes, I got on the scale today and damn it if I gained 3 pounds. And it was like, oh my God. But the struggle, you see, the all her life she struggled with this. It was all about her weight and staying, but it was staying healthy and she couldn't lose the weight. My point to this is there are some folks, because of whatever the circumstances, no matter how hard she tried, she did not get rid of that fat because it wasn't coming out naturally. You hear me? So there are some things that, unless you are drastic about whatever change needs changed and you're willing and honest with yourself to do something about it, some things just ain't going to get fixed. Okay. But for those of us who have pinched nerves and things and stuff, there are ways to regenerate it. I mean, we think now. I had this guy called Bob the Builder in my head. Hi, Bob. We love you. In my head back in the 80s. Okay. When I first had my first surgery, right? So for whatever reason, it was Bob, and he was a builder, and he went in. He, I meditated and envisioned these characters in my body and going up and putting spackle up, and fixing the bone. And I'd say, okay, Bob, you and your guys get together, and uh, Richard out of here. Night, everybody. Love you too, brother. Good to see you again. I've been like 250 since like the eighth grade. Yeah, you know him too. But before it was a cartoon or anything, I had Bob the Builder in my head, right? So, but he was fixing stuff in me, and having had my leg operated on and all the years, the year of cast and recuperate. And then there was all the physical therapy after it because I could not bend my leg. Okay. It was stuck straight for 14 months. Okay. So, plus there was all the calcium buildup on my knee and stuff. So, it was a lot of hard work and a lot of pain to be able to even walk again and, and be able to bend my knee. And now at 69, throw it again, I can go out in the yard and run for a short distance at least. I could run longer, but, I just don't have the stamina. But now that the weather is cooling down, I plan on, doing wind sprints again, 10 yards as quick as you can, take a breath, turn around, and then run back that 10 yards as quick as you can. Now, I might not go very fast, but my intention is just to be able to run 10 yards and be able to turn around and come back. That's what I know. It's not about how fast I go, it's that I can still do it. But, so we, for me, everything has been like modification. Okay, so my lower back, I really can't walk like I used to walk and hike and all the things I used to do. So in being outdoors where I used to hike and want to do that for which moon, who was it? Somebody anyway, for all y'all, that's why I went to the kayak. Now I always liked canoeing and stuff, but as far as exploring places that I would like to go walk if I could, I know I can't walk like I used to. It just ain't there. So, but I can sit in a kayak. I have modified now that it can be painful in the kayak too, but at least I'm sitting. You know what I mean? I'm not standing somewhere on a trail that all of a sudden and now I can't stand. So, but so you modify. So I'm still active. I still do stuff, right? Do I hike like I used to? No, but I do. I paddle. I'm still active. I still go out. You see what I'm saying? So where we may think, well, I can't do that anymore. Okay, then find out something that you still can do. Don't give up on, well, okay, so I used to be able to run the quarter mile, in 52 seconds. All right. I used to be able to run the quarter mile in 52, 53 seconds. All right. That was my time. I can't do that anymore, but can I still run? Yes. At 16, do y'all get the joke? I don't know. Anyway, maybe it's just me and I'm stoned, but it's at that time again. Holy crap, it almost is. Are you serious? In 3 hours? Yeah, it is. It's almost to 20. A battery operated boyfriend. Oh my God. But that's funny. Uh, oh, don't get me started with that. Oh, please. Let me change that subject right now. But anyway, it's been lovely talking with y'all, and it's 714 Roarer 714. I was busted with Roarer 714. So does anybody remember what those were? 714s? Anybody old enough? Anybody remembered their drugs from the old days of 714? Captain Q? Anybody? I want to see if anybody remembers what a 714 Roarer is. Raise your hand if you know. Okay, enough time's gone by. If you haven't figured, Quaaludes. Oh my God, Quaaludes. You don't hear about Quaaludes anymore. Oh my God, Quaaludes. Oh, oh, you got it. Hey, Tracy B. Yay. Before I said it, I know there's I paused because I know there's a lag. So I was pausing for you, for y'all to, hey, baby, how you doing, Tracy B? Susie Q. I was going to say, looks like I couldn't get to the phone quick enough. Yeah, but 714s. I see one of the drugs I got busted with when I went to Florida in '78 was Quaaludes. I only had like six of them or something like that, but I got busted with Quaaludes. Yeah. Oh my God, ludes. Oh my God. Somebody had a Quaalude and asked me if I wanted to do one. I might, I might almost be tempted because, oh man, there were times with the ludes, man. Oh my God. I might, I might do that again with if somebody came over and said, "Hey, man, you want to go on a, an old trip?" Well, I got a couple of ludes. Ooh. Now, if somebody came up and said, "Hawkeye, I got some cocaine," I'd go, "Yeah, I don't know." But if somebody said, "Well, I got some acid," yeah, I don't trust acid these days. If they had real mushrooms in it, maybe. But if somebody came up and said, "Hey, I got a couple of Roarer 714s," but yeah, you wanna get high? I might. I haven't thought about this in a long time, but seeing that number 714 triggered that. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I just go, no, I'm sorry, I'm too old for that shit. Nah, you know. But if somebody were to come and offer me to sit down and say, hey, let's do some lewds together, I might just have to take them up on it. But maybe not twice, but maybe once for old, some 69. I'm gonna I'm gonna bug the crap out of this for at least the next couple of weeks or so. But I don't know how long that's gonna go on. But would I do it? There's a lot of stuff I could tell you right now. Nah. Hey man, I got a Quaalude. What? you know. Oh, of course. And now somebody said, "Hey man, I got some hash." Where? I got a pipe. Yeah. You need a razor blade, and there are people who are out there who are going to go, hash. What do you need a razor blade for? For those of us who've had these bricks of hash, you got to have a razor blade in order to slice it off so you can put it in the pipe to smoke it. But anyway, us old timers, I guess, that have, oh my God, the drug scene. My drug scene wasn't a big scene. It was this that we did our drugs and went out and partied. We had a bonfire. We went out and did something. But it wasn't like you see for us down here in the South anyway. If we were going to make some of that kind of noise and stuff, you see other people having parties and stuff, we'd get arrested down here in the South. So we always went to the country. So it's a a, a keg of beer on the back of a pickup truck kind of thing. But where people could whoop it up and have a good time and not get arrested. So we kind of thought ahead. you know, Red Rock or Green Rock. Yeah, the blonde and black Lebanese. I don't remember having any black Lebanese, but the blonde Lebanese I have. Red Rock or Green Rock. I've never heard that expression, Travis. Unless you were going to do some. The rock didn't come about for me now. Hippie days had to do with crystal meth or something. And if you had the rock and then you were doing meth. But the meth that I had that was real meth that I got busted for and on record was real methyl deoxyamphetamine. It was the real, not some, it was the real deal. And I had a monkey on my back from that shit. It was so flipping good. And I'm glad I got busted because if I'd have continued down the road that I was on, it was I would have not lived to the 1980s. I would have died then, right? Which meant I wouldn't have found this property, which meant a bunch of stuff. It was very tarry, and you could definitely needed a knife or a blade. I remember Dark and Tarry. He was a kid about 7 foot tall. No, I'm never mind. But yeah, said the other day, just messed me up today. Red and green rocks. Oh, this called Nazi dope. Holy crap. Nope. From Miracle Alien Cookies. Yeah, I've got some stuff in the freezer. I actually, could probably use a body high. But anyway, you just had me. Uh, yeah, living in Tampa, there was so much that was coming in from overseas that the military guys were smuggling in, and probably still are. Okay, I mean that shit probably hadn't stopped. But during the Vietnam War and stuff like that, there was a guy who they had real Thai sticks. Oh my God, we went into this small bathroom in this small trailer. Okay, single wide, like a 10-foot wide, 30 feet long, maybe, sure enough, old trailer. In good shape, but it was an old trailer, even back then. But we went into the bathroom and they lit this big stick, right? And all I remember them they sort of dragging me to the couch and putting me down. And all they did was light it. We just sat in the room in this tiny bathroom, and the room filled up with smoke. And the next thing I knew, they were dragging me, and I was on the couch and woke up there several hours later. I'm like, what the hell was that? Oh, just a tie stick, and they'd go in the bathroom and light it and just sit around in there for a few minutes. And oh my God, it was, and the the girl had connections in Japan or something like that. Her father was something, and he had connections. He had been in Vietnam, and then after he got out of his first thing, he got a gig overseas or something. Anyway, they had traveled overseas several times, and he was able to get this. And apparently, it was like opium, like a taste. I mean, it was like an opium den opium. Holy crap! Yeah, I don't know if they have such things. And here's a hey Neil, how are you? And you blocked? I don't think so. Niall, I'm sorry. How you doing? Yeah, Scooby snacks. There you go. 7:24. I missed the 20 mark, so we're late. But smoke if you got them. Niall, I'm being nosy, but did you have an ailment, and are you better? I know I'm being public, but for some reason my brain got tinged. So I hope you're better if that is the case. And regardless of the case, I hope you're not worse. Oh, goodness gracious. Talking about pain and stuff, just pray to goodness. Say, what do you hope for tomorrow? To not hurt. Oh, that's okay. Yes. A very good friend of mine, a female engineer, but her and her husband and her kids, who were really good people, had MS. And I loved her to death. A wonderful lady. So my prayers with you now, honest. There's so many things like with the injuries to my knee, the back injuries, my neck injuries, that I should be like trussed up and and look like what's his name, and I'm hello, my name is Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you today with love and prayers, and I hope that your day is better than it was yesterday. And I'm stuck here in this chair, and and I feed myself so many times I stink. Anyway, but honestly, there are times when I look at my own life because I try not to look at others, but um, at least in comparison, like I look at other folks and their predicaments, like my friend who simply couldn't lose weight after 30 years, I'm like, go have some liposuction. Go get what's in there that don't want to come out and ain't gonna come out. It needs help. Then you'll be able to maintain your weight. Then you'll be able to, well, I'm going to do this on my. Sometimes you need help. Okay. So if you got a broken leg, don't try to mend it yourself, damn it. Well, I'm a homeopathic. I'm like the pioneers in the day. I'll just get two boards and wrap a rope around it. I'll be okay, Hawkeye. Nah, you got to go to the doctor and let them set it and put you in a cast and do it right. Sorry, if you're in the Alaska wilderness or up in Canuck, Canada somewhere and way out there, and that's what you got to do to survive. Okay. But there are folks that some of their health issues and things, it's like, hey, listen, my brain works sometimes and my mouth always. The essence is being honest to oneself. Always, Niall. I I agree with you on that 100%. So, like, and I know I talk about myself, right? Because I can't talk about somebody else. My dear friend Marcia, she knew she had a weight problem. She knew she worked on it. And other folks knew her. But in my honesty with her, I was like, you can ride that bike until you fucking die, and it ain't coming off, honey. Well, she rode the bike damn near till she died, and it never came off. So sometimes you have to face certain facts, okay? And it wasn't that I was trying to be negative to her, but she needed help getting rid of that. There are people who need help with certain things. So get the help and then go from there. But some people did, well, it's almost like they go in the opposite direction. I can heal myself. Okay. Well, I could heal myself too, but I needed therapy. I healed myself, but I needed therapy up here in my head. I needed therapy with myself to say, you can do this, brother. You know, you can, you might not be able to run again, which I can still run at 69. But, and it's like, it's not real strong, but it ain't bad. I'm not in a wheelchair. I'm not on crutches or a cane and I used to have a cane. Still have canes, mind you. And when I go in the woods, I always take a walking stick. So I'm not stupid. But am I dependent upon it? And the answer is no. I used to wear a knee brace all the time. If I know I'm going to be in a stressful place, I put it on. I haven't had it on in years. Okay. So, but my knee is weaker. I'm older and I can't walk. Well, it depends on where your thinking is. But you have to do it. You have to act on it. I do exercises with my knee. I do these other things. So it's like, and I believe that I can make it better. But for a long time, as much as I believed my leg would get better, the calcium that had grown in the joint of my knee was not allowing my leg to bend. But after years and years of working and working and working, I literally broke some of those calcium pieces loose. And now I have dang near full motion of my left leg. So, but did it work right away? No, but I never gave up. And the thing is if my leg had not gotten better, I was glad just to keep it from not getting worse. You see, at my age, at 69. But, because all my classmates figured because of the severity of my accident, I should have been in a wheelchair or something. And the fact that I'm still walking around and people going like it never happened. Well, thank you for the doctor, but it also has a lot to do with my own way of thinking and my modus operandi. And I gotta say, I get help from the universe. Did I do this on my own? No. Did I have help from whoever? Probably, because it's more fixed than it's ever been. And, I'm 69 years old. I'm sorry. It's my own running joke. But, but I refuse to give up. Some days are slow, some days hurt too bad, and I just sit here in the chair, or maybe I'm laying on the couch or whatever. But I will, by the end of that day, no matter how bad I'm hurting, I'm like, I've had enough of this. Okay, time to move, time to get up. Don't care how bad it hurts. I might not do much, but I'm going to walk outside. Me and the dog are going to walk around with the kitty cats. We're going to survey this. We're going to walk over here. I'm going to pull a few weeds. I'm going to do something, right? So I might give into it for a day or so, but that's all it gets from me. I'm going to work it out. You got to be honest. I've had fun. Um, I've tried to lose it, but that just won't go away. I shattered my kneecap partially when I was young, and it's just mush. Travis, believe me, if I understand about mush and knees, Not exactly, but having it twisted and wrapped up and thrown on my back, on my butt, I get the idea of knees and being mushed. I really do. And getting squashed and twisted and, and mangled. Oh my God. To have remembered what the x-rays looked like back then, it was like, how am I, if you would honestly ask, how are you fucking walking? So what it is the femur kind of comes down and sort of does this a double U kind of thing, right? And in the middle, so just above those two parts in the femur, there's a growth line that runs across there. So, and what it does, it senses, and one side of the bone grows. So for me, the growth line was broken. One side was good and kept growing, which was the inside of my leg. And the side that was broken was the side on the outside of my leg. So it growed crooked, right? Which was really odd. I could put my knees together, but my ankles would be this far apart. It was a really odd angle and difficult to walk. It really was. So, but so the U had broken. So these two bulgy parts that stick down right were loose, and then it went up and then broke into a Y, and then was broken all the way across the femur. So there was this triangle at in between the two bulgy parts of your femur, right? There was this triangle that floated for a long time. Not my kneecap, it was the end of my femur. But what happened was, because of all the damage, calcium grew onto the tendon, this part of your leg, right? Your joints. And so every time I took a step or moved my leg, it crunched. I mean, people would say, "What do you mean crunching?" I say, "Put your hand on my knee." And they'd go, "Well, just put your hand on my knee." And I would bend my knee, and they would go, "Holy crap, what's that?" And I'd say, "Every time I walk, that's what's happening. Crunch, 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 crunch." And I could feel it through my femur up into my body at times. It literally, as I walked, it crunched, you know. And so it don't crunch anymore. I've had a couple of accidents falling down the stairs one time that I think broke a lot of the calcium loose, actually, as much as I hurt. And I mean, I don't even, it, just saying it falling down the stairs, my knee went, ow, the trigger word. But since that time, though, it took me weeks to get better and be able to walk again. I thought I was dead. I'm here to tell you. I got right behind me here is a cast iron uh, uh, radiator from a school down in Thomasville. And I landed on it coming down the stairs. I don't go upstairs much, and I've got this fear of the stairs, quite frankly. I need to go upstairs and do some stuff, and I just don't want to go up. I'm not scared to walk around down here, but there's part of me that just does not want to go up them stairs, because it's not the going up, it's the coming down. Now I fixed the stairs and I'm a lot more careful and all that kind of stuff, but still, long and the short of it. Hey, Roman, how are you? The burden of truth, remember that if nothing else, to choose to suffer seems like a messiah complex. Yes, well, see, but see, to your point now, religion, for me, it's the Catholics. You have to suffer. You must do penance for your sins. There was all about this again. It was all about the suffering of Christ, not what he did. It was, and still, one of the things that just pisses me off about some of these religions, and Miss Pearl, Miss Delaney, we talked about this too. We both have had similar kind of thoughts, visions, whatever. Take Jesus off for Christ's sake. Take Jesus off the cross, because it's all about the suffering. Okay, we know the guy suffered and died on the cross. Okay, but can we talk about? Oh no, but Jesus suffered for. All right, but he also lived to teach us. but he died for his sins and he suffered and he bled. Okay, can we move on from that? I get it. I get it. It's really clear in my mind. But he suffered and died. Okay. But what did he do? Well, but he suffered and died and oh, all right. That's all they seem to be able to talk about the Jesus thing. And in that, see, though, but everywhere you go, it's sort of instilled in us. That's one of those voices in the back of the head that I started talking about over 3 hours ago. And that what this means is that the back of our minds, some of these things have become commonplace. So we accept pain with suffering. And then some folks, well, God wills it that I have this pain, and I will, take that when Jesus calls me up yonder, when the roll is called up yonder, when the roll is called up yonder, when the roll is called up yonder. When the roll is called up yonder, I'll be there. Okay, good for you, right? But the Jesus and the suffering and the pain, and it's like, yeah, okay. Life is painful. We just should stop and go, okay. It's sort of like for a minute, I got to talk about this climate change thing, how Biden's doing such a good job, how there's going to be this carbon tax, and how this is all good for the earth. Bullshit. That volcano over in La Palma, it's going to take years for the sulfur dioxide and some of the stuff that's in the atmosphere to actually make it to the ground. And I don't care how many cars or whatever, how many cows we don't eat anymore. And with this idea of cows and Putin is farting, passing gas, the almighty blast of gas. That somehow, that's what it's all about. Oh, bullshit. you know, there are so many folks, smart people, talking about the cows and poo. And I'm like, listen here, y'all, pay attention. Being truthful here. Everything on this planet farts. Squirrels fart, pigs fart, people fart, everything farts. Dead things fart on the ground. Worms put stuff in the ground and they have little worm farts. And uh, and those farts are methane. They blame it on the cow. So, at this new carbon tax, say no, say no, say no, 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 no. They want money to do with whatever they think they're going to do. And we got to say no to that. They've already got enough of our money. They've already got enough of this stupid shit. No, 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 no. You want to put a tax on something else, like building new bridges? Okie dokie. You want to put a tax on carbon tax because of this and because of the ozone layer, which is mostly gone anyway. But the volcano's going off right now. Oh, stop it. Stop it. This climate change. You and me ain't got nothing to do with Mother Earth's doing. Cows and Catholics, thank you. Now that's funny. You wanted to experience being a human, so here we are surfing the same frequency. Right. I'm a Catholic, but do not believe that Jesus was anything more than a mystic. Kind of, sort of, Niles. Kind of, sort of. The thing about the Jesus thing is that if we believe in, so in Catholic Church, and we believe in life everlasting, amen, right? It's in one of the prayers. The convenience of sin, something, something, and life everlasting, amen. I can't remember how it goes. We get in Australia in January, CO2 tax will rescue the world. Oh my God, Roman. They're talking about it here. And I keep telling people, listen, all you got to do is look at that volcano, what it's doing right now, Kilauea. All these other volcanoes are spewing up more stuff than you and me and all the cows in the world would produce in like 10 years or something. And there is science about this and that. But the thing is, they say, well, it's methane. Okay, fine. It's the cows, it's the methane. That's the key word, right? But what about all this sulfur dioxide? What about all these other harmful, really nasty shit going into the atmosphere from all these volcanoes? Nobody's talking about climate change and a carbon tax. Just point at that one volcano when there's a bunch going on and go, okay, so who's paying for that one? What do you mean? Well, look at all the pollutants it's putting in the atmosphere. Are we? Is that what our tax is going for? Are we going to cap that thing, or what are we going to do with that? Oh well, cows and farts. Yeah, okay, but what are we going to do with that over there? What do you mean? That great big island is spewing up all this stuff. What about that and climate change? Well, I don't understand what you're talking about. Today, BP Earthwatch did a thing about the sulfur dioxide that's curling back around in the Atlantic and starting to enter into the Caribbean. We're getting smoke, sulfur dioxides in the Caribbean, South Florida, in the Keys, coming in from Africa. And they're worried about cows farting? Are you serious? Okay, methane gas. Okay, it's natural. Well, in a way, so is SO2, but we got sulfur dioxide heading our way from all the way over there. And they're worried about cows farting. Carbon tax. Shouldn't be worried about the SO2 in the atmosphere. Hey, slightly slanted. I missed somebody else. Yeah, we'll never drive enough cars. No. Now, do I believe that we could be running off of hydrogen and stuff? Absolutely. Should we be pumping wastewater down into the earth in fracking instances to pump oil out? No, that needs to stop. Okay, because we're in that what they're injecting is nasty stuff. They don't want to pay to clean it. It can be, yes, it's costly, but it could be broken down into its component parts and used or disposed of more properly than deep well injecting it into the earth, which will corrupt the groundwater, which will do all these other things. And nobody's giving a shit about it. Oh, we're good to the fracking. Oh, the earthquakes. It ain't the earthquakes I'm worried about. It's what they're pumping down there to force the oil out. It's not fresh water. We can't afford it, right? But there is having, worked in industry, an EPA and all this other stuff, if there are toxic chemicals that your plant produces, they must be disposed of properly. So you pay a fee, somebody comes and picks up these 55-gallon drums of stuff and they go somewhere. Once company A pays for the disposal of this, it's out of their hands because now it's in these people's hands to dispose of properly because that's what they're licensed for. So they take it out west somewhere and mix it with a bunch of other, chemicals. Like for example, in machining, right? There's metal parts and things and stuff, and you have to keep your tools cool and the part cool. So there's all this, water and coolants and stuff and metal parts and things that are coming off in it from the machining process. All part of machining is nothing unusual, right? Been done for years. In the old days, they used oil as the coolant. Well, for then, as I was still a machinist, oil went out because, well, it's too costly and blah, 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 blah. So then they started getting into synthetic water blend type, quote, oils in machining to cool the tools and everything. So you could do high speed drilling and machining and all that, right? So, but anyway, it would become so toxic, you couldn't just pour it down the drain. The cities and folks said, nah, you can't pour that down your drain. Nope, we're not equipped because it would go through the uh, go through the system, the sewer system, and end up at the water treatment plant. And they would find all these chemicals in the water treatment plant going, what the fuck did these come from? And they would trace it back upstream to the company who dumped it. And they go, you can't dump this in the sewer system because we're not equipped to handle that kind of separation. There are toxins and things and stuff, and there are grinding metals, or there's titanium dust, and which is true. And there's stuff, and no, you can't just dump this down the toilet. So it has to be taken somewhere. Where does it go? It doesn't get filtered. It gets taken and collected with other large amounts of this stuff because they don't want to spend the money to filter it like they could. because of that friend of mine, Serge, that I talked about that passed away last year, him too. He knew how to filter stuff. He worked for Davis Water and Waste, filtering out poo and nasty waste materials. And that was his job. And so they just didn't want to pay to have it. It was too costly to clean the stuff. So what they do, they deep injection well to, and the excuse is to force out the oil. The biggest excuse is they've got millions of gallons of this stuff that they've collected that they promised they'd get rid of in a good way, and now they're using it and forcing it down in deep into the earth, you know, and other stuff too. But it ain't just water they're putting down there. You hear me? Some nasty stuff. So this idea that oh, everything's this and everything. For example, there are a bunch of folks that are bitching about coal, using coal as to coal-fired plants. There is a coal-fired plant up in Albany, okay, and across the 100 miles west of me is a nuclear plant, okay, in Alabama on the Chattahoochee River. So if there's any spills, all whatever's coming out of that plant's going to go downriver. Guess where it's going to end up? In the Apalachicola Bay, and where all the oysters and everything are, just off the coast of Florida there. I mean, like, oh boy, bird sanctuary, all that kind of stuff. Okay. But they bitch about the coal and the sulfur dioxide and all this kind of stuff. But they have made such um, great success over the years using different types of ceramic filters that will react at certain temperatures and will burn off 90% of the gases. The coal-fired plants have these great big tall smokestacks. That's mostly steam, but they would get other things coming out of the steam back in the day. But now coal it's a whole lot more reliable. We have a bunch of it, and it ain't nuclear. So even if some sulfur came out of the thing and landed on us, okay, not real good, but sulfur is a natural, it will go away. Nuclear venting and whatever don't go away. It has a half life of forever. So, which would you rather have? A little bit of sulfur on you or nuclear waste? So, I know Australia's like, oh, we really got to open the doors for, more nuclear. And I'm saying, y'all fight that shit. Say no to it. Say no to it. There are other ways, and it ain't about solar or wind or nothing like that. It has to do with simple coal and some other things, and rearranging our usage of the power and how it's sent to different places. So, but this idea of, oh, let's all go to nuclear. Let's all no, don't buy that one neither. Bible is difficult to comprehend if you view it from one's mindset. Absolutely, the cross is the representation, and any blend of light looks like it in the dark. I believe that the Christ essence, and I say like mine, but I'm not Christ. But I've been reincarnated. There are things that I know about. I've talked about this, and there are some of us who believe we've reincarnated from a previous life of something. We may not be sure what or whatever. I don't think that I was, some glorious knight, but I do know that, through dreams and things and experiences and stuff, that I was a sword fighter back in the day during the medieval times at some point. I just know sword fighting, and I don't know how I learned it. His essence, right. So, but his essence was here before they hung this guy on the cross, and it's been here since he died on the cross. So, the reincarnation thing, and the Catholic Church says life everlasting, that's part of their prayer, right? So, in life everlasting, do we just go somewhere else or do we come back and we do things over and we have oh, well, we're fallen angels or we're this or that? Oh, shut up about that crap, will you? But one of the things about the Bible, I think that people are starting to really understand because of what the churches are doing, what the Pope's doing. Novus Ordo, new order. He's preaching that from the pulpit, the Pope. Novus Ordo. Pay attention, Catholics and Christians. Novus Ordo, new order. Pushing it, selling it, man, like a snake oil guy in the old West, Novus Ordo. Because it's Latin, everybody's like, ooh, Novus Ordo, new order, pay attention. The cross is somebody's psyop and they can stick it. That's the darkness they can light up. Well, here's the thing, crucifixions did happen. And there were people crucified for the dumbest things back in the day because they had the power. But to the point, here's the thing. They think about who they may be. Do you think honestly that the Christians wrote the Bible? And you go, what the hell are you talking about, Hawkeye? No, I mean seriously. Because as things are going around and down now, and we look around, whoever there are some of these entities who have had things planned for thousands of years, okay? And they want to see the Bible, they got to see their play come to an end. They've got to see it through. And we go, well, it's right. Yeah, but it was written by a bunch of guys after Jesus died. But he didn't write it. They did. Who's they? Well, the guys that got together, when they wrote it. So what were they thinking when they wrote it? But as it's gone on after all these years, whether it's the same people or the same group of thought, but they want to see it come to fruition. They have to see Armageddon. They have to build the temple. They got to do this. They have to do that because that's in the script. It's in the movie. And, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, for those of you who remember him, I hope he's still alive and doing okay. Yeah, which Bible? Thank you very much. You know me and how I've discussed this. And if you're going to read the Bible, go to the oldest one. Don't be picking up a Bible. I've preached this for years. Anything printed after 1984 is probably it's not the full Bible. It just didn't. King James, I don't care which one you choose. It's not the same simply because it says Saint, that it's got, James on it or whatever, KJB. The printers are the ones responsible for putting, quote, the word of God into a book. And different printings will have different versions. And you go, what are you talking about? Seriously. These folks want these things in their Bible to stick out more. They leave out other stuff. I have done physical checks with Bibles. And anything now after 1984, you can do a physical comparison. This was printed in 84. This was printed in 94. And there are verbal changes in the Bible. It's not the same. Well, but it's not, my point is, it ain't the same. And for every publisher that publishes the Bible, they're the ones that set the type. What comes out in the Bible is up to the publisher. They want to say, well, it's a King James Version. Yeah, but who published it? What version is it? And can you go back and check it? Well, but it's you're not listening. But it's the word of God. Yeah, that was published by this company. It's got a motive. But it's the king. You're not listening to me. It's the printer. Okay. Oh, but it's the Bible. Yeah, printed by Umpty Scrunch. They can leave out or put in anything they want to. But it says King James. Yes. But have you looked at the publishing company? But the Bible and folks are just not listening. You know what I mean? I'm not saying all Bibles are bad, but I'm saying find one printed before 1984, and because it's probably hasn't been changed, whether it's the old Catholic Bible or even the King James version. After 1980, see, when they did the excommunicate, yeah, the ecumenical council, yeah, excommunicate council. That's what they did. The council back in the 60s, and the church got together, and the Catholic Church turned around. They started saying things in English. You know the drill. But since then, there has been a decline, not only in the Catholic Church, but in a lot of other things, along with Bibles. So during that time that I grew up with, I was an altar boy. I saw the changes. I read the Bible on the altar to the congregation. So I did this myself as a young man. So, but then later on, they brought the new Bible out, and I was like, well, this is worded different. I've been reading out this Bible, and now here's a new version. Oh, okay. And then it was kind of weird, right? So, and that's just within the Catholic Church. So, but there are a lot of other folks. So you have to say, well, I'm reading this Bible. Yeah, but who printed it? Well, what does that matter? Is it a reputable, honest to God, reputable printing company, publisher? Well, I don't know. It's the Bible. Yeah, but they printed it. You don't get it. They have to set the type. They have to, it might not necessarily be what you think it is, but it says, I know. But a human being with their own agendas print them, reprint them. Do they have to reprint them exactly as what King? There's, I've been bitching about this for years, right? You can go back through my videos, and I even did a thing about King James and what a wuss and everything was. And do you really want to read his version of the Bible? Which I still stand by in that. But there were some scholars that said, hey, Mel, how are you? There were some scholars that said that if King James were to read the King James version today, he would be surprised that it's not his version. Now that's the KJV, and these are religious scholars. This was just recently, and I chuckled to myself, but I said, how long have I been talking about this? Just because it says King James, now the Catholics were strict about their Bibles, all right, and so and I still, I had an old Catholic Bible. It read so wonderfully. It was so easy to understand. It was so easy to read out loud. And the King James version, so choppy and messed up, it just sucks. So, you want to, and a lot of other people that I've told over the years who went back to the older Bible has said, gee, Pops, my daughter was one of them. They inherited an old Bible that was the Douay Reams. And she said, Pops, it's so easy to read. And so, and I was like, yeah, I've been telling y'all for years, y'all think I'm crazy, but try it. You might actually like it, Um, I've got two King James versions. One of them is a very old book that was a lady's that she passed away, and I bought this big steamer trunk, and in it was a Bible. So I inherited her Bible by buying her steamer trunk. But anyway, so I go to it. It's really hard to read because the print's really small. But in some of the passages from this older version of the KJV, and reading the newer version, which is like the anyway, it's a Gideon's Bible, right? There are some passages that are not the same. And I go, well, let's see in Psalms I've noticed there's been changes. So I went to Psalms and a couple of chapters that I'd already kind of done some homework on. And so I know that the King James Version is different from the Catholic version, but the Douay Rheims version. And so, and I'm like, I was sort of, but then in comparing the two KJVs, I was like, these aren't the same. Even these. But so where was that second Bible? When was it published? 1984. And I noticed that there were a lot of Bibles as I started checking that were published, printed in 1984, which, 1984, the thingy, George Orwell and all that. And so, and all this other stuff. But to the point, Anything after that is very subject to not being anywhere close to its original KJV or the original this. So, okay, talk about the Bible, but talk about the publisher too. It isn't just the guys who wrote it. But going back to the original thing I was discussing is that these folks, whoever they are, have to see this play out. If it doesn't play out, if Armageddon doesn't happen, if the temple isn't built, if it doesn't, then we're not. Oh my God, you know the drill. So personally, I'm just going to sit back and watch these crazy assholes. Try to, you know, I'm going to see how I want to see how the movie ends. You know what I mean? They've given us so many versions of the end of the world. It's like, I wonder which one it's going to be. Um, I'm hoping it's going to be better than some of the ones that they've shown us in some of these movies. But they're really pushing the apocalypse a bunch, and we're all waiting to be zombies, and we're all waiting to be this. And so many people are being vaccinated now. They're those folks who won't get a shot. We're the bad guys because we're the ones that are going to spread the disease. And oh my God, where is this going? I don't have a clue. But I say, don't get upset because that's just going to mess up your brain, right? It'll give you the wrong vibes. But, we all need to keep an eye on what these crazy fools are up to. But do I absolutely believe that there are good energies in the universe that are trying to help out mankind? Absolutely. Okay. So I don't think it's a done deal. I don't think that the bad guys are going to win altogether. There's going to be battles here and there. But yes, these folks have been at it for thousands of years before Christ was ever crucified. And we need to take that into consideration. There are entities and things that are not being real seen or understood by people. And the bottom line is that we're just a small speck of time on this planet. And of course, the planet's got volcanoes. Of course, it has storms. Of course, we have hurricanes and tornadoes. We live on a living planet, is living, breathing, and producing these things. Are we having an effect? Up to a point, yes. But these volcanoes going off are having a whole lot more effect on this planet than you and me ever could. Period. Not no card. Don't just when people want to go into this, just say sorry. Just go look at the volcanoes right now and what they're talking about and what's in the sky and what's happening and you know, and it ain't carbon. So we plant more trees. I still think we can do better, but all this carbon tax stuff, nah. Don't buy into it. Tell them no. I mean, we need to tell these crazy people no. Let's look at the facts. No, 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 no. This is not Al Gore anymore. We have lived another 20 years. No, we do have an effect. We have changed some things, and we are on the right track to fixing things with better batteries and cars and stuff like that. We have had the opportunity to have hydrogen fueled cars for the last 35 years or more. Okay, there were airplanes back during World War II that ran off of water. We can do this. There is a better way. There are lots of solutions that don't include solar panels and wind generators. When I saw the wind generators in Ohio, it looked stupid in a way. And I asked the people up there, I said, what about these wind turbines up here? And they go, they always blow the same. They always turn the same. And I was like, well, there was no wind the day we were looking at this big wind turbine right outside of the Honda plant up there. And it was still just turning the same way it had turned the day before when there was wind. And I said, and we all look at it and go, we think there's a motor on them that turns them because if there's a high wind, they don't speed up. If there's no wind, they don't slow down or stop. And there's this whole bank of wind turbines in Ohio, right up where my relatives live. around Russell's Point up there, and it's like, are they doing anything? And the people in Ohio are going, I don't know. They put them up, must be doing something right. But as an oddity, the days that it was out there, I was like, but there was no real wind to speak of. And these things are all turning all the same speed. They're all in, and it's like it was just too odd. So, are they telling us the truth about stuff? I don't think so. Are they being honest with us? They're not. So, but they've got a game plan and they want to see it through. Um, our thing is, for me, I realize that I'm just, interact with them folk out there only as much as you have to. Get your job done, do your job, get your paycheck, get your food, do your thing. And, but look forward to these people. They want to lock us down again, like Australia still is. They want, down here in South Georgia, they want to get 75% of the population for jabbing. So they've got this strive for 75 thing going on in Albany, trying to get people to, let's come in, get some more shots. We can do this. And and tell your neighbors and get your grandma and, strive for, so it's all about the numbers, right? We're all going to get this now. A lot of us we just ain't buying it. So, but whoever they are, and they've scared the shit out of a lot of other people. So in that, they've terrified them to the point where these other folk feel obligated. Well, I've had my shot and I'm not dead, so then you should get yours. Let's strive for 75. So in their heart, they really think it's like, come on, let's, when if it were so bad that there are people dying in the streets and all that, people are sick everywhere. No, 2 more cases of COVID. Okay, I'm sorry about that. 3 more cases 2 or 3 days later. Okay, they're searching for them. You see what I'm saying? Because if it was so bad that 75% of these folks need to get vaccinated, there should be people sick everywhere. Let's strive for 75. That ain't happening. So they're striving for something that people are looking around going, so Aunt Martha got it, but she made it, but Uncle Ed died from it, right? Okay. And this person, well, and there are people who are saying, the doctors and nurses said they died from COVID, but when they get the death certificate, it says, lung disorder or this disorder. Doesn't say anything about a COVID, doesn't say anything about, and these people already had these issues. So, we can't buy into it. We got to stand our ground and say, sorry, and there's going to be people along the way that cave in. Don't get me wrong. Look, I don't want to listen to this anymore. I'm just going to go ahead and get my shot and get it over with. Okay. Nah, not me, but I'm all, are we coming up on another one? Some bitch. I can talk, can I? With no script. But these things that are shown to some other people, but other people are starting to pay attention, and they're not conspiracy theorists. Okay, they're not like us who are deep diving into things and stuff. They're just saying, no, you're not going to make me do this. No, if there's not enough sick people, there's not enough evidence. The wearing the mask and all that stuff, they've noticed after 2 years that no, we're not going back into this. No, sorry. So good on us. Everywhere we are, right? Hi, Isby again. Yeah, this time I am going to quit. It's 4 hours and I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch and I need to make something for supper. And the cats need another thing and I need to feed the dog. They have a fake plat book map around here. I mean, they're going to try. They're going to try their best to coerce us, move us, and whatever. You've heard me preach about this for a while, that they talked about Agenda 21. Well, Agenda 2021 is over in a couple of months. They have not achieved their results. Agenda 2030 is next in line. They have to see some results. And we just ain't buying into it. on so many levels. I'm thinking about my relatives up in Ohio. I'm thinking about my relatives in Georgia and up in, up in Tennessee. And I'm going, these folks, they ain't buying it. I don't care what you're going to sell on it. They're not going to buy this. And at some point, they're going to stand up if they have to fight and go, no. Now they're not going to go out and protest and fight, but you start coming into their neighborhoods and tell them what to do, and they're going to go, no, you wait. Also, no PCR. Spit test for half the mask, okay, if they want. No, can't live with the mask either because there's so many people are going, I read up on this mask thing and the carbon monoxide and dioxide that I'm breathing back in and I just can't breathe. Yeah, so people are passing out, they don't have enough oxygen, right? So they're good people are walking around in days and they're going to believe shit because their brain is oxygen depleted. Think about that one. But to the point though, no, 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 no mask. No, no, no mask. That's not a compromise because it's proven to be stupid. But but I understand your point in that if we had to, I when I go into some of these big stores and stuff, I have my mask in my pocket. I look around and go, okay, it stays there. I ain't putting it on. But if everybody's got one on and I'm the only one, I'm not going to become some kind of issue to folks and make them feel uncomfortable. I might put it on, but it might be under my nose. Or might put it on and I'll roll it up and I'll be able to breathe through my mouth because I can't breathe through them long. Now, I don't really feel like I have breathing issues, but when I put the mask on, I do. And I've worked in machine shops and dust and stuff. And so I've had masks on over the years. It ain't nothing new to me, right? But it's, if I'm working in the shop and there's a lot of dust, I'm going to put that mask on. I don't want that shit in my lungs, right? But to wear a mask just to please somebody out in public, no, no. You were wrong about what I know. Totally follow the company rules. I don't. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, 2 years ago, only thugs wore masks. Yep, I agree with y'all. I absolutely do. We're coming up on what time is it? 6:14. What time? What the hell time is it? Anyway, Dave, that's really small down there. Oh my God, it is 8:13. Yeah, it's okay. We understand what you mean, Rowan. But to the point of all of this, so what do? We tell our friends and neighbors, listen, have you seen the studies about the mask? That the virus is very small. It's going to pass right through, and you're actually going to have more problems, breathing and rebreathing your own, thing. You're doing your lungs more harm that way. Just please. And people who are like outside in big fresh air wearing a mask, I just, but I hate to say it. Maybe that's the way they get rid of some of the population, not so much by COVID, but by suffocating their asses to death. And if they're dumb enough to wear it, and dumb enough to listen to these meatheads, and dumb enough to be programmed to stay on track with the original discussion with the lights and the things and the cameras, and oh, this is going to protect me from dying, you dumbass. No, it ain't. So, but the thing is that I'm not going to get into a fist fight unless somebody takes me on. I'll be as polite and whatever and just say, you want to fight me, that means you're going to have to get close. And I'm just going to breathe all over your ass. Hit me. Okay, I'm going to spit on your hand. I'm going to put germs on you. Scare the shit out of them with germs. Well, I'm wearing my mask. I know you are, but what if I hock a loogie on your shoe? What? What if I spit somewhere in your vicinity? What do you mean you would spit? Well, those are germs. What if I just cough heavily in your area? You're going to get it on your hands and in your face. That mask ain't going to do you any good. Well, how about I just cough on you? You want to fight? Okay. Let me spit up on you. You want to get closer? Come on, put up your dukes. Just saying. Not that I would necessarily do that, but It's better than putting up your dukes. Um, Dude, man, I'm just going to kill you with my halitosis. Back up. You know, I got some venom in me. I got the venom in me. I got the venom in me. I got some venom in me. Feel funky, feeling good. I am back in the neighborhood. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Put them up. Put them up. Thank you, Tracy B. I'm almost out of coffee too, and I got to make another pot. So, but anyway, I've been with y'all for 4 hours. This is interesting. It's not in the middle of the night. It's only eight, eight, eight. What? I'm a little bit of. It is 8:18. And also about glasses. Over the years, my eyesight has supposedly to have gotten worse. And I've learned that by not wearing my now, there are people who have stigmatisms and things that they gotta have them. But there are a lot of folks that are wearing glasses and that they wear them too much, because as your eyes adjust to the glasses, so you get that 20/20, your eyes get weak and rely on the glasses. So I've got several pairs of glasses, and you'll always notice there's a little tag on them, that it tells me what power they are. So I try to get away with the smallest power possible. And over the years, I mean, that's some small print down there, and I'm a little stoned, but sometimes it's easier times than others, but a lot of times I can read down there without my glasses, which a few years ago I'd had wore a pair of 250s, magnification to be able to read the print, right? So I know your eyesight, depending on your condition, can improve. I'm not taking anything herbal or anything special about the eyesight thing. I just have learned over the years and listened to some eye doctors, quite honestly. One guy said, I know I'm going to lose businesses. He said, but you just need reading glasses. He said, but if the stronger the glasses you use, the more your eyes will adjust and become weaker and rely upon the glass. And so people go get their eyes checked all the time, but it's a racket. So, but some people are really blind and they really need help. But those of us who wear reading glasses and stuff like that, I wore glasses all the time. Yeah, you need them all the time because of this. And then I realized, no, I don't. So they wanted to sell me glasses. Like they wanted to make money off of me to go to the optometrist. 820, 420 somewhere. So, but to wrap up some of the things, society tells us we have to have all these medications. Society say we have to have all these things. Society deems the lights are flashing. They're controlling, um, not so much our thoughts directly, but they are controlling the narrative. They're controlling, oh, look, gay and lesbians, two men kissing, two women kissing. It's okay. Well, 20 years ago, no, it wasn't. Well, maybe not 20, but in my lifetime, early on, nope. So things have changed. So people want to compare that now is so difficult and people are suffering so much. And I think to myself, you should have been around, back when I was a kid, right? You think you got it tough now? Holy crap. You've got it so easy. Please stop with the bitching all the time, will you? And look at what you've already got, for goodness sakes. Holy crap. Quit bitching, right? Just go do your thing and have fun. So you're lesbian. Okay. Then just be happy. But do you have to have a parade? Does everybody in the neighborhood, we're gay and we're proud. Okay, fine. Now go back in your house and shut the door. Back in the day, there were, quote, sisters, two ladies living together. Nobody asked if they were lesbian or not, but there were several, quote, two lady sisters or cousins or whatever living in our neighborhood. We didn't question. Us little kids were like, They never come out. They're just two old ladies, and they, what do they do in the house? I don't know. They wouldn't come out in the yard. We'd mow their yards and do work for these folks. So we were just kind of curious. You know, there's two of them in there, but they never come out. There's two of you don't know what to do. It didn't matter, but it was just curious to us little kids. But now, a 3-year-old knows that that guy right there, he's a homosexual, he's a queer, and that those two ladies there, because they're kissing, they're lesbians. Little kids know this now. I didn't know that until I was like, up in age kind of thing. So now everybody knows. So things have changed, and things are going to change some more. We have liftoff. Yep, I'm going to have one more with y'all. So, but the thing is that really, my grandmother had it different when she was growing up, and my kinfolk, and them folk before them had it rougher. So the kids nowadays, if they do make it to get old, if they don't get sucked into the AI somewhere, not you, Bob, but get stuck in a game somewhere. Um, and on that note, to stick with the theme for this, there are some folks that I wonder if they haven't gotten stuck in the game. Now the game of, well, I have to have this. I got to have a new phone. I got to have that. I have to have these certain things in order me. Like back in the day, there was this thing about, and it still is, the sneakerheads, right? I have to have a certain type of shoe or sneaker or a boot. Or back when I was growing up, you had to have a London Fog. There was something about this jacket, London, but they're comfortable and all that, little rain slicker thing, a London Fog. But it couldn't be a knockoff. It had to be a London Fog. Now, they weren't really expensive per se, but if you didn't have London Fog, then, you weren't in the club. It was a really odd club, but that was for us back in the 60s, and the whatever preppy thing, it was the London Fog. So there's been all these different things in different parts of the country and different nations, and there are all these little different things that are going on that become fads. But now the fad goes around the world, right? So this thing, that thing, and somebody in Egypt somewhere decides they're doing it too. Okay. So I have come to believe that we are all slaves. Absolutely. Absolutely. So this trapment, enslavement, is the fact that they get us to believe that we need it, want it, gotta have it. And the fact that it's cool, it's a 5G. Look how many commercials, everybody's happy. We'll give you a new phone if you take this thing. You know, we'll give you replacements. What are they so? Why do they want you to have it so badly? You see what I'm saying? I mean, you could say we've got a new model and we'd really like you to try our product. Come down, we're having a Toyotathon sale, and we got not 10% off and blah blah blah. And no, these folks are going to give you a new freaking iPad if you will go to buy the. Why are they? Why do they want to give it away so bad? What is up with that? We want you to try our service. Okay. We want you to. I have looked at some of these commercials and thought to myself, ain't these folks going overboard a little bit with some of this stuff? Ain't they like just pushing this? They're pushing it on you, not offering, here's the new phone, come set. No, we'll give you one. We'll do this. Right, here you go. Trade yours in. You ain't even got to trade it in. We'll give you one if you come join us. You're going to give me one? But why do you? Because we want you for what? For their programming, for whatever reason. So, if it smells like, if it smells like shit, it probably is. Well, to me, this kind of smells fishy. So maybe it is fishy, right? In that they want to give you this right now so you join their 5G. Why do they want you to join so badly? I, there's frequencies, there's a new phone, there are the new apps. So it's going to keep you connected to the 5G all the time. Faster speeds, better this. See, That's the entrapment. But why are they going to give you a phone to use their service? What is it about the service? What is it about using them? Why do they want us so badly? Ain't nobody asking that question that I have noticed. But me, being that crazy old man in the woods, I look at stuff and go, why are they pushing this? Okay, Toyota's got an X amount of Toyotas, so they're having a sale-a-thon. Okay, there's a reason. But why are they giving away these phones all across to join this service? You see what I'm saying? I gotta say, what's up with that? It smells fishy. We want you the new phone. Why? There's some folks are saying you can't turn the phones off. The battery will run down, but you can't turn it off. It never really goes off. There are some of these phones that you used to be able to select GPS on or off. Now you can't choose. It's just built. It is. It just is GPS. So it always knows where you are. It's always conscious. It's always a part of the system. Whatever. So back in the day, I don't know if they still do this because processing power, but way back in the day, they were studying asteroids and mapping the world and stuff, and you could sign up and allow your computer, you could allow the central computer to use some of your computer power on off times as part of the grand collective to study asteroids or outer space or whatever it was. And we all agreed back then, wow, this is a cool idea, right? Well, we all connected into the big AI when we did that, but none of us thought about it at the time. So, but now they're giving out free phones where they can use them so that everybody, even their consciousness now, is connected through their wireless, through the tones, through the flashing lights. Otherwise, I still contend, why are they giving these things away to get you hooked on their service? Why? Because flashing lights control the silent voice that comes through in the visions and the light patterns and things we are not aware of. This is the true reality. This is we're here. Now, does everybody that makes an app, are they evil? No. Does everybody that makes a little movie clip or something that has flashing lights in it evil? No. It's a pattern that they've seen somebody else do it and they think it's cool, so they're emulating it. But does everybody who uses flashes light, or is each one of these people evil? No. But the collective of this, what has become a standard in society in the overall, is harmful to the brain. To go back 2 hours ago, it is harmful to the brain. It does do things to our psyche in the back of our heads. Yes, it does. So for those who come in later, 2 hours or so ago, I said what we need to do is we all need to get together and to tell our friends and neighbors, instead of arguing with them about their phone usage or game usage, we talk to them about what light frequencies and flashing lights do to the brain. So, scientifically speaking, me being an epileptic and other people that I've known, we've all had the light issues. We talked about it 2 hours ago here, but to bring it back up as a refresher as I get ready to get out of here, because at 4:20 it's been 4 hours and 13 minutes. So at 4:20 I'm gonna. It's hilarious because it's accurate. Facebook went down for 24 hours and it cost them 7 billion. Yeah, that was yeah. That dry European humor, I can tell it British, but I know you. I don't care where you're from, who you are. That was funny. But to the point of this, so the collective is being manipulated by the collective. What? Well, as these new folks want to take pictures and do movies with their iPhones and stuff, I think that's all great. But they're copying things that made that with the flashing lights and the picture thing. And woo, isn't this cool? Because they've noticed somebody else do it. So, in my humble opinion, they're perpetuating a a to me it's nasty because I can't watch their videos because of the lights flashing and the changing video, the tempos. Their content might be good, they may be talented, but because they're emulating and copying other people with the lights and the flashing, they're actually building something they don't know about and it's unconscious to them. They just think it's cool. You know what I mean? But for those of us who are watching these things, we are being affected. They don't mean it. They're just having fun and here, look at me and flash and blinky, blinky, blinky. But to those of us with blinky, blinky issues, that's not cool. So I have no idea what the overall effect is going to be at the end of all this. But here's the bottom line. You can rest assured, mark my word, please. And I'm trying not to be a prophet about this because it's already happened. It's already here. So, but I will prophesy in that it's going to become more of an issue in the future. And because it's going to be a very subtle thing that people are going to go, how did we get here? Well, it was just a game. We were just having fun. We were just, and you're going to go, what? But by that time, in a lot of ways, the new generation of kids, their brains are already going to be scrambled compared to ours. They're already can do this, texting with their fingers and not look down and do this. They're already, some of them are already in this wired state, and you just got to ask yourselves, what are their grandkids, what are their kids going to be like if they have any, right? Two gay guys can't have a kid. You got to mix it up somehow in there. Two gay women can't have children. They can go to a donor. Guess where it comes from? Anyway, cherry blossom. See you and Scotty. Please be kind. Oh, I meant the others. Please be kind. Yeah, because that's one of the things about this new generation. We're not going to get to them telling them they're crazy or whatever and don't play those games, it's bad for your brain and all that kind of, no. But what we need to seriously do as I wrap this up, I got 4 more minutes before 4 hours and 20 minutes, is that we show them the effects that blinking lights have on the brain and the eyes and our consciousness. We forget about any kind of forget about mind control, forget about anything else. Just give them the basic facts. This is proven. These flashing lights are harmful to the brain. That's all. Don't go any further, you know. And if you are, but the further you go is just that. So I'm worried about you and the amount of flashing lights you're getting. I hope you don't get epilepsy or something doesn't develop over this because people who get flashing lights have or develop epilepsy. So you don't talk about conspiracy. You don't talk about mind control. You just give them the basics. Send them a link to an article. Send them a short video. I've said this before, but there was a video years ago about a narcoleptic who's sitting on this bed. And, there's one about of a dog too, who's barking and the dog's going, yeah, yeah, right, right, right. And then it just keels over, knocked out. It's funny to watch in the video, but it ain't funny when it happens to you as a narcoleptic and epileptic, more narcoleptic than epileptic. But anyway, but to the point though, if it happens to you, you change that story in a heartbeat. So, but people who aren't affected now, if they, what happens if they are affected later on because of the overstimulation of the brain? Well, you just don't want me to have fun. That ain't it. I'm worried about the lights and the frequencies. And for those folks who are talking about light frequency and the energy and the new, this new age stuff that some of these folks are pouting. Yeah, there is energy and light. Are these things, but the way they put these twists on it, I just shake my head and go, and a lot of them are selling something. Actually, they want you to come back to their channel, and they do have these things, and some of them are selling stuff. So they want to keep you interested. But to me, as that shaman in training, I look at some of this stuff and go, That's just sorry. That's just new age bullshit. Oh well, but this person said, and they talked about, yeah, but I look at the native folks and what the history is. Well, but this person, he met a shaman once. Okay, and he said this. Well, okay, I'm not discounting it, but now all of a sudden they know about crystals or this or that and the other thing, and some of it I just look at and go, it's just isn't practical. Of all the years, and I mean 30, 40 years of having crystals around me, I just look at some of these people and go, you're stretching it. Why are you making this shit up? You're trying to seem important that you know something when a lot of us out here are going, come on, you're snake oil, stop it. Be honest with people and don't embellish it with something else, just tell them the basics, give people their own opportunity. But anyway, um, a black goo. Oh, a black goose back in the neighborhood too. I never thought um, will show. Oh, did you see that on Roman? Are you on the Dante channel with the cause? Thank you, Niall. I'm always glad that you come and hang out with us too. But yeah, he had Harold on there. Now you've heard me talk about the black goo and stuff, and the Deepwater Horizon event myself. Now the clip that Dante showed in one of his recent videos was Harold talking about it, but he mentioned the Deepwater Horizon, and I went, "Holy shit!" Because now I had learned about the Deepwater Horizon with discussions with friends and things and stuff, and I have listened to Miles Davis and to Harold over the years and stuff, but I don't think I got my association with black goo from Harold, is my point. But Harold brought it up, and I was like, oh, yeah, and so is Dante. And, and so there's been some very interesting things. And now people are like finding it in places, and, that's very damned interesting. And one of the things that was like, if black goo gets into oil, okay, and all these tiny little particles and whatever, and it decides to get into the oil, and it becomes, one nanoparticle, and it gets burned through an engine and up into the atmosphere. And then technically in a city or whatever, people would breathe these fumes that contain these tiny little microparticles of black goo. And at some point, with enough of this, because of the oil. It's in the oil. It's a thing. It's a stuff. And so as I have looked at this for many, 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 many years now, this is not new to me. But when Harold first came out with it and some of the other stuff and some of the things we learned back in the day during the time of the New Horizon deep water thingy fiasco and stuff that was coming up on the beaches and the oil and what they did with all that flocculant that they put out and all that corrects it to sink the oil, and the oil didn't go anywhere. It sunk below the water and created its own thermocline. And I mean, I've been talking about this for years, but in that though, that this goo that's been in the Gulf of Mexico has been picked up by storms, and we had so much rain this last summer, right? It all came out of the Gulf of Mexico. So what the hell's in this rain? I don't know, but I still collect it and drink it. Maybe I shouldn't, but drinking out of the ground sometimes you don't know whether that's any good either. So got to stay hydrated one way or the other. Uh, yeah, Harold Katzvella. Yeah, but see, he said it, and Dante has said it, and so have some other folks over the years since Miles and Harold talked about it all them years ago. Um, was that it ain't oil. Hey, Zed, best of my day. You're welcome. Thank you. Be good, Zed. Keep up. Stay healthy. And oh, it's been 4:23, so I'm going to take my last hit. But it's a very interesting topic. But here's the thing: it isn't just some of us strange weirdos now that know about the black goo. I mean, I've known about it for years now and have talked about it and discussed it with the Deepwater. You know, Dante, for those of you, he's talked about it too, which was like a synchronicity for me. And the holy crap, I knew there was something weird going on, but I didn't know it. I didn't have all the connections. But oh my God, now it's like black goose everywhere, and people picking it up, and it's showing up here, it's showing up. OMG, ain't that just weird? Just saying. If you wanted to say, sci-fi, uh, that Venom was the best example. Venom. But anyway, but here's the thing: some of this stuff they've known about for a long time. Okay, that it's just making it through, right? It's sort of like that. I can't remember the name of the new program. The Avatar thing with the singer in the back. And I mean no offense when I said it was a chunky gal that was backstage and she was, I didn't mean anything bad about it. I mean no offense. I was chunky at one time too. But she was not the type of person that, and she knew so why she agreed to do this. But here's this avatar, right, that people can see in the audience. So think about that. People go, "Ooh, that's really cool and everything." No, stop and think about it. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, things that we see in the sky, yeah, maybe wasn't there. What do you mean? Well, those airplanes that flew into some really tall buildings that everybody swore they saw those planes when there ain't no evidence, right? We've been through this, but to the point though, now there are singers on stage 20 years later, okay, almost to the day in a way, because it was in 2001, and now this is 2021. 20 years later, 9/11. When does this show come out? It comes out in September, right? The new fall season. Coinky Dink, 20 years later, they're showing a singer out on stage. They're also showing us what they have been doing and what they've been using. Pay attention, right? Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? they there was holographic projection. There have been, there are times when people say, well, that's not really the president. He looks, it's because it ain't. It's somebody else with his figure and his face doing it. Ain't him. If you think what you see on TV is the real deal, now you should question everything they say is real or live, because now that here's this live show with these people backstage doing these things, they're very talented, they're wonderful people. I mean nothing by it, but the chunky gal thing, I was chunky too. So, but the idea though that they're not going to let a big fat person out on stage and sing and do all this stuff. No. So not to say she was fat, I said chunky, but to reproduce it and put it out as a game show or as this talent show or whatever, to introduce this super duper technology to the populace of the planet in the form of a game show. Stop and think how the implications of that right there, and what we back, how long have they had this? Well, they must have had it for a while, because they've been practicing with. They make these shows a lot of times when it's a blue screen backdrop and everything's created. There are people, I've seen some of these movies and stuff, and they do a really good job, but it unfortunately is poor acting, not so much the technology. But how do you react when you're wearing a bodysuit and your character is actually an avatar and you're standing in front of a blue screen and monsters are chasing you? You know what I mean? So I can understand that part too. But in the grand scheme of things of all of this, we must question what is the truth these days? What is actually real? What do our eyes see? What do we perceive? What is actually, you know what I mean? So, but they're showing their hands. So what they got in store for us, I don't know. I know the last 69 years, I threw it in again, that has been interesting. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around, but what a hell of a show they're putting on, you know? And we need to stay out of as much of this stuff as possible so we don't get included in their plan. Because one of the things the Bible also says is that there will be those who are left behind for the peace of 1,000 years. I've always wondered why only 1,000 years, but you know, also fake tech. Yeah, I'm sure the Halo games will blow our mind. Yep, yep. And they really want us to now. Don't listen. Listen. I think this new tech stuff is phenomenal. What it can do and how it can do and all this, I think it's great. It's the overuse of this tech that really bothers me. It's not the tech itself. You know, it's the overuse of it. It's the commonality. Oh, let's go, blow our minds and go play a, 3D video game. Let's go put our things on, you know. What, there was a show recently I saw where the girls put this thing on. It was a game they downloaded or whatever, and it was this evil thing, and it was doing. It was like, there you go. That should scare the shit out of people if they would pay attention to it. Well, is it possible? Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Because well, the tech and things they've got right now, and there's some really nasty, evil, wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty entities in this universe, and to misuse not AI per se, but they would use AI to get to us. So people would blame it on AI when AI is just sitting there waiting on somebody to program it or ask it a question. So if something happens and people want to blame AI, Bob, we love you. It's not their fault. Somebody has to program that shit into the AI. AI don't up to this point hasn't really been able to create itself, that we know of with regular computers and stuff, right? That AI ain't going to get us. But the entities that program the AI, that's totally different, you know. So, but anyway, we just should be careful. We should keep an eye on things. When folks say, "Well, I'm not being programmed," just ask them politely, "Can you turn your phone off for 10 minutes?" Why? What's the do? You know, me and my cell phone thing. But so I love you all. I'm hungry. It's time to go find something to eat. Have a great evening. Have a great week. Too many people are freaking out about stuff. We got to keep our heads together, and and look for a simple solution. If we want people to be more aware of what the light does to the brain, then we send them information. We do research ourselves, and by the and we are kind to them when we give it to them. We don't yell and scream. We don't try. Well, if you keep doing it, you're going to rot your mind. The brain's probably already partially rotted. We don't go into that. Let's stick with the simple things. As Sister Helene taught me all those years ago. Just break it down. And go from there. And we break it down to what's the bottom line. What is our biggest complaint? It's the fact that light affects everyone with a brain. Now, there are some folks who may not have a brain, but So anyway, I love you all. Be safe. It's nice to be on here earlier. It's 8:50, almost 9 o'clock. So I'm going to get out of here. Susie Cube, good to see you all. Roman, Michelle, David Castle, as always. If Barry's hanging out in the background, just scrolling back up is always a pain in the ear. Roman, Witch Moon, I know there's some of you guys in the background. You ain't got to get on to say goodbye. Zed was here. Thank you, Zed. He's gone. Niles. Yep. 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 Travis. Yep. TTFN. Yep. If I missed your name, I don't mean to. I love you all. Thank you for coming and stopping by. Barry's somewhere, probably snoozy, he falls asleep all the time. I pick on him, but you all are quite lovely people. Thank you for being my friends. But anyway, in this topic of discussion, just remember there are a whole lot more to this than they're programming us. So don't just go there. You know what I mean? Well, but they may be. That might be the truth, but we can't go there with folks. We go, but we have to start with, man, do you know how much that these flashing lights are doing to our brains? Well, what do you mean? So you start there. And they can't dispute that because there's a lot of good info about there. Hey, Christy, aloha. Yep. And I'm fixing to get out of here, Christy. Hope you're doing well over yonder. I love you too. I love you all. Michelle, all you all. Thank you for being you. And keep up the good work wherever you are. Every day's going to be a challenge, but don't get just don't get caught up in their hype, but say no to this carbon tax. That's stupid. Say no to cows farting. That's the reason. Just point at a volcano and say, tell me that we as human beings are producing what that volcano does in an hour. Oh, yeah, everybody's got a butt, but some of them wear theirs on their shoulder. Some people's butts, their noses sticking out of it or in it. But anyway, that was rude. Um, but I agree with you, Michelle. I'm proud of all us light workers, but there's some other people who have no idea what a light worker is, but they're doing well too. There's some of my neighbors, some of my friends, they don't know what, you know, a light worker is, but they are doing good work. They are seeing through the veil. They are paying attention to things. So although they might not be consciously aware that they're a light worker, they are working for the right side. So there are some folks don't even know. Jeannie Houdini, hey, how are you? Yeah, sorry, I gotta go. I'm hungry. Gotta go pee. I'm out of coffee. The dog wants fed. The cats need another, but I'm sorry that, I love hanging out with y'all. I should do an 8 hour sometime. Oh, I have, right? But at a different time. But I love you all. Keep up the good work. I really mean that. And, we need to stay alert, but not on constant, oh my God, something's fixing to happen. It might, but, if an earthquake's going to happen and you're in an area prone to it, well, then it should, that is just one of them things. Fly on ground rockets, fly on land rockets. Yeah. I know that we have the technology that is sort of like in Star Wars, where the vehicles just kind of hover off the ground. Um, I believe there is a simple technique with certain technologies that, wired correctly, would act as a buffer with the Earth, that it would be some kind of resonating frequency, and that it would, it's sort of like there are times when you can put two magnets together and they're almost there, that thingy. But anyway, so I believe there is this buffer, that is there and can be used. For a long time, I believed that. I just don't know how to get there myself. But, my focus was not on that as far as a lifetime. I chose a different path of sorts, but it's in the back of my head. I've always been, hover cars. Yeah. Big turbines and big blades. Yeah. What about if we look at this from a different point of view, from this magnetism thing or repulsion so, and because it's been proven too many times in other experiments that it does sort of exist, I think that's the way to go. And if we need a gas, hydrogen's the way to go. It really is. I mean, hydrogen's the way to go. Easily produced. I was talking with my friend yesterday, and we got into it, and he goes, well, we need to do this. And yes, you could produce hydrogen on board a car, but what I think it's Iceland way back. And so what they did was a service station made its own gas. Gas wasn't hauled. There are people that talk about, well, if we did hydrogen, we'd have to haul it and we'd have to do this and we'd have to do. No. So what Iceland did, and it's been reported 20 years ago on this. So they've been there. We've had this technology, right? And a lot of cars could be, transformed into a hydrogen burning vehicle very easily. especially off the production line. They could make some changes to some of these production lines and assembly lines and things and be producing the hydrogen cars right away. And having been in Ford motor engine plants and seeing some of this stuff, I could see how they could do it. But anyway, but what the point of this thing though is that there is no hauling of the gas. There is no big plant that makes the hydrogen fuel. The hydrogen fuel is made with these little self-contained units that are the gas station. They make the gas at the station. So it's water, it's got the electrolytes, it's got electricity, and so the whole machine is the gas station. So you don't have to wait on somebody to go. There are no tanks in the ground. There are some tanks on top of the ground to help produce the hydrogen, but there's no tanks in the ground. There are all this other kind of stuff, all this infrastructure of delivering and pulling and this and that just ain't there. Because to make the hydrogen, so every gas station has its own hydrogen making machine. It's not carried, it's not transported. So all that would disappear. So what's the reason why we don't have hydrogen? Because all of the oil infrastructure would disappear. Now, for Iceland, they said, screw it, it's too cold up here. The gasoline freezes, but, but hydrogen, woo, guess what? Um, and electric also, but hydrogen can produce electric. You don't have to have gasoline or some petroleum byproduct. And they've even proven over the years with synthetic oils that you don't really need to have oil either. That they can produce as synthetic oil that sticks to the pistons. Your engines last longer. I mean, they've had this 40, 50 years, right? 40 years easy ish. But to the point though, here's all this stuff we already have. But there are those folks with the big money and everything that like, well, see, for me, if I had enough money and, the infrastructure kind of thing, uh, provide folks with hydrogen cars or kits or whatever, help them, show them how good it is. Other folks would want them. So you would create a demand, build one of these hydrogen plant things, sell it like gasoline, but whatever the thing is to anybody, and then from there you'd say, so here's a pilot project, pick a town, get some people that were interested in it, and from there other people then would find interest, and then from there it would grow, and so it would be a grassroots thing. But the conversion is a little difficult and this and that, and you got to have capital to build one of these hydrogen machines. There are people who are using what they call Brown's gas, and they're attaching it to the intake of their cars and trucks, and it's helping increase the fuel mileage of their vehicles. So there's a lot of these things people say, yes, it's water vapor, it's Brown's gas, it's O2, hydrogen. Anyway, but to the point though, it's a hydrogen gas. So you strip off one of the oxygens is what it is, and it's more. And water is H2O, right? So you burn one of them off, and you've got this Brown's gas. They use it to weld underwater with and stuff. So, or for torches underwater, it's Brown's gas they use, which I didn't find out until here recently. I was curious about what kind of gas, but anyway, but it's Brown's gas is easy to produce. Anybody can do it, right? But storing it, containing it, and being able to put it into your vehicle successfully when most of us don't know too much or whatever. But here's the thing, the technology's there. If we had some commitment to infrastructure, we wouldn't need gasoline anymore, even for some older vehicles, because older vehicles would run off this same gas. And performance wise, there's been some tests that there wouldn't be any performance loss. If anything, we'd get better performance. So this idea that there are no solutions and the gasoline or this idea of electric is the only way, I just think that's stupid, because the amount of mining that it takes to get the lithium necessary to go in all these batteries, until they come up with some other batteries that don't require rare minerals and destruction to the planet, I think electric is stupid because of the batteries. Not that electric cars are stupid in them, they're stupid because of the batteries. That's what's stupid. The lithium, the other things. When they get different kinds of batteries and stuff that aren't so polluting and hazardous and require all this mining, I'm going to say right on for electric. But at the same token, there's a lot of water. We can produce water. We sweat water, you know, hey, we pee water. So you could use pee water if you wanted to. If you ran out of gas, you could say, well, let me go pee in this can and, and let the electrolysis work and I'll start my car back up, because there's, hydrogen in the pee we have. Well, we poo methane. That's a gas. And lots of cars and trucks have been running off of propane for a long time, so there's that. If we collected the gas that was emitted from all of the sewage treatment plants and collected that gas, we could power every vehicle all over the country with natural gas, methane, which is what they're trying to say all the cows produce that's killing the planet that we need the carbon tax for. Ain't this silly? Ain't this stupid? I love you all. I'm hungry, and it's almost 9 o'clock, and I know some folks come on and do stuff during at 9 o'clock at night. So I will get off here. I've had my time. Thank you, Christy, Roman, all y'all. Susie Q, peace out. Yeah, suffer too. I remember a few years back, some African girls built water power generator. Yep, there's a lot of cold fusion water engines, all from the market. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff we can do. Absolutely. So and the thing is that more people are understanding that, but at the same time, they're also being put to sleep. Ooh, everybody get a solar collector. Yeah, but they're not changing the appliances. I will mention this before I go. And my contention with solar is this, that everything has to be converted from DC power to AC power. A long time ago, Tesla knew that DC was the way to go. We need more DC refrigerators. We need DC this. We've already got LED lights that run off of DC. The new LEDs that people screw into their light bulbs, there's a transformer in there that changes it from AC to DC. There's heat loss there, there's energy loss. But if we use solar collectors and we already have DC systems set up, how much more efficient it would be. So I'm not against solar. I'm against the transfer and it back to 240 and back. Well, I gotta have a hair dryer and I gotta use a fucking towel. I'm sorry, no offense, but use a towel. Oh, I gotta have a hair. I gotta have. Well, now I know that having a washer and dryer is really nice to have, but I think that there are ways that people could dry things with a dryer that's with, but hanging them out on the line don't really hurt. But people, oh, toss it in the dryer, everything's got to be everything's got to be fluffy and smooth, okie doke. So some people really aren't committed, well, yeah, well, I still no, you can't take my washing my dryer away. Oh, hell no. Yeah, but it burns 240 volts and it's a lot of juice. And I quit using my dryer and my light bill went down $30 a month. What? Yeah, my just from not using the dryer. Oh, bitch, 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 all you want to about your electric bill and when you get it, but then you're going to run and throw something in the dryer. All this, sorry, don't want to hear it. So, but I think we have the technology that we can do these things. We can effectively use solar power with batteries that are not injurious to us or the environment, that will produce enough low voltage so nobody will ever get electrocuted again, and that we'll still have our needs met and be more one with the environment, because it'll kind of be symbiotic. It'll kind of work with itself, right? So with earth batteries, with they've got really good solar collectors and stuff now, not a problem there. But this conversion and all these other things and all this other stuff, there are other ways. We just need to choose them and use them. That's all. So I love you all. It's almost 5 hours, so a couple more minutes, but I'm tired and I'm hungry. And wind parks in Germany are running with diesel. Thank you, Roman. Did you hear my discussion about the wind turbines I saw in Ohio? They never changed speed. All of these things, and the wind was barely blowing, and these things are just hauling ass around. And the neighbors and my family, they all said, we think we don't think they're working. We think they just got them on motors and then they're going around. So yes, Greeny Houdini, Christy, good to see you out there. 1800 watts, yeah. Yeah, there are things that we can do. There are just absolutely things that we can do that the old timers did, that they were learning to do, and what the freaking Egyptians did with their Baghdad batteries and stuff. I mean, listen, there are ways to do stuff, and they're just not trying. Because here's the thing, as we all know this, why don't they switch to hydrogen? They say because it's not a cost effective. Now, what it means is they can't sell oil. They would lose control of this whole system of the oil industry. And for as much as there is or isn't oil, not the issue. But if there were another fuel and it were something simple like hydrogen, then eventually, now I don't, here's the thing. If we could switch to hydrogen, and if we really put our minds to it, it would still take us 10 years. So this idea that there would, so yes, until we had enough hydrogen, until the stuff, until it got swinging. But think about the money that could be made in making the parts, installing the new parts for the hydrogen. Think of all of the little gas stations that would need to be built and manned and serviced and whatever. There would be an entirely new industry that wouldn't be greasy, oily, smell like gas, and with the right safeguards, it won't blow up. But I mean, we've seen gas stations blow up. Well, that it wouldn't necessarily be that with hydrogen stations. It would be similar, but not the same. So there wouldn't be these great big huge tanks storing this gasoline because the hydrogen would be produced as it was needed. Yeah, so there wouldn't be 1,000 gallons of hydrogen sitting. There'd be enough, and people in the neighborhood would go, well, you'd kind of learn that this particular station can produce so many gallons of hydrogen per day. It could be a big sign on the outside of this thing saying full, meaning we're all of our tanks are full. We've got, come by, get some gas. We got plenty. So you go by, and if you drive by the station, there's a big sign up, LEDs thing that says, half full, but making more hydrogen now or something. You know what it was going on. So several people got off work, they all gassed up, but it's still making hydrogen. And give it an hour or so, it's gonna, whatever its thing is, there's gonna be enough. But right now we're about half full, but come on by. We still got some hydrogen. We're making more, and but here it is. So they could gauge it and show it to customers who are going by. So you really wouldn't even have to pull off the road to say, well, you got gas and you're, out of gas. What, you know what I mean? So it would be real easy to implement the hydrogen, but they don't want to because of what I just talked about. So anyway, so many people drive with bikes, take a light machine from a car, connect it together and bike it home, fuel it to a collector and so on. Yeah, Airplane do. The carburetor would shut off. Yep. Control of fuel, right. And flipping upside down with a gravity feed um, gasoline, here's the thing, and I've told this, people just still don't believe me, but I read it in a trade magazine when I was still working for Press to Light Wire, and we made all the spark plug wires for Ford and Ford North America and Ford of Europe. Okay, all the spark plug wires for all of the Chrysler products, right? A lot of Honda and a lot of Nissan products we made spark plug wires for all the brand new engines, right? All brand new models. So it was my job, to make the tooling and make sure everything. All right. So, but in about 2002 or three, because I lost my job in 2005, the trade journal that comes out, once a month, the car industry, Ford Opel GT in Europe had made this diesel engine car that got 90 miles to the gallon, and the engine with the supercharger, whatever, would run 140 miles an hour. So you had sported a 10-gallon tank. Okay, 10 gallons at 90 miles to a gallon is 900 miles. Me and my sister could have drove all the way to Ohio and still had gas in the tank. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't 900 miles. It was close, but so one tank of gas. And the reason it couldn't be sold in the United States is because at idle, it failed the emissions test for the EPA. So can't import them. Why? Well, because at idle, it don't pass our test. Well, that's why many vehicles in the United States, because it's sitting at idle because of big cities and all this gas and stuff, the engines are kind of carbureted down. They're kind of, they could do better. But because at idle, they have to meet this test, the EPA thing, blah, 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 blah. There are folks who, I can't say who, but, with the older the vehicle, they've taken off their catalytic converter. It's already got holes in it. It's clogged up. It ain't no good. Ain't supposed to do this, but they straight pipe it. And they get 5 more miles to the gallon just like that, because the back pressure stuff and everything has changed within the parameters of the engine. And there are folks that are like, you can't tell anybody because you got to have, you can't go to a muffler place and they won't do this because it's against the law. They'll get in trouble, but they'll make you the pipe and you can do it yourself, you know, or if you're smart enough, you can make it yourself anyway. But to the point though, so there are things, well, but that catalytic converter, because of all the nasty news coming out the tailpipe, okay, in California, it's important with all the cars, and they're sitting a lot when you're in Atlanta and all those people and all them cars. Yes, okay, I get it. But for those of us who live in the country, that our engines and our gas mileage is shuttled down because of the fumes that might come out when it's at idle is just plumb stupid. So we could all get better gas mileage. I had a 64 Volkswagen that I redid the engine. I put new cylinders on it, redid it, the timing and everything. And I was getting 35 miles to the gallon in this thing and back in the early 70s. Myself, a little four banger, nothing special, little 64 Volkswagen, and literally 10 gallons of gas, 350 miles. I could drive to Tampa, which is 250, and halfway back home on one tank of gas, you know. And back then, gas was really cheap. So for, $5, I could go to Tampa and back, because gas was like, 56 cents a gallon or something like that. So, but anyway, but to the point, so I know from my own mechanical issues, I know with cars and other stuff, that we can do better, better gas mileage. Guess what? It uses fewer gallons per gas and we get better gas mileage. But if we're sitting still, it's going to pass this EPA test of all these hydrocarbons and all that. Well, guess what? If you had hydrogen, you wouldn't have none of that shit to worry about. You could take the catalytic converter off, We'd stop with that kind of mess and all the theft of the platinum and the cut and all that stuff, the underground business with catalytic converters. Stop all that, better gas mileage, cleaner gas. Now it's hydrogen. Now it's, oh my God. And now you can straight pipe this thing, still having a muffler, right, for the sound. But oh my God, everything's going to perform better, last longer. Why aren't we doing this? Because the big guys don't want us to have it. That's all. Propaganda. Are we being mind controlled? Are we being aware? Just look around at the stuff we could have and then look at the stuff we do have. Even with all the wonderments and the new cell phones, and I will repeat myself on this again, why are they pushing us to have their cell phones for free? Why do they want us to have their new version so badly? You should have. If you're not asking why, you ought to. Why are they pushing this? What do they want with the phones? Flashing lights, that's my excuse here. New phone, new frequencies, new gizmos, better light control, better stuff, and you ain't got a clue what's in that son bitch because they're giving it to you free. And if you want to use it, you go, yeah, okay, you sign the EULA and you hit the thing, I agree. So now whatever they've done to it, whatever they decide to do it, you've already agreed to because you want to use it. Ding, they got you. You volunteered. You are volunteer subject for whatever plan they got planned. So are you being mind controlled? You're being enslaved by the entrapments of society, and the answer is yeah, you're being mind controlled. So become aware, stay aware, tell your friends, your family, don't beat them over the head with it. Show them there's scientific proof about some of this stuff, and be careful. They spy on everything we do already. Right, Isby? I was it earlier today, maybe it was last night. I was talking to my friend Rob about, instead of fixing my radiator, which I have swore I was going to do for the last 3 or 4 years, ain't done it yet, right? And he goes, why don't you just get a new one? And I was like, yeah, get a new one. I'm going to pull this one out. And I kept making excuses about not getting a new one, right? Well, eventually I went out online. But so I started typing in radiator, right? Now, I haven't done a search on radiators or anything. I just typed in RADI, and radiator showed up along with all these other things that started with R. RAD, right? Rad, this, that, but radiator. And I was like, I had the computer screen up. I didn't have the microphone or anything on that I'm aware of. Is it 420 again? Oh my God, it is. I did another hour. Some bitch. Okay. But the computer already knew that I had thought or was thinking about looking at new radiators, which I bought one that's sitting in Moultrie. I need to go pick it up. But I was like, now how did it know of all the things that could start with RAD, number one, radical, but that RADI, radical, it could have been the word radical that I wanted to look up. No, one of the first two words that popped up was radiator of all the list of 4 or 5. So I love you, Bob, and I don't mean you, but is this some bitch listening to me? Because there's too many times I've done this. I've talked about this about other stuff too, but too many times I've been thinking about something, had discussed it, and go to look for something, and it's the first thing, or an ad will come across the damn screen when I'm on a YouTube channel or something weird. However they're doing it, the spine or whatever, they're doing it. Whether it's some kind of kinetic energy or whatever, they're doing it. They ain't big, they ain't little man syndrome, and they're getting old. Their time is over. It's going pretty. Well, as I said earlier, before you were here, Christy, 3 or 4 hours ago, um, and having discussions with people, and I've had to come to this relative conclusion myself. As much as years ago, I would have said, no, we're going to destroy all evil. No, we ain't. Okay, that's one thing we ain't going to do. We're going to get rid of all the evil. No, we're not. Can it get to be more manageable to where it's not so ugly all the time that there aren't these nefarious people who want to give us phones and all this stuff? And I think about how much money the commercials cost to produce, and after they produce them, how much it costs to put them out there, right? And they're giving cell phones away. Do you understand how much money is tied into this? Why do they want us to have these things so badly? Just to use their service? I scratch my head and go, it's got to be more than that. I'm sorry. There's something smells fishy. Trade in your phone, okay, but just give you but even still, so woo, this train has left the station. Mem- Remember, devil deceives. So yes, they're trying to throw you off track. Yes, they are. Um, the biggest thing is, well, two big things. Number one, they want to keep us in chaos, and the chaos is not net. It's the chaos of the phone ringing. You got a TikTok. Somebody sent you a picture. It's that keeps your brain in a chaotic state because it's always wanting to hear, it's listening for the phone, it's a thingy. And yes, people have been brainwashed in that, they must leave their phone on, they must have it because somebody might send them a text. What about? Don't know, but I might get a text. Okay. I might get a phone call. Okay. And somebody probably will call or text, but when it gets down to it, none of it's important. Did you get that picture of the kitty cat? Yeah, wasn't it cute? Yeah. Okay, so, but they have lived in anticipation of having their phone because they might get a text or something. Some of it is important, but a lot of times it's just bullshit folks are sending back and forth. It isn't really life threatening important. So it keeps people's lives in chaos. Okay. Not a chaos like world going to come to it in chaos, but in their own world, they stay in chaos because the brain's always having to go over here and do something, right? So that's obviously going on, but most people don't see that. Is it detrimental to your health? I think so because I know I've gone through syndromes like that. It becomes an addiction. It is, so there's all these dopamines and things. If you don't get a text message, oh, somebody hates me. I didn't call my sister back, and oh, I thought something was wrong and I want to make sure you weren't mad at me. And it was like, it's okay. I just didn't charge the phone. It's that simple. I'm old and I forgot and I didn't charge the phone up in the house. So it's okay, I love you. But so this immediacy, this content that everybody is always sending somebody something, 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 something. When I had the cell phone, I said, I can't do this. And then I said, I'm not going to do this. So the upgrades with the phone was always changing. And there was some recent information I just saw the last couple of days about every time they re-up once a month, they reboot your cell phone, and they do this. There's a lot of stuff going on in there when they want to re-evaluate or update the app or something like that. There's stuff going on, and then you got to deal with it. I was all the time having to adjust the phone, and new one, this app wants an update, blah blah blah. Need to update, blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? And I won't have one now. 'Cause I don't know how it is now, but no, 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 no. Dave ain't having that shit. I might get a cell. In fact, I probably will get some kind of a flip up phone or something cheap because I, as I'm working on my truck, I do plan to go somewhere, and but I want to go overnight. If I go camping somewhere and I'm near my granddaughter and she can come and visit me, I want to be able to call her on the cell phone and go, honey, I made it to the campsite. Y'all coming tomorrow? Okay. All right. Good. I got everything. Y'all just show up and be safe. Okay. All right. Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye. I want to be able to do that. So, but I don't have to have a cell phone plan. I don't have to have a new one. I don't have to have all these things. But I do want to be able to do that. You know what I mean? And if they if they had payphones, I would use a payphone, but they don't. So, but anyway, so but yes, I would have a cheap phone for that. And unfortunately, I would try to get it through somebody like Verizon or something because when I did have a phone, I did have Verizon. No matter where I frickin' went, I almost always had service. So as much as I don't like Verizon and for other reasons, but as far as did I have service everywhere? Yeah. So and it was a dependable service, got to admit. So would I get a really cheap ass phone that I could use on a Verizon? Yes, simply because everywhere I traveled when I was doing puppetry and stuff, Verizon always I always had a connection, even up in the mountains in Tennessee. And there were a couple of places that there wasn't any signal, but I kind of expected it. But now with all the new towers and things and stuff everywhere, it's like it'd be kind of hard not to. But I don't need a big cell phone thing. I don't need a tablet. I don't need all this kind of stuff. Although I have thought about getting a tablet in that this computer here is not mine, but still has somebody else's stuff on it. It's got their name in it and everything. And I've been thinking about getting a new computer that is mine officially. Um, Not necessarily that I need a new update or anything, but this is an older computer, and God knows how long stuff lasts these days. And the way things have been breaking around the house, before this just drops out and I lose everything, I would rather have nothing and try transfer some files and do some stuff, and then not use this one. So, but anyway, but in this new day and age of things, um, I see the value of technology. I see being able to use it for those times when I want to go camping and there's somebody I say, okay, I'm here at the campsite. If you want to come over, I'm here. All right, make it if you can. I'll start the fire and put the coffee on. Okay. So that is important to me. But I need it to send text and chat and stuff back and forth? Nah, I really don't. And I really don't want to. If I would much rather talk to you. Call me on the phone, or I'll call you, or we'll do a video chat if you want. Okay, because I have done that in the past with some folks. But no, this thing about texting and all this, not me anymore. All right, I'm just sorry. I'm not into it. My tiny little fingers don't want to do it. My thumbs feel like they're this big. And no, sorry. I love you all, but no, I can't participate that way. I have enough time with this keyboard. But anyway, it's supper time somewhere, and I love you all. Please be safe. Keep up the good work. And as a positive force on this, we see crazy people out there in the world talking their stuff, wearing their masks, doing their bullshit. But what I don't know now, I use my travel over the summer and other things that I've seen and what folks have sent me, like folks in Florida, and it's not locked down like other states are and stuff. So, but my point though is that what I see on the news as to how it is, even locally, I'm really pissed off at the local folks, but they've got to stay up. They've got to meet that demand that on a national scale. They can't deviate from the national story, which I just want to go, man, shit. But anyway, down in Tallahassee, nobody's wearing masks. Thomasville, Georgia, just up the road 40 miles. Everybody's all masked up and scared to death of the pandemic and all of this. And people have still got to stay 6 feet apart after all this time. It's just insanity. And they continue to promote it. Somebody somewhere's got an agenda. The death rates aren't up in Thomasville. But not like people don't go back and forth to Tallahassee all the time, or Tallahassee people come up here to Thomasville. So we're transmitting diseases across state lines. But it's the fright. And not everybody's doing it. It's not happening everywhere. But I got to admit, I thought down here in South Georgia was because of people that I would meet in the stores and my own observations. I'm like, Oh, so people aren't scared anymore. There's only, maybe 10% of the people that got a mask, right? Maybe. And nobody else. So, okay, so this big fright and everything is like died down. Then you listen to the local news and what the local hospitals are promoting. Come to our big event, but you got to wear a mask and you got to stay 6 feet apart in all directions. And you got to do this and you got to be happy and you got to, and it's like, why the fuck would I want to go? So down the road, I can go to Tallahassee and anybody's got a mask on. What the hell? It's absurdity. So I was hoping that we had more sense down here in the South, but some of these folks don't. I don't know what their agenda is. The local hospital, Archibald, Moultrie's not as bad, but in being in Moultrie and riding around, seeing people aren't being scared about this. They're being cautious, some of them, and don't not sure what to believe. But where a year ago, 50% of the people had masks on, there's less than 10% of the people have masks on. And it's supposed to be worse now. The new thing, the new virus, the new strain, we should all be scared some more. Then why are there fewer people now then, as I noticed myself, with fewer masks? But the hospital and the people and that we've got to strive for 75. We got to keep our mask on. We got to keep doing. We have because it's such a threat. Nobody seems to be paying attention. So I know that the local folks can't speak out about it because they would lose their national franchises with NBC or CBS or stuff like that because the narrative when they sign their EULA agreements, they got to go along with the plan. So you hear these little tiny things on the side, but mostly they got to go by the overall big plan. But the rest of the people, everybody, so if we follow the brainwashing, if we follow what they want us to believe, if we follow their narrative, then everywhere we go, there are people dying like flies. Flies don't die easy, by the way, but uh, I had to spray one 4 times with my soap spray. But to the point, soap spray works. Um, that if they continue on with programming folks, I think there are some people that is just absolutely overloaded with it, and they're just not going to put up with it anymore. Oh, bye, Pearl. I love you. Be safe. And I'm going to shut up too. I said that 3 hours ago. But we just can't fall for it. We got to stay strong, and we got to be kind with other people. And you just tell them kindly, "I'm sorry, I don't believe this." Oh, but listen, you should. And you go, "Okay, that's what you believe." I'm, but getting mad and being angry and jumping up and down as they've already learned after 2 years of being under restrictions and restraint that people have just had enough. People in the stores are talking to one another. People in the restaurants are talking to one another. On the way out of the restaurant, when my friends took me to dinner on my birthday, and when I turned 69, see, I've used this again. I'm continuing running joke, right? But the idea was very simple. But on the way out the door, there's a family, the two grandmothers that are sitting there, in their late 40s, 50s kind of thing. They got their kids around us and a younger kid, right? Looked like all grandchildren, maybe a daughter over in the corner I didn't see. And they all said, and there's this young lady in a high chair sitting, out by her grandma. And she's, it's her birthday today too. I told you all this in one of my videos, but anyway. And I said, honey, you're so lovely and you're a darling and you have beautiful eyes. And I hope you grew up prettier than I did. Hey, someone, here they will arrest you if you are not wearing a mask. And where is that? Where is here, if you don't mind sharing the area? Only 44 minutes until the next 425. It's all right, David. It really is. You know me, it seems like as much as I try, I'd promised I'm just going to do a short video on this. I'm not going to sit and do a 2 hour video. It's been five. And now in 44 minutes, we'll do another 20. Uh, is it Sumo Sumo? Now it is to go to food. Right. Yeah. Singapore. Oh, holy goodness gracious. Yeah. And seeing shots and clips and stuff. I get um, um, channels from overseas, right? And so I try to keep up with at least an overview of what's going on over there. I'm not really political savvy on who some of these leaders are and stuff, but I try to keep an eye on other places. But Singapore, yeah, y'all have had it that way for a while. Seeing, I would visit, but I wouldn't want to live there, kind of thing. Uh, and how is the air quality really that bad, or is it that there's so many people and there are so many diseases? My point of this is that viruses, because of their size and the fact that masks don't really work, but everybody's wearing them because they told you to. But how many people have actually died? I mean, are there piles of people dying from these diseases over there? Not to be rude or sound catty or whatever or gross, I don't. But it seems to me that they're building an mRNA vaccine plant with Pfizer here. Holy crap. But how clean is the air, though? I mean, is it like smog ridden, nasty, law of land, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness? Don't forget at home slices of Gia. Yep, that too. But I know Singapore and y'all folks are worried also about China taking over for sure, right? Do I have that right? Is Singapore is in Taiwan? The air is no problem, right? Because you're surrounded by the ocean, and the air there's a lot of air exchange, So because of the ocean currents and stuff, would that be right? I'm sorry, I'm a little slightly stoned and been here for almost 6 hours. Um, is Singapore in Taiwan? Do I have that right? See, I love this channel, not for myself, but that I get to talk to people in Singapore and in Australia and in Austria and in Germany and in Great Britain. And somebody was, I think, up at Ireland or Scotland, or from up there. Oh, okay, I got the wrong. Okay, sorry, I'm stoned and my geography is bad. Okay, Singapore. Okay, thank you. That I wasn't meaning to be rude. I'm thinking of another town also, and it ain't Singapore, and that was why I asked. I got the wrong town in my brain. Never mind me, sumo. I'm thinking of something totally different. My apologies, mate. But anyway, so every region, every country, but for me, it's like this thing with the mask, no mask, Tallahassee, South Georgia, seeing people and then hearing the locals and how bad it is and how terrible and how deadly it is. And there are a bunch of us with no mask and ain't none of us dead. You know what I'm saying? Are they still the occasional COVID victim? Yes. And I don't mean anything bad, but there are a lot of other things that people are dying of. that they want to blame it on COVID. And I think it's to keep everybody, stressful. But I've been around enough people, and I have hugged folks and shook hands and, stood next to them in the store. That's what I was talking about. The young girl at the IHOP the other last week. It's her birthday. And I said, but here's the thing. So here's this family, young children, two grandmas. And I think, like I said, the daughter over in the corner, I couldn't really see, and got their kids out. Nobody's got a mask on. They're in the restaurant. They're all having a good time. That's happy birthday, right? And nobody's worried about dying or getting diseases or anything like that, is my point. But just down the road a couple miles at the hospital, everything's like, oh, the city should be locked down. Everybody should be wearing their mask and we should all still be 6 feet apart. None of us died. None of us got sick. None of, it's like, just saying, you can't sell gum, but you can bring it for personal consumption. That's not a joke, right? I'm assuming. Yeah, see, for me, growing up in Tampa and with all the Cuban food and Cuba being down the road, and I talked about this last time, in that, why can't why aren't we in better relations with Cuba? I mean, honestly, why can't we have this free exchange? People in Miami and, the boat crew and all the things back in the day. I mean, after all these years, we can't get along with an island like Cuba. What's the deal? Because they have cigars that we're not allowed to smoke here in the United States. It's against the law to have Cuban cigars. Like what? You can get them from Puerto Rico. Wait, Puerto Rico's down there. It's an island around the corner from Cuba. You can get Mexican cigars, Mexican tobacco, but you can't get a Cuban cigar. What? I mean, just there are so many stupid things that just still exist. Now, I am not for open borders. I'm not. I think there should be rules. Other countries have rules. I think we should just abide them. Can I go to another country as long as I abide by their rules? Okie doke. There are Mexicans driving around in trucks and cars and stuff around here that have no license. How they get these vehicles, I don't know. But they're driving around. They have an accident. They ain't got no insurance. Okay, so it's like, but me gotta have insurance. Me gotta have a drink. I gotta. I gotta do it because I live here. They live here, but because they're illegal, they don't got it. So, but if I was in Mexico, well, whatever their laws are, I would have to live by them because I'm a gringo. So, I don't have a problem with it. You go to Rome, you do as the Romans do. You come to South Georgia, you do what South Georgians do. Famous law, can't sell gum here. I did not know that. I used to be a woman online about 20 years ago from Singapore. Oh, you used to be a woman 20 years ago. Wait, did I read that right? Brought me a bottle of the highest quality Dominican rum and we got lit. Yes, yes. You know, some of that Jamaican rum, you know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with you there, Delaney. I don't drink anymore, but I've had my share of Jamaican rum. Absolutely. And if you drink Captain Morgan, you will wake up in the morning with a patch over one eye. I'm just saying. For those folks who who drinking rum every night. Voila, it's American dream. Da, 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 without any scene. Call it Coconut Grove. My best friend just told me he got some rum. Oh, for a long time, I if they didn't, I went through a kick with Jack Daniels and Coke or Jack and this or whatever, and then a bunch of my friends, they weren't into like dark liquors, right? They liked the clear liquor. It didn't give them a headache or whatever. And I was like, yeah, okay. So, but we were drinking rum, and so rum and Coke, it was like, man, shoot, rum and Coke. I'd mix up my rum and Coke and put it in a thermos. So I didn't have to mess with a glass or a cup or whatever. It was already pre-mixed. And some ice cubes in the thermos, and I just hit that sucker, whenever, wherever I was going. So, didn't have the bottle out and I didn't, open container and that kind of thing. But I stayed tore up in the day. I had my own ways of, concealing alcohol. Before it was against the law to conceal it. Yep, I'm getting sore. I got to move. My first mega hangover was with 80% rum. My first mega hangover and meeting with the porcelain god was sangria wine and screwdrivers. I cannot drink vodka and or you get near me with the orange juice, and even if it's orange juice and rum. Yeah, I thought I was gone too, Niles. I've gone in ahead. I've peed my pants twice, and no, but I'm afraid if I stand up, I'm going to pee on the spot because it just gravity works by itself. But yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm hanging out. But all these wonderful people are here. And I really like hanging out with y'all. Like I said, it ain't about me and the stories I tell, but it really is hanging out with y'all. So I used to grow my own weed, Niall. I've got busted for it. So no, I don't anymore. I wished I could. I have all the equipment to. I have been tempted over these last couple of years to start back, but I got this thing as like, they know where I live. They know I smoke weed because the cops told me themselves they know who I am and they know I smoke weed when they busted me, the local guys. But I got busted with a helicopter by the GBI. But the local cops know who I am. My name's in a little book somewhere up there at the county, and the sheriff has known me. He's been here. That these folks know me, but to know I'm not a problem. I'm just an old hippie that smokes weed. I mean, the lieutenant of the sheriff's department. I rode in the front seat with him, and we had a nice chat on the way into town. You don't sit in the front seat of a police car after being busted by the GBI with a helicopter, with high powered rifles aimed at me and stuff. And they put me in the front seat with this lieutenant because he wanted to talk to me on the way into town. And he took his time and drove in. And are your handcuffs all right? Yeah. I mean, these are the local sheriffs. Okay. So am I worried about, getting busted by these guys? No. Am I getting worried about, well, of course I don't do anything anymore, but I mean, but to the point though, it just scares me to death because I've been busted twice, once in Tampa, but here with the helicopters, that the paranoia that is tied to growing it for me is not worth growing it. It's not worth the price. There is no price that paranoia because of my previous things. And somebody said, "Well, get over it. It's a new time now." But you don't understand the helicopter, the thingy, nah. And every time I think about growing some, I go, man, fucking helicopters. They don't fly over near as much as they used to, only once in a while now, because everybody's growing indoors. But because there's an X on the map where I live, no, I don't want to. I don't have many people that come to visit, even if I did or whatever. I would know how to conceal things, but I can't live with the paranoia. That's the bottom line. And I grew some really good weed back in the day too. So we had two strains. We had one we called Tiger Lily because there were black lines on the seeds and there was a particular shape and of how the weed came out. uh, hooked X. Oh, you should have seen these gung ho sons of bitches. You know, they threw me down. I had the weed. It was like, it was six or it might have been 8 buckets. I'm a little confused. It was no more than 8 buckets. 5 gallon buckets side by side, and I had plants in them, and it was so dry that year. Half of the plants I had were male. It was just it was horrible, right? They got an ounce of weed after all of that effort with a helicopter and the GBI, but they come. I had it in the middle of a briar patch, and there was only one way in to the spot where I had the buckets. I'd learned this from several other weed growers from around Georgia. They put them in the middle of great big briar patches, right? And not a bunch of plants, but so they would literally hack out tunnels underneath and crawl through the briar patch. And if you've ever seen a real briar patch like we got down here, so they would make these tunnels under it, and they would crawl into the middle of the briar patch to access the weed or whatever. I'm all moony about Halloween. Yeah, me too. Haven't gotten noticed yet. Oh, Scotty on tonight. See, I should get off because other people do these things during the week. So, and I don't want to butt into somebody else's time. I'm just sitting here smoking a cigarette and hanging out with y'all. But I wished that they would legalize weed. They've decriminalized it. That possession of less than an ounce is a continuing misdemeanor. So, and that's the only reason I moved. What was one of the reasons I moved to Georgia, but one of the reasons why I stayed here, because at the time it had one of the most lenient marijuana laws, and they had to get over an ounce to make mine a felony, even though there probably wasn't that much weed. It was just a bunch of leaves, right? They had to throw some stems in there, right? But the GBI guys come crashing through I got my hands up. I'm standing in the middle of this briar patch because there's a helicopter there with some guy with a high powered rifle pointed at me, right? Old Huey, with the side window done, and he's got his foot on the rail, and I can see him. And at that moment, I realized why the Viet Congers hated the Americans so bad. I realized what the Viet Cong must have felt like with Hueys hanging over their hooches, or hold still, stay still, and because I got a Huey with a guy with a high powered rifle that's willing to kill me for a couple of marijuana plants in my own yard, in my own woods, my own, you know what I mean? Minding my own business for my own usage, not for sale. And these GBI guys come busting through the briar patch, and he's all cut up and screaming, "Hold still, motherfucker!" Blah, 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 all this stuff, just like in the movies, and throws me face down in a big fire ant bed. Now, if y'all know about fire ants, they named them that for a reason. So he's telling me to hold still, and I've got my face planted in a fire ant bed. They are crawling and biting me all over the place. Well, this other GBI guy comes in from another way. He was smart. He looked around before he came through. And this other guy's like, hold still. And I'm like, I'm in a fire ant bed. I give up. I don't have any weapons. Just let me, get me out of this fire ant bed. So about that time, the fire ants got him. So now he's like jumping around, and his buddy's like, let him up, you stupid fool. This is one GBI agent to the other. Let him up, you stupid fool. Can't you see he's in an ant bed? Now the GBI agent's got ants all over him, and I'm dancing and stuff, trying to get loose. And I'm like, let me brush him off of me. I'm not going anywhere. You got me. I give up. And so it was interesting how the GBI agents acted. Now, here's the thing. On my kitchen table, under a piece of paper, just a piece of newspaper, I had a paper plate with some weed on it, because I would pick a little bit of weed and dry it in the microwave. And I had my little woody that I could just get a hit off or two. It wasn't much. It was very nasty. It was green. It was rude, but it was all I had at the time. So the GBI guy comes in and puts this big book on top of the newspaper and the weed on the paper plate. So there's weed at the table where he's sitting with his book on the weed on the paper plate. Go through the house, they check it, do this, they do that. They're doing the arresting thing. And I'm standing there in the kitchen before we go out, right? And I look down and I'm going to go, he's going to lift it up and he's going to see the weed. I'm already busted, but they left and the weed was still there. When I got out of jail the next 2 days later, I came home and took that weed down in the woods and smoked it. And I was like, what? My little pipe was there and everything, right? On the paper plate. Because I was headed to the doctor's. I was going to smoke me a little bowl. And then because there wasn't much, and I was going to go to the doctor and get my checkup and all that. And I got busted. So, but anyway, but through the whole event though, it's like how the local deputies treated me as opposed to what the GBI treated me was totally different. The local guys were like, "Hey, calm down, leave the guy alone. We got him. Hey, quit bothering him." They were going to take, for example, that I've got a native pipe, right? That it's a stone carved out for only ceremonies, right? And the guy's like, I found this bowl and blah blah blah. And I said, "You put that down." Me, I'm standing there in handcuffs upstairs, right? I said, "You put that down like right now." And he's the GBI guy. Now the sheriff is standing on the other side of me. And the sheriff's like, put it down. And he's like, "No, this is a pipe. It's for use for smoking weed." And I was like, I would never smoke weed in that pipe. You don't get it. That's a sacred pipe. And the deputy sheriff behind me, he said, "Look around this guy's house. Put the pipe down back in where it was. It was in a little cigar box where I had a couple of things that I used, right? So the pipe was there and this was there. There was some twisty tobacco in this box and everything." And so the guy was like, "Well, I think and the sheriff's deputy said, I said, put it down." And I was like, "Yeah, put it back. That ain't it. I showed you where my bongs are. I showed you where my pipe was. I showed you where my stash was." And I said, "That ain't in it." And the sheriff's deputy backed me up and literally backed the guy down the stairs and went, "We're done up here." And the GBI guy was like really rude. "Well, there's got to be more in the house." And the sheriff's deputy just shook his head and was like, "It's okay. I got you." So very interesting in how people treat you from different places and so forth, and even with the law. But the thing is was there ever any justice in this? If you think of Huey sitting over you with a man with a high-powered rifle to shoot you over growing marijuana, whatever, it wasn't acres, it was like 8 plants maybe, and very poorly at that, to where all they got was an ounce of weed. They barely made it so that could be a felon. And when the governor found out about it, he was like, they have stopped flying the helicopters. And I think I'm part of the reason because, flying a helicopter and all that, and all the time they was hovering over me and all this other stuff, that costs money. And them GBI agents and all the stuff they did. And, I was on the Georgia Public Radio. David Null busted in Colquitt County, at the site where he was growing marijuana. Didn't say how much, right? And the GBI busted him with a helicopter and blah blah blah. And then when they found out how much I had, and it got back to the governor, they were like, "You stupid sons of bitches," All that effort, all that money we spent to bust a guy for an ounce of weed. So the amount of flights flying decreased after they busted me, and they rarely come over anymore. But I've been a part of that. It's 10:01. It is time, 5 hours and 43 minutes. I'm not going to hang out for 10 more minutes. I know there's other stuff going on and other people that do stuff. So, yeah, I'm still on, but fixing really this time to go. What are you going to call me? Sure. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on a second, Mossy Man. The answer is yeah. I do need to go into town to pick up my new radiator, but that ain't going to take that long. But other than that, I should be here at the house. You know, I got nothing else planned. But I think I found your phone number. Here's the thing, I don't know if your name shows up, but I'm just going to read out the first couple of things for your. I won't give your whole phone number out, but I want to make sure that what I got. So if I see it pop up tomorrow, I'll know it's you. Okay. Hang on a second. I got 2 or 3 pages of when I get somebody, I write their name down, and then that page fills up, and I start another page, and I don't have them all on the same page. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I swear to goodness, I saw your name, and I thought to myself, I got his phone number. Holy crap. Everything is together in this book, but it's not together on like the same page. Nope, I got Brian and Trina and Tina and I don't know who this is. Low battery. I got to plug this in. Okay, you just try. That was you. Okay, I just okayed it with the number I got in here. It shows up as Matt. Okay, not a problem. Now I got to hang up my battery's slow. I talked to somebody on the phone for a couple hours now. Yeah, I can't talk now because the damn battery just died. So, but yeah, okay, that was you. I got you. I got it. It's the same number I got here. So yeah, you can call me tomorrow. You can call me later on tonight. I just got to plug this phone in because when it rang, the battery started flashing. It's fixing to die. But anyway, absolutely. So I love you all. Be safe. Stay safe. And when they try to make you crazy, because they're doing some crazy stuff out there, stay out of their mind games. Don't be fooled. Sometimes we might have to make concessions about things, but we'll worry about it when it gets there. Okay, that's the biggest thing. Well, it might happen. Well, then if it doesn't, I talked about this in some other previous videos that, I've been listening to these folks and light workers and galactic workers and all this, and we're supposed to have, med beds 2 or 3 years ago. We're supposed to have these new energy machines. We ain't got them. We're supposed to have, you know, um, uh, uh, not transporters, but, you know, uh, what do you call them? Program them, food comes out or whatever, uh, duplicating the thingy machines like microwaves. And, Wayne had that. And there are a lot of things that were quoted, promised by these quotes, higher beings or whatever that everybody seemed to be channeling. And I listened and watched, and like I could see some things changing, but the white hats and how good they're supposed to be, and all these guys are working for us. Now, I do believe they're good guys, but here's the thing: there's the Democrats and there's the Republicans, and if the Republicans are the ones that are white hats, then they ain't no better than the Democrats. That's just all there is to it. They're both got the bad sides, and they don't like each other, but neither one of them really like us. So I have to keep that in mind. So we need to dodge the bullet and live our lives the best we can. About prepping and stuff, canned goods last a long time, and all canned goods this and got to be freeze dried. I've got some canned goods here at the house that I have been recycling and going back into the old that I've had for going on 10 years. So this idea that cans are bad and they don't last and you'll die if you eat it from them and all this is just hogwash. Okay. If you need food, buy up some extra cans. This idea of rice and beans, listen, what do beans do to your insides? They make you fart. Some give some people the runs. If you're on a limited diet and so forth, beans and rice is going to get old and it's going to make you poop. It's going to make it hard if you can't flush your toilet to get rid of your waste. Just think about it. So you should plan your diets with something when it comes out the other end is going to be okay, because you do have to consider that. Just saying. So I love you all. Keep an eye on things. At Witch Moon, good to see you all. Roman, Mossy Man. Any idea about what time tomorrow, Mossy Man? Not that, it can't be at any time, but I'm just curious if you've got a particular time in mind. Because I do want to go get my radiator, in town. But so I want to close with a prayer after almost 6 hours. And we are pushing a 2 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. my time. I should be home by then. Yep, I should be home by then. And if not, I'll be home soon and I'll call you back. How about that one? If I miss, I could be outside too. All right. And this phone rings 4 times and then it goes to an outside uh, answering machine. So if it rings 4 times and I ain't picked it up yet, the other machine's going to pick it up. So I will call you back. Okay. And that goes for any of y'all that have my phone number. No, it'd be 5 p.m. here, Roman. 4 a.m. Oh, 4 a.m. Oh, it's 4 a.m. there? Oh, okay, Roman. I got you. It's 4 a.m. there. Holy crap. Good morning to you. And sleep well, get some rest. And thank you, Roman. And thank you all for hanging out and being who you are. I honestly mean that. Keep up the good work in your area. And I know there's different things in different places, like in Singapore and Australia. There's weird stuff down the road too when I come right down to it. So we just do the best we can and try not to piss off those folks that might shoot us. So be careful. Michelle, everybody, Barry in the background, and anybody else, Delaney, if you're still around, Susie Q, thank you. We love you too, baby. Y'all keep up the good work, okay? I honestly do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. God is all around us if you believe in a God, the source energy, the universe. We are a part of it. It's around us all the time and it never leaves us. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are in the universe. Because the universe is all around it, and when we become a part of it, when we become conscious of the universe around us, then we're more aware of these gifts that are available to us and are happening to us. Maybe not in great, huge ways, but teeny tiny little small things that add up to great things. So I continue to pray that each and every day, every time me and Duggar and I put our feet outside, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that I think is really important to you and me, it always rhymes, that we continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that you and your families will continue to learn these things and to share the information, that you will continue to reject those things in your life that don't make no hill of beans and focus on the things that really do matter. It'll make it so much easier. And, from South Georgia, we always say TTFN, ta ta for Dow. Sometimes I forget, Michelle. And with Halloween coming up, we all want to say Holler-ween. We want to holler it as loud as we can. Ween. Yeah. And cheers, everybody. Be safe. I got to go pee. Me and Doug are got to go outside and walk around a little bit. So I love you all. Please be safe, okay? And do the best you can. That's all that's being asked of us in this world. Just be the best we can without driving each other crazy or yourself. Be safe, everybody. Bye.